Rush to success. It was the worst day of my life. I just got back to work after a long vacation in the mountains with my kids, and it's rare for me to have such a good time with my family. Approaching my workplace, I saw two big men who were unceremoniously rummaging through my documents and looking through the files on my laptop. And the impudent ones were not at all worried that someone might see them. Anger boiled up inside me at the sight of the invasion. My face turned red and my hands shook. Finally, one of them noticed me. With a stony face that did not express a hint of any emotion, he came up to me and said a phrase that I will never forget. "Mr. Franklin, you are fired and must immediately leave the building. We will guide you." The effect these words had on me is like a blow from a professional boxer. I was knocked out. So, in an instant, I went from being a vice president of one of the most promising software companies on the continent to a man with no future and no hope. You have no idea how hard it was for me to be fired. In the past, failure has always eluded me. This situation was completely new and incomprehensible to me, and I did not know how to deal with it. In college, I had everything: academic success, beautiful girls, a bright future. I was captain of the track team, class president, and even found time to host a popular jazz program on the student radio station. Everyone considered me unusually gifted and foreshadowed a great future. One day I heard my old teacher say, if I could live my life again, I would like to be Peter Franklin. But I would like to be clear, my talents were not something innate, as many believed. The true reason for my success was hard work and obsessive desire, almost a mania, to win and always be the first. When my father came to this country many years ago, he was just a penniless migrant. But he was eager to provide his family with a calm, well-fed and happy life. He changed his last name and rented a 3-room apartment for us in a prestigious area. And for the next 40 years he worked tirelessly at the factory for the minimum wage. Despite the lack of education, my father was the wisest man I have ever known. Until recently, until I met the most extraordinary man on earth. This person is the type of person you just need to know about, and I promise to introduce you to him a little later. After that, your life will never be the same again. In the meantime, I will continue the story of my childhood. My father dreamed of giving me a first-class education in a first-class school. He believed that this guarantees a successful career and other life benefits. My father firmly believed that a good education was the key to success in life. No matter what happens to you, Peter, no one can take away your education. Knowledge will always be your best friend, wherever you go and whatever you do, he constantly told me during dinner, after another grueling 14-hour day at the factory where he spent most of his life. My father was a simple but wonderful man. He was also a great storyteller, one of the best. In his homeland, the elders often spoke in parables to pass on the age-old knowledge to their descendants, and he brought this wise tradition to the country that became his new home. From the day my mother died unexpectedly right in the kitchen while packing lunch for him, and until my brother and I grew up, my father told us delicious and interesting stories every night before going to bed, each of which carried in itself life lesson. I especially remember the story of an old farmer who, before his death, called his 3 sons to him. "My children," he said, "death is near, and soon my eyes will close forever. But before that happens, I must tell you one secret. There is a great treasure in the field behind our farm. Dig deep and you'll never know the need." When the farmer died, his sons rushed into the field and began to dig. They dug tirelessly from dawn to dusk for many days. There was not even a piece of unplowed land left. They have invested in this business all the energy of their youth, to the last drop. After digging through the field and finding nothing, they gave up, berating themselves for falling for such an obvious deception. They constantly wondered why their father had fooled them so cruelly. But when it came time for the harvest, it was so plentiful that the whole village was surprised. The farmer's 3 sons became rich quickly and never really needed money again. So, thanks to my father, I learned the power of selflessness, perseverance, and hard work. In college, I devoted my days and nights to studying hard so that I could be among the best students and live up to my father's expectations. I won all possible scholarships and grants, and lovingly sent money to my aging father every month, including part of the salary that I received on part-time jobs. So I wanted to express my gratitude for everything he did for me. After college, I was immediately offered a lucrative managerial position at Digitech Software Strategies, a company that not everyone could get into. I dreamed of working in the field of high technologies, and my dream came true. It was a remarkably successful firm. Experts predicted that it would continue to grow at a cosmic pace for a long time to come. I was happy and proud to be a part of this great team. When I took office, I began to work 80 hours a week to prove that I did not eat my bread in vain. Then I had no idea that 7 years later this very company, which received me so warmly, would humiliate me in a way that no one had humiliated me. The first years of work were just wonderful. I made good friends, quickly learned new things, and moved up the career ladder with ease. I became an avowed superstar pet, a young man with a razor-sharp mind. I knew what hard work meant and was truly committed to the company. And although no one taught me how to manage people, I was entrusted with more and more responsible positions. However, the best thing that happened to me during my time at Digitech Software Strategies was meeting Samantha, the woman who would later become my wife. She was a successful young manager with stunning looks and impressive intelligence. We met at a Christmas party, and then everything happened by itself, and we spent all the free minutes together, which, of course, we never had enough. From the first day we met, Samantha has become my most devoted fan. Like no one else, she believed in my talents and abilities. "Peter, you're going to be CEO, you'll see," she kept repeating to me, smiling. "I know you have what it takes." Unfortunately, others didn't see it that way. Who knows though? The CEO of Digitech Software ran the company like a dictator. He was an immoral upstart who seized power. His arrogance could only compete with his inflated salary to incredible limits. At first, he behaved with me politely and reservedly, observing a business-like tone. As soon as he heard about my talents and ambitions, he immediately became cold with me and preferred to communicate with the help of short memos. Samantha often made jokes about him, but this did not change the fact that he had authority and real power in his hands. Perhaps he thought that if I joined the leadership, then against my background he would look pathetic. Or I reminded him of himself in his younger years, and he obviously did not like it. In fairness, I must admit that I had my shortcomings and weaknesses. First of all, explosive temperament. It was worth someone to come with bad news at the wrong time, as I fell into an uncontrollable rage. I don't know where it comes from in me, but it certainly was a terrible quality for a business person. And although I consider myself a restrained person, yet in matters of management I have been too rude. As I said before, I never studied management, did not take any leadership training, and was guided only by my instincts. It always seemed to me that not all employees in the team share my views on the common cause and the desire to achieve an ideal result. This made me dissatisfied. I constantly yelled at my subordinates, took on more responsibility than I could bear. I knew that it was necessary to create a friendly atmosphere in the team to maintain team spirit. I just had no time to deal with these issues. I felt like a sailor in a sinking boat who, instead of filling the gap, bails out the incoming water. I was too obsessed with striving for perfection. And then came the black day of my dismissal. The following months were truly the worst of my life. I thank the Lord that Samantha and the children were with me. They did everything they could to lift my spirits and soften the bitterness of failure. During these months of idleness, I really realized that our sense of self-worth and self-awareness is very dependent on what we do. When we meet someone at a party, we inevitably ask, "What are you doing with your life?" or "What do you do?" During the weekly golf games, my teammates always asked, "What's the news at work, Peter?" Even the doorman, meeting me at the threshold of our elite skyscraper, was always politely interested in how things were going in the office. Now that I was unemployed, I had nothing to answer all these questions. There was no longer that young man, full of different ideas, who got up early in the morning to get ready and go to work. I became a lazy person waking up around noon, my room a gloomy repository of empty beer bottles, cigarette packs and junk food cartons. I stopped reading business magazines and switched to cheap detective stories and other rubbish. I was too weak to fight reality. I didn't want to waste my energy thinking hard or trying to change things. My pain was almost physical, my body did not obey me, I was completely exhausted. It seemed to me that I was no longer capable of anything but to lie all day in a warm, comfortable bed. But one day the phone rang. The call was from an old college friend of mine who has built up a reputation over the years as one of the best minds in the software industry. He said that he had just left his job as a lead programmer in a large company and was now going to open his own firm. I still remember how he told me that he had a great idea that would allow him to create completely new software, and the only thing he needed was a partner he could trust, and the first thing he thought of me. "This is a great chance to create something great, Peter," he said, with his usual confidence and enthusiasm. "Come on. It will be fun." Doubts overcame me. I didn't have the courage to agree. Starting a new business is never easy, especially in high-tech. What if we don't succeed? At that time, I was in a very difficult financial situation. As VP at Digitech Software, I made a lot of money and led a life that my father could never have dreamed of. I drove a brand new BMW while Samantha had her own Mercedes. The children went to a private school and spent their summers at prestigious camps. My golf club membership cost more than the annual income of many of my friends. Now my bills were only accumulating, and we had to give up many benefits. In a word, not the best time to dream about your own business. But another part of me reminded me of what my wise father always said: nothing can defeat you until you give up. I needed to use this opportunity to get out of the gloomy state that had consumed my life. Like air, I needed a reason to wake up in the morning. I had to return to the state of purpose and confidence that I had during my college days, when I believed in myself and the world seemed to me full of unlimited possibilities. I was wise enough to know that life brings us unexpected gifts from time to time. Intuition suggested that success comes to those who can recognize and accept it. And I agreed. We gave our company the big name GlobalView Software Solutions and opened a small shop in an industrial complex. I was the CEO and my partner friend was the self-proclaimed chairman. We couldn't afford to hire helpers or buy new furniture. But we had a great idea. So we started promoting our new software. Luck smiled at us, the product was in demand. Soon Samantha came to work for us, we were able to hire other employees. Our innovative products began to sell at a phenomenal rate, and profits quickly skyrocketed to incredible levels. For the first year of our activity, Business Success magazine made us one of the fastest growing companies in the country. My father was proud of us. And although he was already 86 by then, I still remember how he brought a fruit basket to our office to celebrate our successes. Tears of happiness flowed down his cheeks and, looking at me, he said, "Son, if your mother were alive, she would be happy for you." This was 11 years ago. Our company has grown at a rapid pace. GlobalView Software Solutions was now worth $2 billion and had 2,500 employees. We also had 8 offices around the world. Last year we bought a new international luxury complex, which included production facilities with the latest equipment, 3 swimming pools, each of which was large enough to host the Olympics, and an amphitheater hall for meetings and other corporate events. My partner retired, and I never knew where he was, whether he was spending his time on his own private island in the Caribbean, or conquering the mountains in Nepal. Samantha left running the company a few years ago to pursue her passion for writing. As for me, I am still the CEO, and I bear an exorbitant responsibility on my shoulders. Work completely consumes my time. Our company employs 2,500 people, and our products benefit thousands of people around the world. Unfortunately, my father died 2 years after we started our business, and although he predicted great success for us, he could hardly imagine our current situation. I miss him, but with all my responsibilities, I don't have much time to reminisce about the past. I still work about 80 hours a week. This year I didn't have any days off or holidays. I have remained as persistent, hard-working, and tenacious as I was the day I first walked through the door of Digitech Software Strategies. I still tried to shoulder all possible responsibility and tried to control all the small issues in our giant company. I knew it was my weakness that got in the way of business. Everything changed with a single meeting with the person who became my teacher. I must say that all our successes did not affect my unbearable character in any way. As our business grew and the workload increased, I became increasingly irritable and rude. Despite the fact that I stood at the origins of the company, I still had problems with the management and motivation of employees. Of course, the subordinates listened to me. But they didn't do it out of great desire. I was just their boss. They had no true dedication to the company and the cause. They followed orders out of fear rather than respect. I realized that people are not controlled by me, but by my position, and believe me, this was a very unpleasant discovery. But let me tell you a little more about the challenges I faced as the leader of a rapidly growing company. Despite the expansion of our business, the team spirit was falling. I've heard rumors that we're expanding too fast and the company is more interested in profits than its workers. Some complained that their hard work was not being paid properly and that the company did not provide any social benefits. Others were unhappy with the bloated bureaucracy without which expansion was impossible. Everyone was under some kind of stress. There was no trust in the team, productivity fell, and creativity and initiative disappeared as a class. And as far as I knew, everyone in the organization believed that one person was to blame for everything. Me. I just didn't feel like I was made to lead and manage people. Although GlobalView Software continued to grow, our market performance fell, and this predicted a crisis, the first in many years. Despite strong sales, we began to lose market share. Our employees were no longer as inspired as in the old days, and did not try to take the initiative at all. Our products could no longer boast of stylish design and uniqueness. Simply put, people no longer cared what happened to the company. And I knew that if nothing changed, these sentiments would lead to the collapse of our firm. I saw signs of general apathy everywhere. Offices were disorganized, employees were constantly late. Christmas corporate parties were sluggish and uninteresting. Employees only created the appearance of work and did not show any initiative. This spirit of indifference and irresponsibility also penetrated our new factory, and its recently sparkling floors became dark, littered with garbage and dirt. But all this has changed in the most incredible way. GlobalView Software Solutions again became a dream company. And now I know that we will be even better. What happened? Our organization has been transformed by a very specific management formula that was suggested to me by a wonderful person, This simple, but very powerful and extraordinary system has brought back the zeal with which our employees worked at the beginning of the journey, and inspired us to achieve even greater heights. Productivity has skyrocketed, our profits have skyrocketed. Reality has surpassed our wildest dreams. Now our employees became deeply committed to the company and shared my vision for its future. We have earned as a dynamic and highly professional team. And most importantly, people love their work. They came to work with pleasure, and for me, in turn, it was a pleasure for me to cooperate with them. We understood that they had discovered something amazing and were now preparing for great things. I appeared on the cover of a magazine issue Business Success with a simple title, The Global View Miracle, How One Company Became Great. So what was this miracle, and what magic formula of management made me a celebrity in the business community? Who was the wise advisor who opened my eyes and whose ideas completely changed the organization of our company and showed how to be the very leader that is so needed in difficult times? I am absolutely sure that the answers to these questions will change the way you think about management and your life in general. It has come to reveal to you a secret that has completely transformed my life. Monk in my rose garden. It was the most ridiculous scene in my life. I still have a hard time believing that this actually happened. I just got back from my weekly meeting. The week didn't get off to a great start as we discussed the crisis facing Global View. Managers, as usual, delivered their reports on the affairs of the company. One of them said that some of our top programmers were planning to leave the firm and go to work in small firms where their efforts and skills would be appreciated. He also noticed that the relationship between employees and department heads deteriorated noticeably and became very tense. They don't trust us anymore, he stated glumly. Another manager added, it's not just that. We stopped working as a team. While we were just picking up the pace, people helped each other and they really cared about the quality of the work done. I still remember how on the eve of the delivery of a large order, everyone tried to work harder. We sometimes lingered until late at night. There have even been cases where programmers and managers have helped prepare products for shipment before they start loading them into vans. Now it's every man for himself. It's just impossible to work in such an atmosphere. And although during the meeting I managed to maintain an unusual calmness for me, as soon as I walked out the door, I immediately broke down. The stress of the past few months has been killing me. I knew that I owed something right now. I needed to do something to stop getting out of the losing streak that our until recently flourishing company fell into. But I had absolutely no idea who to consult and what to do. A team of professional consultants could be hired to come up with a list of quick fixes to patch up the holes in the current situation. But the problem was deeper. It was necessary to figure out where the enthusiasm of the employees had disappeared, and why everyone was waiting for the weekend like manna from heaven. After the meeting, I became so ill that I barely crawled to my office. Sweat was running down my face. I could hardly breathe. I almost fell. The secretary barely had time to catch me. She laid me down on a leather couch right in my bookcase-lined office and asked if I should call my personal doctor or an ambulance. I didn't even have the strength to answer. I remember reading somewhere that in such cases, you should first close your eyes and think about something pleasant to relieve tension. So I did. As soon as I managed to relax, a loud sound made me flinch. It seemed as if someone had thrown a stone at one of the office windows. I jumped to my feet in anger and ran to the central window to catch the culprit, but I did not see anyone. Apparently, due to stress, imagination played out. I slowly made my way to the couch, but as soon as I lay down, the sound repeated, and this time it was much louder. Who could it be? I wondering if I should shout to the secretary to call security. Probably another disgruntled programmer is testing my nerves. My annoyance grew even stronger at being disturbed so brazenly. I rushed to the window again, and this time I was lucky. In the middle of flowering rose bushes, I noticed a human figure. I squinted and looked more closely. What I saw shocked me. Under the windows stood an unusual young man in crimson robes, similar to those that I saw on Tibetan monks during a trip to this exotic country more than a decade ago. The rays of the sun illuminated the handsome face of the stranger, and his robe fluttered in the light wind, giving him a mysterious, almost ethereal look. There was a wide smile on his face. He was wearing sandals on his bare feet. Convinced that this was not a hallucination of an overworked CEO whose company was slowly heading towards collapse, I shook my fist at him in rage. The young man did not move. He remained in the same position and continued to smile. Then he waved to me amiably. I couldn't stand this kind of disrespect anymore. This clown has sneaked onto my private property, ruining my rose garden and blatantly mocking me, trying to make a fool of me. I immediately ordered Ariel, that's my secretary's name, to call security. Let them quickly bring our strange guest to my office. I commanded. He needs to be taught a lesson, but one that he will never forget. A few minutes later, 4 guards were already standing at the door of my office. One of them was holding the intruder, who didn't seem to resist at all. Surprisingly, the young man was still smiling and exuding strength and calmness. He didn't seem to care at all about being caught and brought to the office. And although the stranger did not utter a word, I experienced the strange feeling that I was in the presence of a very intelligent person. I could compare this feeling only with what I felt when I was next to my father. My intuition told me that the young man was smart beyond his years. He shone with wisdom. Many years of experience as a businessman told me that you can learn a lot about a person from the eyes. You can see in them sincerity, confidence, anxiety, lies, if you only take the time to study them. The eyes of this young man testified to an extraordinary mind and a love of adventure. They burned with a passion for life. They seemed to reflect the sun. Looking closely at the stranger, I noticed that his bizarre ruby-red robe was covered with magnificent embroidered ornaments. Yes, and despite the fact that we were indoors, the young man did not take off his hood. This added even more mystery to his already remarkable appearance. "Who are you and why did you throw stones at my window?" I asked. I was getting hotter, my palms were sweating even more. The young man remained silent, and his full lips were still smiling. He just folded his hands in a prayerful pose, greeting me like an Indian yogi. This guy is just something. First, he climbed into my rose garden, the only place where I can take my mind off my problems. Then he throws stones at the window, driving my soul into the heels. And now, surrounded by 4 burly guards who can take him down in an instant, he's trying to play games with me. I thought. Look, boy, I don't know who you are or where you're from, and to be honest, I don't care. I exclaimed. Of course, you can still stand there in your stupid mantle and smile like an idiot, just know that I'm going to call the police. Perhaps you would be so kind as to break your vow of silence, which you monks are so famous for, and explain why the hell you got into my garden? I'm here to help you become a true leader, Peter, the young man replied in a surprisingly firm voice. I am the one who knows what needs to be done to get your company back on its feet and enter the global market. How did he know my name? He is, however, a dangerous man. Luckily, there are guards here, I thought. And what nonsense is he talking about leadership and world markets? If this jester is just some consultant dressed up as a monk to discourage me and shake off more money for his services, then he clearly chose the wrong way. I could not bother but send a proposal by fax, like other unfinished crisis managers, whose deliberately unprofitable projects guarantee them early dismissal. You have no idea who I am, Peter, do you? He asked amiably. No, I don't think so. And if you don't tell me right now, I'm going to roll yours rear, down the stairs to the parking lot. I sharply threatened. I see you haven't changed your temper, Peter. He laughed. This will need to be worked on. It is unlikely that he helps you achieve the loyalty of your employees. And believe me, it significantly spoils your golf game, which, to be honest, is not very good without it, he added, laughing more loudly at her. Do you have any idea, you arrogant scoundrel, who are you talking to? I boiled, sweating from a new wave of heat. How dare you reproach me for my character? And how do you know about my golf game? Unless, of course, you followed me everywhere. I will definitely hand you over to the police. These are very serious accusations, you know, I shouted in a rage, despite the fact that the mysterious stranger was well above average height and in excellent physical shape. Then the young man did something that literally stunned me. He rummaged through his scarlet robes, pulled out a gold-plated golf ball, and began to toss it high, clearly expecting me to join the game. I think you'd like to have it back, he said, tossing it to me. I stared in amazement at the round thing in my hand. On the golf ball was the inscription, "To Julian, the man who has achieved everything, in honor of the 50th birthday." And the caption, "Your friend forever, Peter." Where did the strange young man get this ball? I once gave it to my former golf partner, Julian Mantle, a few years ago. Julian was a legend in the business world and one of the few friends I have had close contact with over the years. A man with a brilliant mind, he became famous as one of the best lawyers in the country. Unlike me, he was already born rich, his grandfather was a prominent senator and his father a highly respected federal judge. Prepared for success from an early age, Julian became the pride of Harvard Law School, after which, as expected, he received a prestigious position in a successful law firm. In just a few years, he became the most famous and sought-after lawyer in the country. His client list included multi-billion-dollar corporations, famous sports teams, and even government officials. At the peak of his career, he assembled a team of 85 talented lawyers and won a string of bad cases. I sincerely admired him. With his 7-figure income, he could afford everything one could dream of: an estate in an area where only celebrities lived, private jet, summer mansion on a tropical island, and finally, the most valuable thing in his collection, a shiny red Ferrari, forever parked so that everyone who walks by can see it. However, like other mortals, Julian had his faults. He worked like a man possessed, regularly sitting up all night and only resting for a few hours on the couch in his royally furnished office in the morning, and then again immersed himself in the daily bustle of work. And although I liked to play golf with him, because of his busyness, we rarely met. I already knew the words of his assistant by heart: "I'm sorry, Mr. Franklin, but Mr. Mantle will miss the game again due to an emergency that happened in one of his cases. He apologizes to you." This person constantly moved away from me, and not only from me. Over the years, he lost almost all the people close to him, and the saddest thing, including his once beautiful wife. Sometimes it seemed to me that Julian wanted to end his life or something like that. After all, he not only gave all his best at work, but also burned life to the fullest. He was known both for his nightly trips to the best restaurants in the city in the company of young and sexy models, and drunken antics, usually ending in fights. Each brawl with his participation the next morning was savored with pleasure by the newspapers. Julian Mantle was just driving himself to his grave, despite the fact that, according to him, he was full of life. This was evident not only to me, all his colleagues knew about it, and he himself, I think, knew this sad truth about himself. With a feeling of growing anxiety, I watched as Julian gradually withered and sank into depression. At 53, he looked almost 80. Constant stress, great tension, and a riotous lifestyle completely undermined his health. His face turned into a clot of wrinkles. Midnight dinners in expensive French restaurants, thick Cuban cigars, liters of cognac. All this led to the fact that he was shamelessly fat and bloated. He constantly complained that he was tired of persistent fatigue. His famous sense of humor betrayed him. He laughed very rarely and stopped playing golf altogether, although he once adored this sport. He was so absorbed in his work that he hardly called me. I was not offended because I knew that he, like me, still cherishes our friendship. He just didn't have the strength. And then tragedy struck the great Julian Mantle. It was the most ordinary Monday. There was a court session where Julian defended the interests of one of his best clients, Air Atlantic Corporation. In the midst of his speech, he suddenly grabbed his heart and fell. To the desperate cries of his assistant and to the clicks of the cameras of the journalists present, he was given first aid and sent to the hospital, where he was diagnosed with a severe heart attack and sent to the cardiology department. The doctors said that Julian was closer to death than any of their patients. But Julian survived. He had always been a fighter. This sad incident completely changed Julian. The very next day after leaving the hospital, he announced that he was forever quitting his practice as a lawyer. I heard rumors that he was going on an expedition to India. Mantle told one of his associates that he was concerned about some questions, and he hoped that this ancient land, where people have been collecting wisdom for centuries, will help him find answers to them. Julian sold his estate, his plane, and even his private island. But the biggest surprise was the sale of his beloved Ferrari, which he seemed simply unable to part with. So, looking at this golden ball, I could not understand where this young stranger in monastic robes, who was standing in the middle of my office and still smiling from under his hood, got it. "Where did you get it?" I asked quietly. "I gave it to my best friend for his birthday. This was several years ago." "I know it," my guest answered. "As well as the fact that your friend quite appreciated the gift. Where does this awareness come from?" I persisted. "Because I am that dear friend. I am Julian Mantle." Miraculous transformation. What I heard amazed me. Was this young man in his prime really the same Julian Mantle, who had gone through a life crisis that no one I knew had ever experienced? And if this is him, how did he manage to change his appearance so amazingly? I knew that Julian had sold his estate, his summer mansion, and even his beloved red Ferrari. I knew that he had given up all the privileges of the business elite and went on a pilgrimage to the Himalayas, with some fanatical idea in search of answers to his questions. But it is obvious that a simple trip to this ancient and mysterious place could not change a person so much and unrecognizably. Moreover, who almost played the box from their back-breaking work. The absurdity of what was happening made me panic. My mind raced over other possible explanations for what was happening. Perhaps this is a clever prank played by one of my immature managers to add some fun to this busy work week? Or was this young man a spy sent in by competitors to find out how badly we were doing? Perhaps this intruder in monk's clothing was a violent mental patient and a serious threat. However, before I could evaluate these options in more detail, the young man spoke up. "Peter, I know it's hard for you to believe that it's really me. If I were you, I would doubt it too. All I ask is a modicum of faith that miracles sometimes happen in this life. After all, I didn't just come here." "And why did you come?" I asked, still not fully understanding who was standing in front of me. "I know you're in serious trouble, Peter, and I'm here to help you. If what I heard about Global View when I returned from the Himalayas is true, then you simply must listen to me. You have no other choice. I know how to get your business up and running again. I know how to get the most loyal, dedicated and inspired employees from any competitor. This knowledge was given to me by an enlightened person whom I met high in the mountains. This eternal wisdom is unknown here in the West. However, this knowledge is so deep and powerful that it will transform your company and skyrocket your profits. Curiosity flared up in me. Go on, I said. The wisdom I have come to share with you lies in a unique and highly effective system. With a solid plan, you can just sit back and watch your company flourish. You have no idea how exceptional this system is. Drop all doubts. Take action and your business will become more successful than ever before. Things will go uphill, productivity, the mood of the company, all this will change. Your subordinates will literally gush with ideas. Your team will start to work harmoniously and purposefully again. You don't have to worry about profits anymore. It certainly deserves attention, I replied. But first of all, answer me one question. Suppose you really are Julian, although this is still very doubtful, but why are you dressed like a wandering monk? The Julian mantle I knew wouldn't wear something cheaper than Armani. A fair question, my friend, he replied, narrowing his eyes mischievously, and I immediately recognized Julian's signature smile. Do you mind if I start from the beginning? I'm all ears. Anticipating an interesting story, I settled comfortably in my soft leather chair. And the strange visitor began to tell. He recounted in great detail the rise and fall of the legendary Julian mantle, his brilliant student days at Harvard Law School, his unparalleled success as a trial lawyer in one of the toughest corporate cases in the country. He spoke frankly about his victories and defeats. About his dreams and fears, about his broken marriage and the heart attack that almost killed him. He even mentioned my unimportant golf game, but added that all these years he really missed our meetings on the golf course. Those were really great times, I interrupted, becoming more and more convinced that this young stranger, dressed in a sage outfit, was really Julian Mantle, my long-lost friend. After all, who, besides him, could still know all these details? I got up and approached him. Julian, is that really you? I asked in an apologetic voice. It's me. And it's so nice to meet you again after all these years. This golf ball, your gift for my 50th birthday, means a lot to me. I was so glad to see him. We embraced as old friends as we can and began to reminisce about the old days of our glory. But in the depths of my soul I was tormented by a worm of doubt. After all, I never found a rational explanation for the amazing young look of Julian. He anticipated my question. Do you want to know the secret of my youth? He asked, demonstrating his famous flair. His lips curved into a smirk. Stop making fun of me, Julian. First, showing up unannounced in a stupid monastic garb, throwing rocks at my office window, scaring me to death, and the day has already begun worse than you can imagine. Then you dumbfound yourself by telling me who you really are, and finally, you offer a miraculous way to save my company from collapse. But at the same time, you didn't even bother to explain how you managed to regain your youth. You're walking on a knife edge, Julian. I muttered in mock annoyance. After that heart attack, I decided to completely change my destiny. Did you hear that I got rid of the estate, the summer mansion, and my other toys? I could have at least kept my Ferrari, Julian. It was an amazing car. I still remember how you flew it around with the spectacular blonde you were dating at the time, and how her hair was blowing in the wind. Julian smiled for a moment. The one who liked pink miniskirts? She is the best. Then he thought seriously. If I really wanted to discover something completely new, I had to cut off all the bonds of my old life. I adored my Ferrari, but I knew that I had to part with it. Otherwise, it would have been like trying to sail out to sea in a boat tied to a dock. So I sold everything that connected me with the former wild life, and went to India. I have always believed that only in this country can I find the truth. Julian described his wanderings through the expanses of this vast country in search of knowledge that could make his life happier and more harmonious. Sometimes he traveled by train, sometimes by bike, and sometimes he just walked. He visited ancient temples and studied with respected sages. He met other people who were looking for answers to spiritual questions. With some of them he was united by strong ties of friendship. But at the beginning of his stay in India, the wisdom he sought eluded him. But Julian did not lose heart and continued to search for the truth, until he finally heard about a community of hermit monks living high in the Himalayas. According to legend, these monks, known as the great sages of Savannah, in their language Savannah means oasis of enlightenment, were able to discover an unusual system that allowed a person to find his calling in both personal and professional life. Finding these monks was not so easy. Many have tried to find them, Julian said. Business people were looking for them to learn how to trade more profitably. Others needed leadership lessons to gain self-confidence. But the peaks of the Himalayas are deadly, and in this pursuit of the elusive sages, many have paid with their lives. But Julian was not used to giving in to danger. He ignored the warnings and, determined to find Savannah, began his ascent. For many days and nights he traveled to the majestic Himalayan peaks. At first, his path lay along the beaten paths of the foothills, but with each step the climb became steeper and the paths more confusing. He walked forward, hoping that the road would lead him to the abode of the great sages. He told me that time spent in absolute solitude allowed him to reflect on what his former life really was and what it could be. All my life I was absorbed by work, I never had enough time to think about the main thing. Only now do I understand that the ability to think and concentrate is one of the most important business qualities. I did not know then that in a world where information rules, ideas are the key to success. And the most effective in this world is the one who is able to think effectively. Julian explained. The time spent alone in these mountains was the time of my transformation. For the first time in my life, Peter, I began to realize who I really am and who I was before. The higher Julian climbed the mountains, the more tired he was. At some point, he was afraid that he would give up in front of an impenetrable and dangerous landscape and turn back, as many once hopeful seekers had done before him. But one sunny morning, on a particularly steep trail, Julian saw the silhouette of a man dressed in a strange red robe topped with a dark blue hood. He had been walking all alone for many days and least of all expected to meet anyone in this deserted place, 1,000 kilometers from civilization. Hoping to find out where Savannah is, he decided to call out to the wanderer. The stranger did not answer the greeting, but only quickened his pace. Soon the mysterious traveler went on the run altogether, his red robes seemed to dance in the wind. Please wait. I need your help to find Savannah. I'm looking for the great sages, Julian pleaded. I have been traveling for 7 days now, I have almost no food and water left. It seems I'm lost. Suddenly the man stopped. As Julian approached, the hooded wanderer remained remarkably calm. Julian approached, and at that moment the light of the sun, breaking through the thick clouds, illuminated the stranger's face. It turned out to be a man like Julian had never met. By some signs, he realized that the wanderer in scarlet robes was his age, but there was not a single wrinkle on his olive skin. His powerful figure radiated vitality, and his gaze was so piercing that Julian looked away. I had no trouble realizing that I had found one of the elusive sages of Savannah, Julian said with a thrill that indicated he was still under the influence of that long-ago meeting. So I opened my heart to him and poured out my soul on that mountain. I told him what made me go on this journey and what I want to learn. I told him about my former life in the tough world of business, my heart attack, and my desire to learn the secrets of true leadership in business and life. And I begged him to take me to the monastery and let me learn the wisdom that his people own. After carefully listening to Julian's story, the man put his hand on his shoulder and said affectionately, If you desire with all your heart to know wisdom, then it is my duty to help you. I am indeed one of those sages you have come so far in search of. Please accept my congratulations, you are the first one to find us in many years. I admire your perseverance. You must have been a very good lawyer. If you wish, you can come with me and be a guest in our community. Our temple is hidden from prying eyes deep in the mountains. It is several hours away from here. My brothers and sisters will welcome you with open arms. Together we will teach you the ancient wisdom that we inherited from our ancestors. But in order to follow the sage, Julian had to accept one condition. Before I take you with me to our secluded abode and reveal ancient knowledge to you, you must make a promise. We live far from civilization, but this does not prevent us from knowing what turmoil your world is in. Leaders of all levels are trying to cope with the crises and huge instability that reign in modern business. The competition has never been as intense as it is now. This is because the world is changing too fast. In vain attempts to find solid ground under their feet, people lose heart. They lose inspiration and devotion to the chosen path. Sadly, too many men and women do not attach any importance to their activities, and then wonder why joy and contentment have gone out of their lives. Your heart attack only proves the truth of my words. But hope for all these people did not go out. Her light is in you. Do you see the light of hope in me? Julian wondered. But I have come to gain knowledge myself. Don't worry, the sage replied. Here, in these mysterious mountains, you will master the secret of true leadership. We will show you a universal way to make any, even the most hopeless, company prosper. We will teach you the timeless principles of personal leadership. You will find yourself again and begin to live in a completely different way. Only a few in this world manage to know the wisdom of management, but it is necessary that any person gain access to it. Therefore, before you go with me to the community and meet my brothers and sisters, I must put one condition on you. The sage demanded that Julian, having mastered the knowledge of the great sages, share their lessons with all people in the West who need them. His duty, the sage explained, is to be a conductor of the ancient wisdom of the East to the people of the West, so that they can transform their lives. Julian immediately agreed with the condition of the sage and promised that he would become the most ardent preacher of this knowledge. A sudden realization dawned on me. Don't tell me, I interrupted him, that I am one of those who need to hear the message of the sages. Trust me, Peter, you won't regret hearing about him. Neither you nor your company will ever be the same again. Putting aside my usual skepticism, I responded with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. When can we start? Perhaps I was already fed up with failure and stagnation, and I hoped that Julian really had a miracle cure that would help revive my business. The old Julian Mantle was full of faults, but anyone who knew him could swear he always told the truth. How about tomorrow evening? Will 5 o'clock suit you? Julian asked, thrusting one hand into his robe. Tomorrow at 5 I have an appointment with one of our strategic partners, but for your sake I will cancel it. So that would be fine, Your Holiness, I replied jokingly. Shall we meet here? You seem to be partial to my rose garden. And the guards know you now. He pulled out of his robes a wooden object that looked like a piece of a puzzle and, like a golf ball, threw it at me. With a last smile, he walked past my guards, who were drinking coffee as if nothing had happened. See you tomorrow, he said as he walked away. Watching my former golf partner's long red robe sway from side to side gave me a strange thrill. I could hardly believe that this was actually happening, but maybe there was hope for global view? Perhaps I can inspire my subordinates and my once successful company will have a future? Maybe it is this particular Himalayan leadership system that will lead us to hitherto unseen success and open up new markets? And maybe I'll finally find out what the secret of Julian's returned youth is. I found myself staring at the stack of paperwork on my desk for several minutes, and remembered the wooden puzzle Julian had dropped before leaving. I started looking at her. It was decorated with an intricate pattern. It seems that this is not even a pattern, but some kind of inscription. How strange, I thought. The words, fairly worn from time to time, were almost unreadable. I took out a magnifying glass from my desk drawer and read the inscription. It read, Ritual 1, Comparing Costs and Purposes. The Wisdom of Leadership. In divine providence, the most inspiring thing is that only we own our thoughts, temper our character, change the world around us, and create our own destiny. This is the most beautiful of all the truths of this age. James Allen. My heart was pounding with excitement as I turned onto the 3-lane country road leading to my golf club, one of the most prestigious in the country. Judges, senators, financiers, and celebrities felt at home here like fish in water. The queue for membership in the club was scheduled 10 years ahead. This place was definitely a tasty morsel. I was certainly flattered to be one of the members of this elite institution. And I would be even happier if I had time to visit this place more often. But Global View had so many problems that I could only dream of a round of golf. The wooden building of the club with impressive columns looked picturesque against the backdrop of manicured fields and lush gardens. As I drove up, I immediately noticed Julian. He sat on the veranda under the shade of a large umbrella, sipping a cold drink. It was obvious that he was reading a book. And despite the strict dress code, he was still dressed in a monastic ruby-red robe. I couldn't help but smile. Julian always did things his own way. That's why they loved him. Julian! I shouted as I climbed the steps of the veranda. He stood up and held out his hand to me. Thanks for coming, Peter. I promise you won't be disappointed. We sat down at the table. I ordered myself a martini. Another grueling day at the office had just ended, and I was hoping a drink would help me unwind. I've been through so much in the past few months that I've taken every opportunity to calm my nerves a bit. What are you reading? I asked, looking at the leather-bound book in Julian's hands. This is a book about the life of Gandhi. I didn't know you were into Gandhi. And in general, in all the years of our acquaintance, I have never seen you with a book in your hands. I'm not the rushed, broken Julian Mantle you once knew. I have completely changed. You have no idea how much. You know what it sounds like, one of the many lessons that I learned the Himalayas. If you have knowledge and determination, then nothing is impossible for you. So now I try not to go a day without a book. The book teaches me wisdom and helps me focus on my goal. And the realization of the goal strengthens my determination to move forward. Interesting. But why Gandhi? Even in the abode of the sages, I began to seriously study the issues of leadership. There I rethought many things. Most people perceive the concept of leadership only in a business sense. They think that the leader is certainly the head of the company, who knows how to motivate his subordinates so that all their thoughts are occupied exclusively by the grandiose plans of the company. But the sages explained to me that in fact this concept is much broader. Leadership is a philosophy of life. An outstanding leader can be not only the head of the company or manager. It can be a dedicated scientist and a loving mother. Coaches run sports teams, and politicians run society. But leadership always begins with oneself, with one's inner discipline. You must understand that leadership is the most important thing in your life. As Robert Louis Stevenson said, the only thing we have in this life is to be who we are and to become who we are capable of becoming. Truly wise people strive for leadership not only in their business, but also in their own lives. After returning from the Himalayas, I began to study the life of Gandhi. I believe this man was the ultimate leader, one of the greatest that ever lived on earth. He had the deep wisdom to lead his people into the future he saw and dreamed of, but he also had the courage to lead himself. For me, he is a model of enlightened and effective leadership. It's hard to disagree with this. One day, when Gandhi was getting off the train, one of his sandals slipped off his foot and fell on the rails. The train was already moving, so Gandhi had no way to pick it up. Then he did something that amazed his companions. And what? He removed the sandal from the other foot and threw it towards the first. His companions immediately began to ask why he did this. As he stomped on the platform with his bare feet, he smiled slightly and replied, "Now the poor man who finds them will have a pair and can wear them." Amazing story. Gandhi also had incredible modesty, the best quality of a leader. Is it true? I would never have thought that a leader needs modesty. But it is so. Julian answered shortly. He politely beckoned to a passing waiter and ordered herbal tea. A few minutes later the waiter returned with a teapot and an elegant china cup. Julian started pouring tea into a cup, and poured until the cup was filled to the brim, and then, which was very strange, he continued to pour. Soon the tea was already spilling over the edge of the table and spreading across the wooden floor of the veranda. And Julian did not stop. "Julian, what are you doing?" I exclaimed in bewilderment. "I'm teaching you one of the most important lessons in leadership," he replied calmly. "Most leaders are very similar to this teacup." "How so?" "They're just like this cup, full to the brim. Their mind is full of their own opinions, ideas, and prejudices, which prevents them from learning new things. And in our rapidly changing world, where every leader must constantly learn new concepts and acquire new skills, this quality of character for a leader is almost a death sentence." How to fix it? Very simple. You need to empty your cup. Everyone who wants to be a leader must learn to perceive new knowledge and consider himself a student all his life, regardless of how many big words are written on his business card. People must discover for themselves what the sages of the East call the free mind. This is the most necessary skill not only for a leader, but for any person striving for success. That's why I called humility the most important quality for a leader. And Gandhi fascinates me. The golfers, who had gone up on the veranda to rest from another round, gave us amazed looks, but Julian did not seem to care at all. He calmly continued. "The sage I told you about yesterday was the head of the community of the great sages of Savannah. After I accepted his condition and promised to return home to preach the wisdom of leadership among the people of the West, he gave his name Yogi Raman. He led me along a series of intricate mountain paths that led us to a valley surrounded by lush gardens. On the one hand, it was guarded by the peaks of the Himalayas directed to the sky. On the other side of the valley, filling the air with the scent of pine needles, a dense pine forest darkened. Yogi Raman smiled at me and said, 'Welcome to Savannah's nirvana.' We went down a narrow path deep into the forest. I still remember how strongly I was affected by the smells of pine and sandalwood that permeated this mystical place. The ground was full of orchids of all colors and other exotic flowers that I had never seen before. Soon we began to hear someone's voices, and then a clearing appeared. When we approached, a sight opened before me, which I will not forget, probably, until the end of my days." "And what did you see?" I asked. "I saw a village where all the houses seemed to be made entirely of roses. In the center of the village stood a small temple like those I had seen in Thailand and Nepal. Only this temple was made of red, white and pink flowers, fastened together with many multicolored ropes and branches. Around it were small huts, the dwellings of the monks. But what struck me even more was the inhabitants of this place," Julian added. "The men, like Yogi Raman, were dressed in red robes. They smiled politely as they passed me. Their faces expressed deep calmness, and their eyes shone with wisdom. They were not at all worried that an unexpected guest appeared among them, violating the sanctity of this secret mountain monastery with his mere presence. When they greeted me, they simply bowed their heads and continued with their daily activities. Their women made an equally strong impression on me. They wore beautiful pink silk saris, and living lotuses were white in their shiny, long, black hair. I have never met such people before. And although all the villagers were already adults, their eyes sparkled, radiating energy and passion for life. None of them had a wrinkle or gray hair, none of them looked old. Julian was taken to a separate hut, where he lived for the next few months. "Let's warm up a bit," Julian said, getting up. "I will continue my story as I go." "And grab those clubs, please," he asked, pointing to a very worn golf set that someone left on the veranda. "Do you really want to play a part in your outfit?" "Not really, I want to show you something more important." On the way to the field, Julian continued to share his amazing story with me. Feeling that Julian was seized by a sincere desire to master the secrets of leadership, Yogi Raman took Julian under his wing and devoted all his time to a new student. It happened that they discussed the eternal truths of Savannah from the first rays of the sun until sunset. Julian's lively and sharp mind absorbed this powerful knowledge like a sponge, which was to change not only his life, but also the fate of many people in the West. On other days, they silently walked through the pine forest, meditating on what had been said earlier in deep silence. Over time, Raman became like a father to Julian. He showed him life from a completely different side and helped his personality to fully open up. After learning about the heart attack and about the lifestyle Julian led before, Raman immediately focused on a system of self-control that was supposed to transform Julian physically and spiritually. Whoever wants to become a leader for others must learn to lead himself. Internal leadership precedes external leadership. The sage instructed him. Raman taught Julian how to manage stress, deal with anxiety, and maintain inner peace and harmony. He showed him how to accumulate reserves of personal energy, unleash creativity, and increase vitality. Within a few weeks, Julian was transformed both inside and out. He became younger, his strength and positive attitude towards the future returned to him. Never before had he felt so good. Julian began to believe that he could truly change the world by preaching the priceless wisdom he had discovered in the Himalayas. The ancient knowledge of the great sages of Savannah worked miracles with him. When Julian regained his excellent physical form and reached the desired spiritual state, Yogi Raman began to teach him the secrets of leadership. It was they who, according to Julian's promises, were supposed to transform global view and elevate it to the pinnacle of success. The elder of the community of the great sages said that all failures in business and personal life stem from misconceptions about leadership. A company will not prosper if its leader lacks wisdom. None of the people will be able to fully realize their potential until they learn to control their own destiny. And although Raman lived in a place hidden from the rest of the world, he was nevertheless well aware of the crisis of leadership in the Western world. It was he who suggested to Julian the solution to this problem. "I spent a lifetime thinking about what enlightened leadership is," Julian recalled the words of the sage, spoken by him while relaxing in a mountain meadow. "For many years I have been trying to figure out what made the greatest leaders great. As a monk, all my life I have been striving for truth and knowledge. I set myself the goal of discovering the secrets of true leadership. Over time, I came to understand that each of the most influential and respected leaders followed certain laws, and that these laws have existed since ancient times. Based on them, I created a very effective system of dynamic leadership, a kind of plan, following which any person will reveal and realize his professional and personal potential. I intend to teach you this system." "And what is this system?" I inquired, burning with curiosity. We were already approaching the golf course. He told me that all the most enlightened, most active and decisive leaders have one quality that others do not have. And what is this quality? I will show you now. Having said this, Julian pulled out a club from a leather bag. Don't tell me that by learning from the sages, you found time to train. Exactly. I played golf every day. It was a kind of psychological relief, and besides, the game helped me to recover. What I heard made me chuckle skeptically. Probably, among other things, these mysterious monks in their mountains also discovered a magical golf system. I sneered. What could be better than a game of golf after meditation? And they ride bamboo carts between the holes, don't they? Very funny, Julian retorted. What else could he expect? His story went from weird to incredible. No, I did play golf, Peter. In your mind. Imaginary golf? Never heard of such a thing. A few years ago, I read an article in a magazine about a Vietnam veteran who was able to survive solitary confinement by playing imaginary chess. This not only helped keep him from going insane, but also incredibly improved his chess abilities. And when, after his release from captivity, he had the opportunity to play with a real opponent, he brilliantly played the game. Impressive. I was also impressed when I heard about this story. Being among the wise men, I remembered my passion for golf. I decided to repeat the strategy of a military veteran and in my free time began to practice golf in my imagination. You have no idea how much pleasure I felt in those moments. It's like I'm back in my childhood. I think this game contributed a lot to my revival. But have you become better at playing real golf? I don't know. It was my first time on the field in many years. By the way, the last time I played real golf was with you. But believe me, I've played thousands of rounds of golf in my mind, and now I feel like I played just yesterday. Well, let's get started. Look at both. I think you will be very surprised by what you will see now. Julian took out the same anniversary golf ball from his robe. You're not going to play with my gift, are you? I wondered, slightly annoyed that my friend had chosen this particular golden ball for his demonstration. Look at both. He repeated. Julian focused on the hole at the opposite end of the field. Then, with the ease and grace of a professional, he swung his club, hit the ball with perfect accuracy and sent it high into the sky. I have never seen such a brilliant strike in his performance. However, despite such a good serve, it seemed to me that the ball would not reach the goal. I looked down at Julian, trying my best to show that the attempt to impress me had failed. But then something incredible happened. The ball suddenly began to accelerate, as if enchanted or picked up by a gust of wind. Now he was already flying straight towards the hole. This turn of events attracted the attention of several golf club employees, and a couple of players relaxing on the veranda even got up from their chairs to see what would happen. The ball finally landed on the green lawn next to the hole and began to roll slowly in its direction. This section was not easy, and it was rare for any of the players to score from one blow. Perhaps my friend in monastic robes, wearing only sandals on his feet, will interrupt this series of failures? The ball approached the hole, then completely slowed down and seemed to almost stop. Oh, Julian, I breathed disappointedly. You almost made it. Wait a minute, Peter. One of the leadership lessons I've learned is, life can throw obstacles even a minute before success. Do not lose faith, and continue to strive for the goal. I was already sure that the ball would not budge, but it continued to roll until it hit the hole directly. Hooray! There was an astonished exclamation of one of the spectators of this exceptional event. Julian raised his hands to the sky and did a little victory dance, like a child rejoicing at his achievement. I could only shake my head and laugh. It's just incredible. You never ceased to amaze me. My congratulations, Julian. After calming down a bit, I asked him to explain how he did it. Did you really intend to hit the hole with one shot? Yes. Although, to be honest, I was not completely sure that I would succeed. To entertain myself in the Himalayas, I have been transported in my imagination to this course hundreds of times and played golf. However, even I am surprised at the result that these mental trainings have brought. The fact that I managed to score proves one very important truth, which I am going to tell you, Julian said cryptically. Does this have anything to do with the puzzle piece you left me yesterday? Yes. What do you think, Peter? What allowed me to score with one shot after a gap of many years? But you just answered your own question, Julian. All because of your mental exercises in the Himalayas. You've played the game over in your mind so many times that you've created some kind of plan. And today you came and just made this plan a reality. Very well, Peter. You have always had a quick and sharp mind. You know I love golf. To improve my technique, I have recently started reading biographies and essays of great players. So, they all write that golf is a game for the mind. For example, Jack Nicklaus mentions that every time he walked across the field before a game, he imagined the shots he was about to take. Even before the game, he saw them with his inner eye many times. This became his secret advantage. So you didn't really surprise me with your story. The greatest leaders in the business world do the same. Do they play imaginary golf? I answered, grinning. No, Peter. They clearly see the future of their company and create a plan for how their company should work in a few years. They are well aware of the nature of the success they seek. With each of their actions, they approach a bright image of the future. In other words, my friend, they have a vision. This is what inspires them to get the stars from the sky. This is the main secret of the success of great leaders. Sounds too easy. Just a clear vision of my company's future and I'll be a great leader? Not at all. There are many other practices and truths that every successful leader must follow. Yogi Raman revealed them all to me, and soon I will share them with you. For now, remember this, great organizations start with great leaders, and great leaders are not afraid to dream big. Successful leaders are always visionaries, able to create a clear picture of the future of their companies and connect it with the actions of their subordinates in the present. Therefore, all their actions have only one goal, to bring the organization closer to the image presented by the leader. As Woodrow Wilson said, you are not here to make ends meet. You are here to live a life of opportunity, hope and achievement. You have come here to enrich this world, and you are stealing from yourself if you forget about it. Well said. Remember, as soon as you subordinate life to your vision of the future, success will come to you. You do not have to chase him, he will simply come as a result of efforts aimed at a worthy goal. And some monk from the Himalayas taught you all this? Not some. Yogi Raman has spent many years researching the fates of the greatest historical leaders. He taught me a system by which any leader could inspire and power any team and lift any organization to unprecedented heights. Raman was not familiar with all the subtleties of the Western world, but he did not need to know them. The wisdom that he learned and passed on to me is based on the secrets of leadership that have passed through the ages. These are immutable truths that can be likened to the laws of nature. And while the world of business is drowning in a sea of constant change and crisis, the secrets of managing people remain unchanged. So every great leader is a visionary who creates a distinct connection to the future through an accurate representation of the result. Henry Kissinger said something similar a few years ago. The task of a leader is to bring subordinates from where they have been to where they have never been. Is that what you were trying to explain to me? Yes, Peter. You understood me correctly. But I'll give you another example. Remember that famous ophthalmologist who played golf with us from time to time? Certainly. I liked this guy with a wonderful sense of humor. He also organized an annual party for all the ophthalmologists in the city. Do you remember what it was called? You won't forget this. I chuckled. Eyeball. During one of our games, he told about his very young patient. The inattentive doctor put a bandage on his healthy eye instead of the patient. And when it was removed, they found that the boy completely stopped seeing with this eye. The bandage inhibited the development of vision, and this caused blindness. Doctors call this phenomenon amblyopia. Sad story. I will never forget this story, Peter. It has something in common with the leadership lesson I'm giving you. In today's business world, too many people have fallen victim to habit. Day after day they do the same things with the same people. Not a single new thought is born in them, not a single fresh idea comes into their head. They are unable to assess the risks, and do not seek to do so. They have locked themselves in their comfort zone and refuse to leave it. It seems to me that such leaders have their own form of amblyopia. In terms of doing the same thing day after day, year after year, they seem to put bandages on their healthy eyes. They are no longer able to see the great opportunities that our rapidly changing world presents them. Giving up their natural vision, they lose it and go blind. Never let this happen to you, my friend. Tear off the usual bandages and start looking for new opportunities. The best way to succeed in the future is to create it yourself. Helen Keller once said, "Looking and not being able to see the truth is worse than being blind." Now you understand that the most enlightened and effective leaders are visionary leaders, Julian continued. It is my duty to teach you some skills and give you the necessary tools so that you can become one of these leaders. It's time to introduce you to the Raman Yoga system. May I ask one question first? Of course, Julian replied. I really need the wisdom of the Sivan monks. Global View has big problems. My best programmers are running like rats from a sinking ship. Nobody trusts managers, team spirit has long been forgotten. Our employees have stopped thinking creatively, and we work in an industry that constantly requires innovation. All attempts to correct the situation lead to nothing. Any reforms only exhaust the people. Technology is changing, the industry is changing, and our customers' expectations are changing. But I don't know at all in what direction the company needs to develop. I shared my problems with Julian. My leadership skills really need improvement. In digital, my career growth was too fast. Yes, I took several management courses, but no one ever taught me how to manage people. For all these years, I have not understood how to motivate my team, how to achieve efficiency and coherence from it. I was not even taught how to manage my time, and this is the most important skill for any leader. Now that I have my own company, things are even worse. I always have too much to do and too little time. Subordinates expect me to solve all their problems. Due to constant stress, I often break down, and this only worsens the situation. I completely forgot about my personal life. I keep promising myself that next year I will definitely find time for my family. But things won't let me go. Only a miracle can save me, and it is a miracle that you promise me. But I would like to start with one simple question. Please ask, Julian replied politely. What does the word leadership really mean? What is its essence? I run a company with over 2,500 employees but have never been able to grasp the meaning of the word. As I said earlier, leadership is the ability to act purposefully in order to achieve a worthy goal. Leadership is the realization that nothing is impossible, there is only what you have never done before. The position of CEO or president does not make a person a leader. Everyone in your company can be a leader. You see, Peter, to manage is to inspire and influence. Leadership is not about managing affairs, but revealing all the abilities of your subordinates. Visionary leaders understand that a company's most valuable asset is its people. A true leader can captivate people with their vision of the future and help them realize their talents along the way. You are capable of it, and so are your managers. Even your salespeople are capable of being leaders in their field. And most importantly, truly effective leaders live in two dimensions at the same time. How to understand it? Great leaders know that leadership is not an innate talent, but an acquired skill that needs to be constantly honed. It is very important to be able to work with the present, but be focused on the future. That's why I said that leaders seem to live in two dimensions at once, in the present and in the future. The leader must meet the challenges of today, but at the same time work to create the future. I really like how Raman put it elegantly: a true leader is the one who, clearing the way to the goal, does not lose sight of it. A company without dedicated employees and without the pursuit of a clear goal will be crushed by competitors. So that's what the inscription on the puzzle piece you left me yesterday means? Yes. Do you remember what the words on it say? I quickly took a piece of wood out of the front pocket of my yellow golf vest. The letters were illegible, but I could still read the inscription. And what does it say? Ritual 1, Comparison of Costs and Goals. Can you explain what these words mean? You'll understand soon enough. Ritual 1, Linking Costs and Goals. There is no greater pleasure in life than overcoming obstacles along the way and climbing up the ladder of success. He who works tirelessly will not be left with nothing. First he will have hope, and then satisfaction. Samuel Johnson. As Julian and I talked, the sun gradually set. The day was replaced by an equally hot summer evening. "How can you wear your clothes in this weather?" I asked. "I'm fine," Julian assured, "but I'd appreciate a glass of cool water." "Of course," I replied, and motioned for the waiter to convey the request of my strangely dressed friend. I was convinced again that the man sitting next to me had nothing to do with the Julian Mantle I knew before. In this young man, healthy in body and spirit, it was completely impossible to discern that tired lawyer, addicted to alcohol and other vices that almost killed him. Now Julian was an ideal example of the principles of life that he became a preacher. You know, Peter, there are a lot of self-proclaimed gurus divorced these days. They travel around the country, hold regular seminars and churn out book after book. And although most of them are just charlatans, there are still people with really valuable ideas. But there is one problem: they are afraid to act. Because of this, they will never succeed in business. Are you afraid to act? Yes, this explains why a large number of ideas remain without implementation. Often people know what needs to be done but don't do it. They forgot that man was created to act. Many leaders know the principles that I have. But the problem is that they fail to implement them. They are too bogged down in the daily routine and put off change until later. And in the meantime, days, months, years pass. Such leaders do not realize that the main key to success is the ability to put into practice the accumulated knowledge. Everyone enthusiastically says that we are lucky to live in the information age. But few people understand that knowledge in itself is useless. It gives strength and advantages only when we know how to use it. You are absolutely right, Julian. My managers and I know at least a dozen ways to somehow improve the state of affairs in the company. But we are too busy solving small daily problems and putting off making big decisions until later again and again. This is a problem for a lot of people. So remember, the key to your success is to learn how to apply the wisdom of Raman's leadership that I teach you in your daily life. It is foolish to hope that one day this knowledge will help you by itself. Your task is to realize their power and find a place for them in your life. Here and now. This is the only way you can achieve results and fix things in global view. As Herodotus said several thousand years ago, the most bitter thing in human life is to have knowledge, but not power. And how do you propose to apply this wisdom here and now? Now the most important thing for you is to learn to ritualize the lessons learned. What are you talking about? The most effective way to apply the lessons of leadership in everyday life is to create special rituals for them. This is one of the most valuable truths that I present to you. It's still not very clear to me. Can you give an example of such a ritual? Certainly. The sages of Savannah had one simple ritual to get up at sunrise. They said that this gave them a huge advantage and developed self-discipline. This ritual was an integral part of their lives. Following it day by day, the time gradually comes when such a rise becomes completely natural for the body and does not require any effort. One of my managers told me about this. When he was still a boy, his father made him wake up every day at 5 in the morning to temper his character. Now, many years later, he still gets up at the same time, even on weekends. Perhaps that is why he is one of the most effective employees of our company. There are many ways to increase your efficiency. And getting up early is definitely one of the best. But the point is different. The sages of Savannah and your manager did the same thing. They ritualized this process. For some, the ritual is to have dinner at a certain time, for others, to read before bedtime. It is very important that you understand this now. In order to become a visionary leader and realize talents in managing people, it is necessary to let the received wisdom into everyday life. You must fill your days with rituals. All great leaders have done the same in their time. It will take you to a new level, from simple knowledge to the ability to apply it. Is brushing your teeth also a kind of ritual? I asked, without any sarcasm. Undoubtedly. You're not going to the office without brushing your teeth, are you? I don't dislike my subordinates that much, I laughed heartily. Or have you forgotten that such cruel and perverted torture is prohibited in our area? Julian chuckled too, but quickly returned to the subject. You brush your teeth every morning, and this is such a habitual action that you don't even think about whether to do it or not. If you are as good at incorporating those principles of leadership from the system developed by Raman into your daily life, then your success as a leader is guaranteed. I promise you this. Great, I get it. To become an enlightened and effective leader, I need a clear vision of the future. I need to know what I am striving for and in what direction to make efforts to achieve this. But I also have to create rituals that will help me apply this knowledge every day, no matter how busy I am. Ideally, I should achieve the unconscious fulfillment of them. Now that I know the basics, can you share these ancient leadership secrets with me? Excitement and curiosity overwhelmed me. Julian looked up at the sky. During our conversation, it got dark, and it was strewn with stars. He looked into this infinity and seemed to be trying to consider one particular star. Then he began to say something in a whisper. And although most of it was incomprehensible, I heard, "There you are, my friend. I miss you." Realizing the situation, Julian became slightly embarrassed and turned his attention back to me. "I'm sorry, Peter. I've been alone for too long and I've lost my manners. I apologize for my mind, which briefly left you. Now I managed to find something that I could not find all this week. Raman taught me several rituals practiced by seer leaders, 8 to be exact," Julian continued. These 8 rituals represent the quintessence of all the wisdom of leadership accumulated over the centuries, from the greatest men in history. These are not just popular tips from a business magazine, but timeless truths that can excite your subordinates, develop incredible loyalty in them and improve their lives. Raman combined these rituals into a powerful system. You have been patient and sincere in your desire to improve your leadership abilities. And now it's time to teach it to you. I assume that the puzzle piece you left yesterday is related to the first ritual from this system? It is, Peter. The first ritual of leadership providence, linking costs and goals. In other words, it is a ritual of creating an exciting image of the future. But having a clear vision is not enough. It must captivate the minds and hearts of your subordinates. People will do a lot more work responsibilities for the sake of an exciting and noble image. Having a goal is the most powerful motivator in the world. Raman told me that most of all people want to influence the lives of others. Man has a deep innate desire to be a part of something greater than himself. Whether a CEO or a simple office worker, everyone has a need to feel the importance of their work. Great leaders respect this thirst and constantly talk to their subordinates about how important their work is. They also constantly inspire employees, showing that their work brings them closer to achieving a noble goal. Simply put, great leaders give their followers a reason to wake up in the morning. Very interesting. But how can I apply this in my case? Have you said before that low team spirit hinders the growth of your company? This is true. Then remember, Peter. There are no unmotivated people, only unmotivated employees. Take any employee who, in your opinion, lacks motivation and initiative. And look at his private life, guess what you'll see? I have no idea what you're getting at. You will see that this person has favorite hobbies and interests that excite him. You will discover that he reads until late at night, spends hours studying foreign languages or playing a musical instrument. Every person has something that motivates them. The main task of the leader is to make his team inspired by that exciting way in his vision of the future. Psychologists have long said, man by nature tries to avoid pain and seeks pleasure. Visionary leaders find ways to get subordinates to associate with pleasure the task at hand and their daily work. They link cost and purpose. What is the goal of your subordinates now? Julian continued. Julian, do not be offended, but, in my opinion, we have already talked about this topic. I'm completely tired of talking about setting goals. I agree. But it's a fact that a good vision for the future of the company can help redirect your employees' energy in the right direction. So please be patient. Become the most popular supplier in our market, create high-quality products, and grow into a $5 billion company within 5 years, I said proudly. Do you really think that such a statement of the problem can inspire people to work for the good of the company? Do you seriously believe that you gave your people a reason to get out of bed every morning? Have you actually shown them an exciting goal that they want to aim for? Every company wants customers to choose it. As for the $5 billion, I'll let you in on a secret, you're the only one in the whole company who cares. Such a goal has no emotional impact on the average company employee who works hard to provide for his family. Julian's words hurt me. I knew he was deliberately challenging me to get me thinking in a new direction. But he hit, not in the eyebrow, but in the eye. I myself came up with this slogan, and it meant a lot to me. Let's look for ways to change this task to make your vision of the future more attractive to your subordinates. What industry do you work in? We create software. And who are your main clients? Medical institutions. Our programs are mainly used in major hospitals to improve patient care. That's already something, Julian replied, but what do your programs actually do? Our best-selling software is designed to help doctors and nurses manage critically ill patients. Although we only started releasing it last year, we have received information about hundreds of thousands of lives that have been saved thanks to this program. That's just what I meant by noble purpose, Julian said with great enthusiasm. And how much profit would Global View receive for saving millions of lives? Hard to tell. So many factors to consider. Here's where I'm going, let's not get too specific about the numbers, Julian interrupted. Just tell me, If every year your programs save millions of lives, is there any chance that your profit will reach 5 billion? Yes, it is possible, I said. Great. Now imagine that you slightly change the task for your employees. Global View is truly dedicated to saving lives. We managed to save hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children. We hope that in the future our customers will be able to use our advanced, high-tech software to help people. Our goal over the next 5 years is to save at least another 5 million lives and significantly improve healthcare quality standards. Incredible, I replied, realizing the power of Julian's lesson. You see, Peter, the task of every leader is to determine the reality for his subordinates. It is necessary to show them a more enlightened view of the world around them. The leader must be able to turn the difficulties faced by the company into opportunities for its development and success. It does more than just show employees how to do the job right. This is the task of managers. An enlightened leader must pay attention to the right things, give subordinates good reasons to work better than before. He is obliged to constantly remind everyone that the goal the company is striving for is worthy and noble. He understands that the best motivator for hard work is filling the work with meaning. And a truly visionary leader gives hope to his followers. He shows them that there is another reality, a higher meaning, to which they will join if they follow his vision of the future. In other words, he instills a passion for his work in his people, inspiring their hearts and minds with the power of his purpose. Napoleon Hill said, "Your vision and your dreams are the children of your soul, the blueprints for your greatest accomplishments in life." And Orison Suet Marden wrote, "There is no cure as powerful as hope. Just as there is no incentive stronger and more effective than the expectation of something better from tomorrow. Find your vision, for which you will not be sorry to give your all. And it will become your driving force, your meaning of being and the work of your whole life. The inspiration and positive energy you create will infuse the entire organization. It's so vital, Julian. If only I could really find a worthwhile goal or vision for the future for Global View and communicate it to my people, thereby quenching their thirst to contribute to something important. Then they would really want to work. You are right. And stop dwelling on what you will get in the future. Instead, become more aware of your vision and understand why it is the way it is. Focus your strength and energy on the real purpose behind your actions and stop focusing on your gains. This way you will achieve what you want much faster. Why? I will tell you a parable that Raman once told me. She will clearly answer your question. Once there lived a young man. He traveled thousands of kilometers in search of the famous sage. When the young man succeeded, he said that he wanted to become the wisest person on earth, and therefore he was looking for the best teacher in the world. Seeing the youth's enthusiasm, the sage agreed to teach him. "How long will it take for me to reach enlightenment?" the young man asked. "At least 5 years," the teacher replied. "I can't wait 5 years, it's too long." "What if I study twice as hard as your other students?" "Then it will take 10 years, the teacher replied. 10 years? What if I study day and night? How long will it take then?" 15 years, the old man went on. The young man was perplexed. Why is the deadline getting longer despite the fact that I promised to work harder to achieve my goal? And then the wise man said, "The answer is very simple. When one eye is on the reward, only one eye is left on your target." I won't forget this story, Julian. Very true, isn't it? The young man thought only about what he would receive by achieving the goal, and not about what he could give to others. And so the desired goal kept moving away. Here's what I'm trying to tell you, Peter, you have to focus on giving yourself. In order to reap the fruits, you must first sow them. What an irony in life. By choosing a worthy goal and giving yourself completely to it, only then will you receive a reward. And I assure you, it will exceed your expectations. In the East they say, the hand that gives roses never loses their fragrance. It really is, I agreed. Here's a great example. Southwest Airlines is one of the most successful major airlines. Herb Keller, its assertive and innovative leader. He could easily describe the task for his company in the same vein as you. But he went the other way. He was wise enough to realize that by giving his subordinates a touching goal, he would get the desired growth of the company, increased profits and increased the number of customers. Therefore, he formulated a problem that is very close to ordinary people. What did he do? He explained that Southwest Airlines is a very special airline with very special people. He showed that the prices for the flights they provide allow people to use their services who have never before been able to afford it. Relatives can now visit each other more often. Markets are opening up for small entrepreneurs that they would never have been able to enter before. Herb Keller showed how useful and important people's work is. He realized that one of the most important tasks of a visionary leader is to inspire hearts. And when he did, everything he wanted from the company came true. So find a way for you and your managers to show your subordinates that their work directly or indirectly affects people's lives. Show them that their work is needed and important. Satisfy their thirst. This is the first ritual of leadership providence. When you connect your effort with a goal, you give people a sense of belonging to something more important than themselves. Your employees will start enjoying their work. And when work gives pleasure, people begin to feel fulfilled in life. And then the real change happens. Henry Ford once said, "There are no indifferent people. Only the pursuit of other people's goals makes a person indifferent." Share your vision with your subordinates. Let them feel complicity, and they will repay you with devotion. I recently heard of a similar case of inspiration from a noble cause, I added. During the Second World War, the workers sewing parachutes for the Allied forces were exhausted and lost all enthusiasm. No wonder, because they had to do the same thing day after day. Then the factory owners decided to remind them of the importance of their work. Their parachutes could save the lives of their fathers, brothers, sons, and just compatriots. This reminder helped employees realize their involvement in an important goal and increased their productivity to unprecedented heights. Julian reached out to pick up a newspaper that someone had left on a nearby table. He placed it in front of me. The veranda lighting was dim. I tried to see the picture on the first page. I have already read this newspaper today. And thanks to her, I realized one thing that I would like to share with you. What do you see on this page? Julian puzzled me. Looks like a photograph of the Earth, like the ones taken from a space station. Right. In the afternoon, when the midday sun was shining, I looked at this newspaper. Guess what I saw with my eagle eye? I cannot even imagine. I saw that this picture was made of 1,000 small black dots. Try to see it for yourself tomorrow at your morning coffee. And you will find that the whole newspaper is just a collection of a large number of ink dots. What's the point, Julian? I'm saying that no one will tell you this. Ask anyone, everyone will answer that the picture is the Earth. People have learned, while reading a newspaper, to concentrate on the meaning, on the big picture. But in business they often do the opposite. Leaders and managers lose their big mindset and spend their days focusing on small tasks. Dotted. I beat Julian, admiring his analogy. You understood it. Same as me. But many people lose a lot of opportunities for this reason. Focusing on the dots, they will never see the Earth. To be a visionary leader, you must stay focused on the big picture, that exciting goal that is the heart of your vision. You must keep the attention of subordinates on how important their work is for society and for individuals. Then they will have the necessary motivation to work. But is this true for all people? It seems to me that only a certain type of people will work harder, realizing the benefits and significance of their work. For most, what you call a noble cause is just an empty phrase. I'll be honest, my employees only care about the salary. They don't give a damn about the company and some kind of vision. It is your fault. What do you mean? Stop blaming your subordinates for your own mistakes as a leader. Stop blaming the ever-changing economy, higher taxes, tough competition. If your people didn't get your vision, it's because your leadership is no good. If they are not loyal enough to you, it means that you have not given them enough reasons to be loyal. If they don't care about their work, it's because you haven't given them anything to be passionate about. Take full responsibility, Peter. And understand that great leaders create their own followers. Julian's words shocked me. Not numerous seminars, not personal consultants, no one has ever said anything like this to me before. And I knew Julian was right. My intuition told me that this young, bright man in the robes of a monk was telling me something very important. He shares wisdom that will change my leadership and even my life. I knew that I lacked a clear vision of the future, and that everyone around me felt it. And this sense of uncertainty permeated the entire company through my short temper and lack of confidence. My subordinates had neither respect nor trust in me. I knew it. Julian was absolutely right. They did not recognize my leadership. Your subordinates will only follow you when they feel that you really care about their welfare, Julian continued. When they feel that they are important to you as people, only then will they be ready to follow you to the ends of the world. If you begin to value your subordinates above profit, you will do more than just inspire their hearts. You will gain their trust. Don't try any tricks. The secret is that you will only be trusted when you are truly trustworthy. It was already 10 p.m. There was no one on the veranda except me and Julian. I thought about offering to go to my house to continue our conversation there. But the night was too beautiful. The sky was amazingly clear, with thousands of stars adorning it like glitter. The full moon filled everything around with its light, creating an almost mystical atmosphere. I felt it was the most extraordinary day of my life. Julian fully immersed himself in our conversation and, in his elegant and eloquent manner, shared with me his wisdom from high in the Himalayas. I would be a fool if I did not make every effort to learn from his words. It was my duty, for the sake of all the people in my company. Julian, do you mind if I ask you another important question? Not at all. That's what I'm here for. How do real leaders show subordinates that they have really good intentions in mind? Great question, Peter. First of all, you need to master the principle of complicity. Never heard of him? The principle of participation is that your vision, that emotionally exciting goal that we mean by it, should affect the interests of your employees. This will create a previously unimaginable level of trust and commitment. Make sure that your vision of the future is shared by all your subordinates. Too many plans for the future are too formal and do not touch people's hearts. Give your employees, from workers to top managers, a genuine sense of ownership of the purpose your organization is striving for. A shared vision of the future is the core of any world-class company. And how can I do it? You have to show them that achieving your goal will help achieve their own goals too. Combine what is important to you and what is important to them. Or at least show them that fulfilling your goal will bring them a sense of fulfillment. Prove that you really think about their dreams and hopes. Then people will repay you with their trust. And if the relationship between people in the company is based on mutual trust, then the achievement of goals that were not feasible before becomes possible. There is another way to earn the respect and loyalty of your subordinates, Julian added. You have to be a liberator. I didn't have the slightest idea what he was talking about. But today, I already asked too many stupid questions, so I only pretended to nod in understanding in response. Peter, you don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? Julian agreed. Not exactly, I replied, feeling like a schoolboy caught lying. Then why did you nod? Today I am here as your friend and teacher. I'm going to give you the knowledge you need to develop your leadership and save your dying company. But be honest with me. Honesty is one of the main qualities of a leader. Without it, there will be no trust and devotion. People sense insincerity a mile away. If you're not honest, Global View will never achieve greatness. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to look stupid. Far-sighted leaders care about fulfilling their duties, not about creating an intelligent image for themselves. Never forget about it. It is not popularity that makes a person a leader, but unity with his followers. Not formal power or position, but talent and the ability to give people a purpose. Now let's get back to where we started. I'm all ears. Visionary leaders present themselves as liberators, not as limiters to the talents of their followers. The main task of the leader is to help subordinates realize their potential. It is necessary to transform the workplace into a platform for releasing the inner geniuses of your people. The company must first of all provide its employees with the opportunity for personal growth and satisfaction from their work. A true leader is wise enough to understand that in order for subordinates to become truly committed to his image of the future, it is necessary to provide them with decent work that will unlock their latent abilities. It should give people the opportunity to grow personally. You see, Raman told me that another desire of people is the desire to grow and develop. Visionary leaders satisfy this craving. Every person wants to improve himself. And when you, as a leader, dedicate yourself to freeing rather than shackling the talents of those who follow you, then you will get the results you want: loyalty, productivity, creativity, and dedication to your goal. People who feel great and work. This truth of leadership has stood the test of time. Never doubt her. But, unfortunately, most people do not even realize how many talents lie dormant in them. William James, the founder of modern psychology, once said, "Most people realize only a small part of their mental, physical, emotional potential." We all harbor gigantic reservoirs of opportunity that we never dreamed of. And he is absolutely right. If people noticed even a small fraction of the power that is hidden in them, they would be amazed. But most never take the time to look inside themselves to discover who they really are. Did the monks teach you this principle? Yes. Raman was very fond of telling stories on this topic. According to Indian mythology, all people were once gods. But they began to abuse their powers, so the supreme god Brahma decided that he would take his gift from them and hide their divinity where people could never find it. One advisor suggested burying it deep underground, but Brahma didn't like the idea. "One day people will dig deep enough and find it," he said. Another advisor suggested hiding human divinity in the depths of the ocean. "No, one day people will dive deep enough and find it," said Brahma. Another advisor offered to hide in the mountains on the highest peak, but Brahma replied, "No, one day people will find a way to climb there too." Silently thinking, the supreme god found a place where to hide the greatest of his gifts. "Here is the ideal place. I will hide inside the people themselves. They'll never think to look there." Great story. What I'm trying to tell you, Peter, is that there is more ability and energy in every person than he ever imagined. Your job as a leader is to reveal this truth to the people for their benefit. I understand what you're trying to tell me, Julian. But do you really think that everyone has an inner genius? Genius is the presence of outstanding innate abilities. Each person has their own unique skills. The problem is that most leaders do not provide opportunities for subordinates to experience and release these talents. Instead of setting a goal and letting people use their creativity and ability to achieve it, these leaders try to control every step, every action. They treat people like children who are completely incapable of thinking for themselves. Such leaders eventually kill the creativity, energy, and spirit of their subordinates. And then they themselves complain that the employees do not have enough of all this. H.G. Wells wrote, "Leaders should lead the people as far as they can and then disappear. Their ashes should not fall asleep with the fire they manage to kindle. Let your followers flourish by working towards your shared vision. Show them their true talents and open up a whole new world of possibilities for them. Give them the necessary challenge to develop. Let them do new things and learn new skills. Don't get mad if they make mistakes from time to time. After all, mistakes are an integral part of learning. Without them, there will be no victories. The road to success is paved with failure. A far-sighted leader helps people to rise up and does not put pressure on them. Understand that their success is your success too." This was very well noted by Bernard Gimble in his words, "There are two things that are harmful to the heart: running uphill and running over other people's heads." Julian was completely absorbed in the topic of conversation. This was evident in his facial expressions and gestures. Raman expressed it much more eloquently than I could ever have been able to. One late night we were admiring the magnificent starry sky high in the mountains. And he said a phrase that I will never forget. It is the essence of what I call visionary leadership. What did he say? I asked impatiently. The most important task of a visionary leader is to fill the lives of his followers with dignity and honor, to allow them to show their best qualities through the work they do. A strong statement, I said, looking at the sky and trying to grasp the full depth of these words. And it is correct. With dreams come responsibilities, proclaimed the poet William Yeats. A visionary leader has a duty to his followers to help them fulfill themselves and flourish. He understands that the greatest privilege of leaders is the opportunity to improve the lives of others. You must constantly reveal to them the truth about their true potential so that they can see who they really are and what they can achieve. The great psychologist Abraham Maslow said, "Unhappiness, anxiety and fatigue in the modern world are caused by people living far below their real potential." I have a question again. If the duty of a visionary leader is to bring out the best in people and small problems are unimportant, then how to measure your success? I never said that a visionary leader ignores everyday problems, Peter. Of course, he understands that profit is necessary for the growth of the company. Production, product quality, customer satisfaction, he cares about all this too. But above all, he is engaged in the development of his subordinates. He sees them as vessels full of potential, waiting for the purpose for which they will be opened. And he knows that if people live and work at the peak of their abilities, then profits will be ensured. So the answer to your question is simple. A visionary leader measures his success by the number of lives he has transformed. He measures his success not by his strength, but by the number of people he has helped. Doesn't that make sense? You are indeed right, Julian. What else do I need to know? When you and your managers begin to release the potential of your subordinates, it will be necessary to clarify and explain to them your vision of the future. The productivity and loyalty of your employees will inevitably increase if you give them an emotionally compelling goal to work towards. Let them feel that it is their own and realize the importance of the consequences of achieving it. Nothing motivates the mind better than a vision of the future that can touch the heart. Lincoln, Gandhi, Mandela, and Mother Teresa, they all knew it. I will be frank with you. I still don't have a clear vision for the future, and I can't imagine what kind of emotionally gripping goal can be given to my subordinates. I really liked your example about saving lives. This idea inspired me, and I think it will inspire my employees too. This is where you can start. Can you give advice on how a leader can develop his vision? I don't have any magic pills, you'll have to work hard on it. You will need to spend whole days and even weeks thinking about what matters to you and how global view can most affect people. Develop your imagination. Try to imagine what the company will look like in 5, 10, 15 years. Awareness precedes change, so think about all the possibilities that the future holds for you. Another way you can resort to is to use whatever keeps you awake at night to frame your vision. Realize what excites you and your clients. You don't just have to meet their needs. Try to make them happy with your lives. This is the secret of customer loyalty to your products. Start with what they need and develop your vision around that. There is one very important thing you have to do. When you have a clear vision of the future, you will have to constantly compare it with the state of affairs in the present. And based on the discrepancy between them, you will have to build your strategy for change. Then use your leadership influence to convince everyone that your vision will soon become a reality. Remember, the hallmark of visionary leaders is the ability to translate their intentions into tangible results. So farsighted leaders are people of action? They are constantly looking for better and faster ways to make the present the future they want. They are constantly working to realize their vision. Did I understand your lesson correctly? Yes. Visionary leaders know the ancient law of decreasing intention and do everything to avoid being touched by it. I have never heard of such a thing. The law of decreasing intention says that the longer you wait to implement new ideas or strategies, the less enthusiasm you have for implementing them. Anyone who has worked for a large corporation has walked out of a motivational seminar filled with fresh ideas that could completely change their lives. But daily affairs require attention to themselves and force them to postpone the implementation of these plans. And the longer a person spends with realization, the less likely he will ever do it. A few centuries ago, the German philosopher Johann Goethe said, "Everything you can do, and everything you dreamed of doing, start it." Self-confidence has genius, power, and magic. Such simple yet profound words, I replied, trying to absorb their full wisdom. During the few hours I spent with Julian this evening, I learned more about the craft of leadership than in all my previous years in business. The ideas I learned today were very simple and rational, but as Voltaire noted, common sense is far from always obvious. Perhaps I have never had enough time to think deeply about the nature of leadership and how I could apply this knowledge to our company. There were always small problems around me that I had to put out like fires, and because of this, I did not pay attention to the real foundations of effective leadership. Ironically, this denial made things worse. I remember a story about a lighthouse keeper that my grandfather told me. The lighthouse keeper had a certain amount of oil to keep the fire going, which helped passing ships avoid the cliffs along the coast. One night, an old man who lives nearby knocked on the door and asked him to borrow some oil to light his house. The lighthouse keeper helped him. The next night, a stranger knocked on his door and asked for oil for his lamp to continue his journey. The lighthouse keeper gave him oil too. Another night a woman knocked on his door. She asked for oil to light her house and feed her children. The lighthouse keeper did not refuse her either. But soon he himself ran out of oil and the lighthouse fire went out. Many ships crashed on the rocks and hundreds of people died because the lighthouse keeper forgot his duty. He denied his primary responsibility and paid such a high price. I realized that up to this point I had been doing the same as the lighthouse keeper. If I continue to push secondary issues to the forefront, then a catastrophe will happen very soon. It was necessary to focus on the eternal principles of enlightened, effective and visionary leadership that Julian shared with me. I didn't want to pay the same high price for my mistakes. For the first time that night Julian looked tired. It's been many hours since we met on the veranda and since that wonderful shot that Julian struck me with. And although he went through a significant transformation after all those hours of telling me about the secrets of leadership, he had a right to be tired because he is still only a man. Julian, I am so grateful to you for everything. I thank God for your lessons. You spent your entire evening diligently passing on your knowledge to me, which will surely make an unimaginable difference when I muster up the courage to apply it. I could listen to you all night. You have always been an amazing, dynamic, and interesting speaker. But let's be honest. It's too late. Why don't we continue tomorrow morning? I made time for this in advance. Let me drive you home. Thanks for the offer, Peter. I really already feel sleepy. And although I look young, you know how old I really am. Even though I feel more alive and healthy now than when I was 20, I still need a few hours of sleep to recharge my body and mind. If you don't mind, I'd rather take a walk. I stopped right here. But, Julian, we are out of town. For several kilometers around here there are only fields and forests, I said with serious concern. Don't worry, Peter, Julian replied, hinting that he wanted to keep his location a secret. I'll be fine. So we'll continue tomorrow morning? Actually, I'll be busy tomorrow and for the next few days too. There are some things that require my attention. Are you looking for a new Ferrari? I joked, knowing Julian's answer in advance. No, Peter. Ferrari is done. Now I am a simple person who reveals to others the simple truths that people need. I promised Raman that I would dedicate my life to spreading his wisdom in our world. And that's exactly what I plan to do. How about next Friday? You will have enough time to reflect on the knowledge gained and try to put it into practice. Of course, Julian. If you say Friday, then so be it. See you at the same time, same place? Actually, I'd like to meet somewhere else. In the park behind City Hall, there's something I want to show you, Julian said, creating a veil of secrecy. Come on, I'll walk you to the car. There are a few more leadership principles that I will quickly share with you today. We got up and were about to head towards the parking lot, but suddenly Julian stopped. Is there still a widescreen TV in the lobby here? Yes. Why do you ask? Just follow me. I'll teach you another lesson, Julian replied. And I went into the elegantly furnished building of the golf club. Is this gentleman with you, Peter? Asked the club manager, clearly embarrassed by my companion's outfit. I silently nodded in response and continued to follow Julian. We soon found ourselves in an empty living room with a widescreen TV. We both sat down in front of him and watched the evening news. Want to be informed? I asked, not understanding my friend's intentions. Not quite, came the reply. Julian took the remote from the table and pressed the radio button. Now, in the background of the news, instead of the voice of the presenter, soothing classical music from one of the local radio stations sounded. The contrast was so striking. The news flashed images of the brutality that struck the major cities like a plague. And from the speakers came the serene compositions of Vivaldi. Julian, what are you doing? I'm sorry, is something wrong, Peter? Julian replied with a smile. Of course, because the picture and sound do not match at all. Just like most leaders in the modern business world. They promise customers one thing and deliver another. They tell employees about the need to cut salaries while they themselves secretly save money for a rainy day. They praise their subordinates in the face, and as soon as they leave the office, they begin to scold. Such leaders lack honesty, character, directness. Their picture doesn't match their sound. I never thought about the power of honesty as part of a leadership philosophy. I have always been a supporter of the principle, the end justifies the means, and therefore I considered it possible to sometimes resort to manipulation and deceit in order to get what I wanted. The more I thought, the more I realized what kind of example I set for my subordinates. By my actions, I seemed to be saying that lying a little is in the order of things. What is the norm for business? I came up with all sorts of reasons not to date managers who were in trouble. I broke promises made to our clients in pursuit of profit. Of course, such an example influenced my employees and the way they carry out their duties. Visionary leaders value doing the right thing over their image, Julian added. For them, leadership is not a popularity contest where you have to please everyone around you. They are clearly focused on their vision of the future, which takes into account the interests not only of themselves, but also of their employees. And they are steadily moving in that direction. Their vision, like a beacon, illuminates the path and helps to bypass all the dangers that await around. Their leadership is based on principles that give strength and kindle the inner fire. They harmonize their character, their actions correspond to their words. Such leaders will never allow their tongues to betray hearts, and act solely in accordance with their principles. Become a principled leader, Peter. Fight for something bigger than your own interests. And then you will be respected, maybe even read. What principles are you talking about? I call them together Factor Gandhi. Because these virtues guided Mahatma Gandhi in his life and leadership. Honesty, hard work, patience, perseverance, loyalty, courage and, perhaps most importantly, modesty. By studying them and making them part of your leadership, you will transform the entire company. When your leadership is as much moral as it is visionary, then it can be said that Global View, a reliable anchor, appeared to reliably withstand during a storm. And when you have to face a crisis, there will be much less panic and much more calmness. People will act more fearlessly, boldly, and with respect. The 19th century Spanish philosopher Carlos Riles put it perfectly in his words, "Principles are to men as roots are to trees. Trees without roots fall under the gusts of wind. In the same way, people without principles fall when they are shaken by the storms of life." And how can I bring the Gandhi factor into our company? The situation is worse than ever. People are completely closed to new ideas. Most believe that this year we have already undergone more changes than necessary. Be a model, was the simple answer. Recently I read about a case when Gandhi was approached by one of his followers and asked how he manages to transform everything around him. Gandhi thought for a moment and said, "You must be the change. Here is the secret. Use it and you'll easily develop character and unity in Global View. You yourself must be the way you want to see your subordinates. Don't expect others to work harder than you. You must be a model to copy. People do what they see." Seneca knew this and said, "I will manage my life and thoughts as if they were in front of the whole world." What a quote! You can hang it on the bulletin board in our staff canteen. Or some CEO's briefcase, Julian said confidently. Visionary leaders are the best publicists for themselves. Become a shining example of what you expect from other people. Don't make your employees work hard when you plan to take an extra day off to play golf. Don't cut people's pay when you plan to refurbish your office furniture. Don't call on people to accept your vision of the future when you're running your own fallbacks. People are not stupid. They feel whether you are being honest with them or not. Manage others as you would manage yourself. Be one of those who move from knowing what to do right to doing what is right. Remember the words of Socrates, the key to greatness is to actually be who you seem to be. My mind began to recount all the weaknesses in my character that I showed at work. I constantly promised to do one thing, but did another. I only cared about my own interests, not about the needs of my employees. I had an irascible temperament and could speak very rudely to the staff. I did not listen to others, and I clearly lacked sincerity. I was too selfish. It seemed to me that no one paid attention to this, but it was not so. For the first time in my career, I realized clearly that my weaknesses as a leader were the source of my company's problems. My lack of leadership ability led people to not follow me. It's time to stop blaming others and all sorts of difficulties for the difficulties that Global View is facing today. I was the source of everything. The time has come to put everything in order and become a change. Your character flaws exacerbate the flaws of your subordinates, Julian continued. When you are rude to your employees, you give permission to be rude to them in return. When you lie, you approve of their right to lie. When you're late for a meeting, you tell everyone that punctuality isn't important. All this becomes powerful messages that shape the corporate environment of your company, which influences your behavior and the behavior of your subordinates. How can I become a model, Julian? I repeated my mistakes over the years. Where do I begin? First of all, I suggest you audit your leadership. Look deep into your heart and reflect on your strengths and, more importantly, your weaknesses as a leader. Know yourself. I have already said that awareness precedes change. Then, when you start to have ideas for personal or organizational change, start small. I recently read about a local company that was in a similar situation to Global View. Morale was low, productivity was almost zero, creativity was completely exhausted, and profits were borderline negative. The leader of the company came up with a simple idea. Realizing that the employees rarely saw her doing business, she decided to go down to them regularly and go around the working floors of the factory. She noticed that, unlike her spotlessly clean office, the lower floors were dirty, with graffiti on the walls and rubbish everywhere. It is obvious that people did not care at all about the place where they work. She began to regularly walk around the factory and talk to the workers. On one such visit, she decided to symbolically pick up trash, hoping that it would change the mindset of employees. And soon the workers followed suit. Following her, they also began to collect the rubbish that littered the floors and throw it into the nearest garbage cans. Noticing how much better the factory looked, the workers asked permission to paint the walls a color they liked. She agreed without hesitation. The employees continued to clean up the factory and soon became proud of their workplace. As a result, this led to increased morale and efficiency. People had a sense of belonging to what was happening, and there was a genuine interest in their work and the organization in which they worked. This positive energy of change filled the whole company. But it all started with one simple action of the leader. Small things can lead to great results, Peter. Never forget that your subordinates are watching you. They take from you an example of how to behave and how not. So be the ideal of what you want from your employees. Follow the example of enlightened leadership from my story. Get rid of your expensive costume you're hiding in and go talk to people. With those who need you as a leader. Listen to them. Listen to their wishes. Find out what they dream about and what they fear. Find out what the real atmosphere is in your company. Most leaders don't. Raman once told me that the fish is always the last to notice the water in which it swims. After this advice, he shook hands with me in parting and began to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned around. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to give you something. This should give you food for thought until we meet in a week. Julian slipped his hand into his long robe, which, despite the heat, he hadn't taken off all evening. He took out something and carefully put it in my hand. Because of the darkness, I could not see anything. And then Julian himself disappeared into the night. As I got into my car, I stared at Julian's gift in the glow of a small light near the rearview mirror. It turned out to be another piece of a wooden puzzle. Like the previous one, it had an incomprehensible pattern and an inscription that read, Ritual 2, Control the Mind, Lead the Heart. Ritual 2, Human Relations. Most of all, pain to others and difficulties to oneself are brought by a person who is indifferent to his loved ones. It is because of such people that we fail. Adolf Adler. As I drove home, my head was buzzing with all the ideas that Julian shared with me. They were so correct that I wished I had discovered them many years earlier. It would have saved me so much annoyance and stress. If I had used leadership foresight all these years, where would Global View be now? Then I began to think about where I would like to see my company in 10 years. I imagined that it would be the largest and most successful company in our field in the entire world. I imagined how many people I would help to become better people and how many lives our organization would affect. A smile involuntarily appeared on my face. It felt so good to dream again. Jonas Salk said, I had both dreams and fears. I overcame my fears through my dreams. Every successful business person I have ever known has been a dreamer. Through deep thought, they created emotionally compelling goals and had the courage to commit themselves fully to achieving them. When we were young, hungry entrepreneurs just trying to create Global View, I spent whole hours doing nothing and only making big plans for the future. But as our business grew, so did the headaches. I had less and less time to think. But meeting Julian, a man who definitely had a transformation, changed me forever. I knew I had the makings of a visionary leader. It was only necessary to understand what to do. And the system that Julian shared with me showed me that. I have high hopes for the future. The veil of uncertainty began to lift. Despite the fact that I returned home late at night, I tore a sheet out of my working notebook and began to write down everything I had learned that day. I learned about the first ritual of visionary leaders, as well as many of the eternal truths that affected it. Julian also slightly opened the second of the 8 rituals. I realized that I should lead the mind and lead the heart. And there were so many more things I had to learn. After I finished putting the lessons I had learned on paper, I began to think about how I could apply them in practice. I remembered everything Julian had told me about the fear of taking action, that kept so many leaders from turning their intentions into action. My own practice in the business world has confirmed this. I knew that the greatest inefficiency among employees stemmed from a lack of self-discipline to complete their duties on time. They put off major changes in business and life until later, preferring to solve simple everyday tasks. They realize their mistake too late, when they can only regret the missed opportunities. As the saying goes, if youth knew, if old age could. I took a deep dive into my vision for the future of Global View. I had to convey to my subordinates my gradually clearing image of the future and explain to them that by helping to achieve it, they would realize not only my dreams, but theirs too. I imagined how my new vision of the future would change people's lives. I had to show that our work is really important. My mind then focused on how I could become the liberator that Julian was talking about. I began to see my role as a liberating leader, not as a limiter to the talents of my subordinates. I needed to stop controlling every little thing and give people more responsibility for the results of their work. I had to focus on the goals, not the means to achieve them, in order to give my employees room for creativity and ingenuity. It was necessary to set such tasks that people could perform without constant control and supervision on my part. And, of course, I had to reforge my character. No more swearing and screaming. No more talking about people behind their backs or gossip. No more manipulation or threats. Of course, I will have to be strong and strict if circumstances require it. But as Julian said, I have to fight for something. I was to be guided in my life and leadership by the time-honored principles he mentioned. The men and women who work at Global View deserve better. The days before my next meeting with Julian flew by. I wanted so much to see him as soon as possible that I could hardly sleep at night. I felt that the wisdom he acquired in the Himalayas energizes me as it pervades my life. I can't explain why. It seems to me that parents feel the same way when their first child is born. The upcoming meeting with Julian was one of those moments that should not be missed and for which I want to thank fate. Already in the first days of applying the learned truths, noticeable improvements began to occur in the company. I became more open and honest and began to consider the interests of other people. My sense of inspiration filled the whole company. The future of Global View was starting to look bigger than ever before. I started caring about the people around me. Even my assistant, Ariel, a very businesslike woman, joked that aliens from a wiser and kinder planet replaced me. I don't know what happened to you, Mr. Franklin, she added in a more serious tone, but we all like the changes that are happening, and people hope you continue in the same spirit. You really managed to rekindle the fire of the old enthusiasm in the company. Finally, Friday came. I drove out of our office and parked near the park next to City Hall, just like Julian told me. I fiddled with the puzzle left by him. Ritual 2, control the mind, lead the heart. What do these words really mean? I already had the opportunity to see the usefulness and power of the lessons learned from Julian, but all these references to the heart confused me. I hope he doesn't try to tease me. Julian, as promised, was waiting for me in the park. Despite the heat, he was again dressed in a monastic robe. But this time he was still wearing sunglasses, one of those that rock stars and famous actors wear. The contrast between them and his attire was striking. Great glasses, Julian, I said, and patted my friend on the shoulder, glad to see him. I knew you would like them. A young guy was selling them on the street. He said that I needed a new image. So I improved it a bit, Julian laughed. In any case, it wouldn't hurt to protect my eyes from the sun, he added, and looked up at the sky. Don't want the sun to prevent you from seeing the future? Well said, Peter. It looks like you've taken my word for it. True. I followed your advice and began not only to reflect on the wisdom of leadership, but also began to apply it. Amazing. I made no mistake when I chose you. I knew that you could find a worthy application of the invaluable information that the sages gave me. They like to say, when the student is ready, then the teacher comes. And you showed up just in time. Now I realized how critical the state of affairs in the company was. But after a few days of using your lessons, noticeable improvements began to occur, I said happily, wanting to share my progress. I know this is just the beginning, and the real change is yet to come, but we've moved on. Don't forget to share your successes with me. I know you'll have a lot of them, Julian said. Actually, there is already one story I can tell you. After we met at the golf club last week, I made a list of things I wanted to change about myself. I analyzed my leadership, as you suggested. I wrote down as many of my weaknesses as I could and strategized my actions to get rid of them one by one. I brainstormed, and hundreds of ideas flashed through my head on how to apply the knowledge I received from you. One idea I liked in particular was to give all of my employees a bonus of $1,000 from the annual budget. After all, you said that my duty is to help people develop and realize their maximum potential. Given the difficult situation in the company, I decided to take serious measures. And although I know it's going to cost a lot, I really see it as an investment, not a loss. As one wise monk said, people who feel great, work great. I'm glad you figured it out. And what did your employees spend this money on? The awards program has just started and so far only a few have received them. As far as I know, managers mostly spent this money to improve their efficiency. Some bought the necessary gadgets to better organize their time, others bought a bunch of motivational literature and educational audio CDs that they could listen to in the car on the way to work. One man spent money on a very personal problem. He is not tall, and the need to get things from a height made him very difficult. He did not tell his supervisor about this, as he was afraid that it would cause laughter. So this person, when he received the money, bought a regular coaster. Now he is twice as productive as before and looks happier than ever. You are beginning to experience the power of those truths that I learned in the Himalayas. The reason why they have stood the test of time is very simple. Because they really work. I will say more. I was able to really take action thanks to your lessons in the wisdom of leadership, Julian. What are you talking about, Peter? I started taking a lot more risks as a leader. I began to feel like a generator of new ideas for my company. After all, if I myself do not constantly strain my mind and do not look for new opportunities, then how can I expect my subordinates to do this? I began to walk around our office every day, like the leader from your story, to get to know as many employees as possible personally. A fish is always the last to notice the water in which it swims. Julian smiled. He was definitely pleased with my progress. The ability to take risks is a very powerful weapon. But, unfortunately, it is not considered an important leadership skill. Most people will never be able to get out of their comfort zone and venture out into the unknown. Yogi Raman said, "The higher you climb a tree, the more likely you are to fall. But all fruits grow high." Visionary leaders take this risk. They are constantly trying new things. For them, it becomes a habit. A long time ago, Seneca said, "We do not dare to take risks, not at all because some things are difficult. They are difficult precisely because we do not take risks." There is another way in which I decided to improve the state of affairs in our organization. I read about one of the leading companies in Singapore that came up with a very unusual practice. Every Friday they stop production for a couple of hours and gather the employees so they can discuss the news. This not only allows people to rally, diversify routine work and raise team spirit, but also helps them to keep abreast of fresh ideas and use them for the benefit of themselves and the organization. "A terrific way," Julian replied, sitting down on the grass under the shade of a tree. I announced that we will have the same practice in Global View. My managers are just impatient. They used to constantly complain that they didn't have time to read and keep up with new business trends. "And now they will be paid for it," I said proudly. "Trust me," Julian said, "this idea will save you money in the long run." The inefficiency that comes from outdated thinking because people are used to it is very costly. And it threatens to destroy the company. Perhaps now, spending money on your employees is not in fashion. But it's a very smart decision. Putting your people first is the most important leadership wisdom you have yet to learn. It's time for the next ritual from the Raman Yoga system. Ritual of the second true leadership: control the mind, lead the heart. I've been thinking all week about what it is. This is a ritual about human relationships and your ability to communicate. Every truly visionary leader develops the ability to connect deeply with his followers. He constantly improves his skill in clarifying his vision for others, inspiring the hearts of people and inspiring them to act. By revealing the skills and talents of their subordinates, such leaders touch the hearts of their team and earn long-term loyalty in return. Simply put, when you strengthen relationships with people, you strengthen your leadership. Are relationships with subordinates really that important? I know countless leaders who didn't care at all. They see their task very simply: to earn a profit and favor the shareholders. Everything else doesn't matter to them. These self-appointed leaders are not visionary leaders. There is a very big difference. Visionary leaders are not the type to squeeze maximum profit out of a company in a short amount of time and retire early, buying themselves a house in the Bahamas and leaving the firm in a terrible state. And although current profit is also important for them, they think in the long term. They understand that by giving their people time to reach their potential and building the powerful systems upon which the company is built, they guarantee themselves enormous profits in the future. The leaders you speak of are like sprinters running a marathon. They use all their energy to overtake everyone in the first few kilometers, but they have no energy left for the rest of the race. Such people are the biggest losers imaginable. You see, Peter, everyone can raise their profits by pounding and exhausting their subordinates. And just as equipment breaks down if it is not taken care of, people will soon get tired and cease to be effective with such an attitude. Remember, do not cut the branch on which you sit. You cannot deny the simple truths of life. You convinced me, Julian. How can I put this ritual into practice? Now I'll show you, he replied and looked at an elderly couple sitting under a nearby tree. They were laughing like children enjoying a picnic. Do you see these two? I have been watching them for several weeks now. Slightly embarrassed, said Julian. Sometimes they feed the ducks in the pond. Sometimes they ride bikes or just sit and talk. It can be said with confidence that they have a wonderful relationship. I wonder how long they've been together. They act like young lovers. They have been together for 43 years, he replied. Last week they celebrated their anniversary in this beautiful park. They had a big cake which they ate with their friends. It was very lively, Julian said, pointing to a lawn strewn with bright red flowers, where there were 5 picnic tables. 43 years is just unbelievable by today's standards. It's not that hard to see how they managed to stay together for so long, Julian said, and took off his glasses to wipe the sweat from his forehead. No wonder their relationship is based on those timeless principles that Yogi Raman says all visionary leaders use, to earn the respect of their followers and lay the foundations for lasting trust. One thing I know for sure. All world-class organizations are organizations with a high level of mutual trust between leaders and subordinates. Trust has always been an indispensable component of all successful organizations. If people do not trust you, managers and even their colleagues, then they will not try to give their best. Without trust, there is no loyalty. And without loyalty, there is no company. And what was unusual about their relationship? I asked with great interest. There are 4 principles in particular, Peter: keeping promises, active listening, showing empathy, and, perhaps most importantly, always telling the truth. And this is the secret of their incredible relationship? Raman taught me that this is the secret of any good relationship. He said that anyone who wants to become a visionary leader and inspire their subordinates to achieve incredible goals should make these 4 principles an integral part of their leadership style. They are the key to any healthy human relationship. They will help you apply the second ritual in daily situations. Sounds pretty simple. Is the influence of these principles on the team spirit as great as you say? That is the problem with most eternal truths. They seem so simple and obvious that people put off applying them. They are out of fashion, so people prefer fresher, brighter, and more sensational ideas. Let me ask you, Peter, do you follow these 4 principles every day? No. Let's at least discuss the first one. Do you keep most of your promises? I had an answer right away. I knew full well that I kept breaking promises. I told employees that I always had time for them, but if anyone had a problem, I always came up with excuses to avoid an unpleasant discussion for me. I promised to give the chief supervisor the extended powers she asked for, but then I changed my mind and refused to follow through on my words. I was a master of broken promises. Every promise you break, no matter how insignificant at first glance, seriously weakens your character, Julian said, without waiting for my answer. Every time you don't make a promised call or miss an appointment, you undermine trust. By not respecting people's loyalty, you weaken your connection with them and weaken your leadership. Raman said, whenever we do not do what we should, we develop in ourselves the habit of doing wrong. Does this elderly couple in love keep their promises to each other? I asked out loud. Certainly. If a husband promises that he will meet his wife at that hot dog stand over there at noon for a bite to eat, then he will definitely be on time. When a wife says that she would like to ride bicycles, then in the parking lot you will definitely see their van, from which the husband takes out bicycles. You see, Peter, when people keep promises, they create a strong sense of loyalty in others. And this, in turn, creates the constancy that is necessary for any successful human relationship. The couple know what to expect from each other. Therefore, they can rely on each other. And that's where trust comes from. Never break your promises. And you will be amazed at the results. Julian, you are the first person to show me the connection between keeping promises and human relationships. I understand that your words are true. To be the true visionary leader I choose to be, I need to keep promises so people can count on me. I need to earn the loyalty and trust of my subordinates. From this day forward, I will be a man of my word. I will do whatever I say. I promise. Look, my friend, don't break that promise, Julian grinned. The sun was still beating down. Julian stood up and suggested we take a walk. It was amazing how active he was at his age. There was a smile on his face. We continued to discuss the second ritual as we went along, how powerful it is to control people through their hearts and how important it is to strengthen and enrich human relationships. The next principle you need to learn is active listening. This is necessary so that you can build the second ritual into your leadership style. Visionary leaders captivate the hearts of their followers by listening deeply and attentively. Most leaders believe that their effectiveness lies in their public speaking skills. They are deeply deluded that the task of leaders is to speak and followers to listen. Visionary leaders know that one of the basic needs of people is to feel understood. Everyone yearns for a voice, and for that voice to be heard and taken into account. This is why forward-thinking leaders make excellent listeners. And no matter how funny, but thanks to this they become known as sociable people. Let me clarify, Julian. Are you saying that if I listen more carefully, I can more effectively communicate my messages to others in a conversation? How are these things connected at all? I asked. Do you want people to trust you? Yes. Do you want people to be loyal to you and Global View? Yes. Remember, when you listen to others, you show a sign of respect. It shows that people are important to you and that you value them. I'm trying to explain that you have to empathize with whoever you're talking to. You must feel that their desires are your desires. You must fully invest yourself in communication with the person. You need to look through the words into the thoughts of the person. Only in this way can you understand the interlocutor and give him the feeling he needs. And the person who feels understood will listen more carefully when it's your turn to speak. Peter, the greatest gift you can give a person is to give them your full attention. Attentive listening is the most valuable compliment. I've always been a bad listener, I interrupted. The more I think about it, the more clearly I realize how this shortcoming of mine negatively affected the employees. Paying no attention to their words and feelings, I kind of said that I don't give a damn and that they don't bother me. Now everything is clear to me. I am sure that this is one of the reasons for the low morale and distrust in our company. I never thought that the ability to listen to others is so important. But now you know the truth, Julian replied quickly. Let's analyze how bad things are with you. Is it really necessary? I've already said that awareness precedes change. Before you improve your leadership skills, you need to know what needs to be improved. An unknown weakness can never be turned into a strength. So let me ask you, do you interrupt conversations often? Happens. When people are talking, do you finish sentences for them? Sometimes, I lied. While the person is talking, are you already thinking about your answer? Perhaps, I said defensively. Well, we both know you need to do some serious work on this. If you really want to master the second ritual and captivate the hearts of your subordinates, you need to stop listening in order to respond. Instead, listen with a desire to understand. What eloquent words! But, Julian, if the ability to listen carefully is really such an important trait for a leader, then why do so few people do it? Great question. The first reason is that people get most of their information through their eyesight. About 83%. Therefore, we often miss a lot of what we hear. Here is a good example. You've been invited to a party? You go inside, you are immediately introduced to someone. And after a few minutes of communicating with this person, you realize that you forgot something. Would you like a glass? I joked. No. The name of the person? It happens to me all the time. And not only with you. Statistics say that about 90% of business people forget the names of people they are introduced to after 8 seconds. There are reasons for this. At the moment of acquaintance, our brain is occupied for the most part with visual analysis. We calculate a person's height, weight, gender, handshake strength, facial expression. Against this background, the name escapes our attention. So we need to pay more attention to what we hear, Julian continued. The second reason why most leaders don't listen well is that a person can take in about 500 words a minute, but we only speak at the rate of 100 to 125 words. Because of such a significant difference, our mind starts to wander. Interesting. To be honest, this often happens to me when I need to listen to others. Sitting in a meeting, instead of listening to the speaker, I begin to think about my business. Sometimes even when talking in private, my mind starts to drift away. Do you know how to deal with this and focus on listening and understanding the person who is speaking? It takes practice and time to become a great listener. But trust me, it's worth it. I recently heard that listening improves health by lowering blood pressure and normalizing the heartbeat, giving a feeling of calmness. To use a term that Raman coined, your task is to become an active listener. I know it sounds like there's a contradiction between the words, but there really isn't. Be willing to be a great listener and understand your people. To do this, try to apply a few simple methods. First, learn to ask your employees simple, open-ended questions, and then try to listen carefully to the answer. The leader of a successful company came up with a way to make it even more efficient. He selected employees across the organization and asked them to come up with their ideas on how to improve the company. This initiative produced 2 positive results at once. First, the employees felt that their opinion was listened to and imbued with confidence in the management. Secondly, managers received free advice on how to streamline and improve their workflow. After all, the employees themselves know about the current shortcomings much better than expensive invited consultants. The best ideas were selected and tested for quality standards, lack of customer complaints and impact on sales revenue in search of truly working proposals. Thanks to the fact that the company listened to its employees, it managed to take a leading position in the market. How to streamline and improve the workflow. After all, the employees themselves know about the current shortcomings much better than expensive invited consultants. The best ideas were selected and tested for quality standards, lack of customer complaints and impact on sales revenue in search of truly working proposals. Thanks to the fact that the company listened to its employees, it managed to take a leading position in the market. How to streamline and improve the workflow. After all, the employees themselves know about the current shortcomings much better than expensive invited consultants. The best ideas were selected and tested for quality standards, lack of customer complaints and impact on sales revenue in search of truly working proposals. Thanks to the fact that the company listened to its employees, it managed to take a leading position in the market. Everything is more or less clear, I replied, but can you explain what open questions you are talking about? Open-ended questions like, what can I do to help you do a better job? Such a question does not limit the possible answers, in contrast to the closed question, if there are new computers in the office, will this help you? Then think of a set of questions that I call lobotomy. These are very powerful questions designed to open up your people and connect with you. Any example? What was your biggest achievement at work with us? What do you like to do most of all? What are 3 things we could do to make the company even more successful? What inspires and motivates you? Or, what would you change if you were the head of our company? All of these questions are good. But I suggest you take the time to come up with your own. You must learn to ask good questions. Remember that the person asking is in control of the conversation. Is it? Exactly. The second way that I suggest you to hone the skill of active listening is to summarize and retell what you hear. By doing this, you will convince the interlocutor that you are attentive to his words and he will feel understood. How can I generalize and retell? Use phrases like, to make sure I understand you correctly, did you say that? Trust me, Peter, questions like these will have an almost magical effect on your relationships with people and your communication skills. Another effective way is to take notes. Just imagine what people would think if they saw you take out a notepad and pen and start taking notes while they were talking. By this simple action, you will show them that you are determined to take their words seriously. And always be sincere. The methods that I suggested to you are not tricks or systems for manipulating people. They will help you connect with your followers only if you are constantly sincere, otherwise you will not see the desired trust and respect. I take it this couple listens to each other? Definitely. When the wife is talking, the husband is enthusiastic and attentive. When he himself speaks, his wife summarizes and retells to show that he delves into his words. Don't get me wrong, I didn't eavesdrop on their conversations at all. But what I have heard is enough to conclude that they are excellent listeners. And you need to be. Your words are so true again. Like everything else you've said to me before, it makes so much sense. To make sure I understand you correctly, you're saying that I need to keep my promises and become an active listener in order to practice the second ritual? Julian smiled, knowing that I had just used his generalize and retell strategy. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "Come on, let's buy a hot dog." Are you still eating hot dogs? I asked in surprise. One of the reasons for Julian's miraculous physical transformation was a healthy diet taught to him by monks in the Himalayas. This is for you, my friend. I'm sure you're hungry. As we continued our walk, Julian revealed to me another eternal truth about human relationships, which he said was the key to respect, loyalty, and devotion. Visionary leaders are always empathetic. They show kindness to their team and look for ways to show the sincerity of their concern. You see, Peter, another craving for people is a craving to be taken care of. The eminent Harvard physiologist William James said, "The desire to be appreciated is a deep principle of human nature." Whether it's a fragile young girl or a tough factory worker, absolutely everyone wants to be treated well. The best leaders know this and satisfy this craving through constant empathy for their followers. What did you mean when you said that the best leaders are open? In order for your vision to truly gain the support and commitment of your employees, you must tell them as much important information as possible. The more they are aware of what you are doing, the more effort they will put in. As with active listening, being open and sharing ideas with people is a sign of respect. If you share information with them in a timely manner, then you show them that they are important. They feel that you appreciate them. And when you are constantly open, your subordinates will feel it and begin to appreciate you as a leader. People will try not to let you down. This is where the magic begins. So the monks taught you magic as well? I replied ironically. You could say that, Peter. Julian smiled. Raman believed that a visionary leader achieves the greatest mastery of human relations when people become so devoted to his leadership that they are ready to do anything to fulfill the expectations placed on them. And then a miracle really happens. Nothing is impossible for such an organization. I knew I didn't fully understand the leadership style that Julian was talking about. I belonged to a school of businessmen who believed that the less subordinates knew, the better. People received only a tiny fraction of the information they needed to do their jobs. But I couldn't help but agree with Julian. People who know more will really understand better what I want from them. They will be more committed to my leadership because they will know the conditions in which I have to make decisions. And, of course, they will begin to feel more strongly their involvement in what is happening in the company. What Julian was telling me was not just the right point of view. It was a very smart idea. Being an open and honest leader also means that you have to resolve small problems every day before they escalate into full-fledged conflicts, Julian added. I lost your train of thought again. Here is a good example. One very well-known company began to experience serious employee morale problems when one of the senior managers of the management department was fired. Rumors began to spread that the entire unit had problems. People began to fear for their jobs. Fortunately, the president of the company was a visionary leader. He understood the importance of openness and honesty and therefore immediately called a conference to explain what really happened. He explained that this person was originally hired on a short-term contract to increase the productivity and efficiency of the management department. Since the job was done, the president simply decided not to renew the contract. This person initially knew that he was hired for a short time and left without any resentment. Being completely honest with your subordinates. How so? He helped put the management department in a better light. People realized that they have a reason to celebrate. After all, the dismissal meant that now they work better than before. The president showed employees a more positive picture of affairs and nipped the misunderstanding in the bud. Don't let problems develop. Explain the reasons behind your decisions. Be transparent to your subordinates. This is the whole point of leadership. I have already said that you must determine the reality for your people, keeping them informed of the state of affairs. You will make this task easier for yourself. Problems will not multiply, misunderstandings will not grow. Now, if you don't mind, it's time for me to leave you. It was a wonderful day and you were a great student. But there's one more thing I need to do. Where are you hurrying to? I asked. Watch the stars, came the enigmatic reply. What do you mean? I will explain to you later, when the time is right. Now I have to go. What kind of relationship did Julian have with the stars? I remember how he muttered something, looking at them, during our meeting at the golf club. Now he was in a hurry to leave so he could do it again. Everything sounded too mysterious. Julian in his past life was a corporate superstar, an honor student from Harvard, the best lawyer in the country. And now he was in a monastic robe and admired the stars. Looks like I'm not quite used to his amazing transformation yet. I never really understood Julian. Perhaps this was part of his charm. Julian, wait. I yelled out in alarm. What about another piece of the puzzle? And when is our next meeting? You can't just run away without saying anything right now. I really want to master the whole Raman yoga system. She has already started doing incredible things with Global View. Here, "Take this," Julian said, handing me a ticket to our local basketball team's upcoming game. "I don't understand, Julian. Why is he to me? We will meet at the game, it will be something special. Plus, I'll have another chance to treat you to a hot dog." Julian joked. After these words, he disappeared. I walked towards my car, which was parked on the other side of the park. Today I learned so many new things. My heart was pounding with excitement. I couldn't wait to use the second ritual. I was extremely grateful that Julian returned from the Himalayas to share his wisdom with me. Approaching the car, I saw something attached to the wipers on the front glass. Oh no, not another parking ticket in the wrong place. I already got 2 this week, I thought. But it wasn't a penalty. It turned out to be an envelope with the elegant initials DM adorning it. I immediately recognized the calling card of the former Julian. Pulling out the envelope, I immediately looked inside in anticipation of what kind of surprise it was hiding. I was not disappointed. There was a third piece of the puzzle that I was hoping to see. Like the others, it was inscribed. I already knew it was a hint. It contains the meaning of the following ritual from the ancient system of leadership that Julian brought back from the Himalayas. The inscription read, Ritual 3, reward regularly, recognize tirelessly. Ritual 3, reward regularly, recognize relentlessly. It's a holiday. To people. Live among them. Love them. Learn from them. Work with them. Start a new business with them. Multiply what they have. After all, the best leader is the one about whom. When the task is completed, when the work is done, all people will say, "We did it ourselves." 1. Eastern wisdom. As a child, my father always told me that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we listen twice as much as we speak. Well, for the first time in my career, I began to put this principle into practice. After my meeting with Julian in the park, events followed that could not be called otherwise than miraculous. I knew that his advice had stood the test of time and was fundamentally correct and reliable. But I could not even imagine how they would affect my team. Although I haven't yet fully mastered the second ritual, I tried my best. I had an open-door policy, and not just in words. I tried to keep even minor promises and fulfill all small duties. In conversation, I stopped interrupting the interlocutor and became an active listener, as Julian advised. Now, I was looking for opportunities to show the smallest acts of caring, like taking a valuable employee to dinner, or just saying a few words of encouragement to a team member who is trying his best. In the end, I made the principle of honesty and openness a key element of my management style. I personally did mailing lists and went around to all employees so that important information reached those to whom it concerned. How everything has changed. As with the previous rites Julian taught me, I expected it to be a long time before the full potential of the second rite was released. However, in less than 2 weeks since our last meeting, the entire Global View staff realized that something big was happening and that everyone was part of it. Programmers soon figured out how to make our work more efficient and innovative. After I shared my idea of improving interpersonal relationships with the team, the managers introduced the truth-first principle and made a promise to their charges to be fanatically truthful, keep them informed, and listen to their opinions. Global View began to turn into a completely different company. Now people came to work earlier than the scheduled time and stayed late. Judging by the snippets of conversations that reached me and the way everyone treated each other, I realized that the attitude to work has changed. Now people cared about what was happening in the company. As a manager, I really liked it. Finally, the day came to meet Julian. When I arrived at the stadium, the usher asked if I needed help. Looking at my ticket, he smiled and said, "Welcome to Civic Dome, sir. Let me guide you." You have the best place." When I sat down, I noticed that all the seats in our row were occupied, except for the one next to me. "This must be Julian's place," I suggested. "But where is he?" The game was supposed to start in 5 minutes, but he was nowhere to be seen. I worried. Besides, it wasn't his style to be late. He was definitely the type to follow what he preaches, and I knew he wouldn't keep me waiting, especially after he had aroused in me over the past 2 meetings an avid interest in his deep managerial wisdom. 2 minutes before the start of the game, I saw a very strange picture. At the other end of the line, a man with a small telescope in one hand and 2 hot dogs in the other was breaking through the crowd at a rapid pace. Hot dog mustard dripped onto his clothes. When he noticed the place where I was sitting, he let out a yell that attracted the attention of everyone who was sitting nearby. "Hey Peter, watch the place. We monks don't often get to see a good game." Julian showed up. After landing, he carefully placed the telescope under the seat and handed me hot dogs. "This is for you." The salesman said these were the tastiest he had. "Sorry for being late. I watched the stars and forgot about the time. You know, this really fascinates me." "I got what you mean. What is so special about the stars?" "When the time comes, I will tell you. And now I strongly advise you to start eating hot dogs before they get cold." "Do you think ours will win?" he asked, clearly changing the subject. "I would bet on it," I replied. "They have the longest winning streak in their history. This should be another easy win." At some point, Julian leaned over to me and asked quietly, "Are you wondering why I invited you here?" "A little," I lied. "I think you'll learn a lot about leadership if you look closely at what's going on here. See the head coach?" he said, pointing to a tall, bald man in an immaculate pinstriped suit, the kind that Julian himself had once favored. "Yes. He embodies a leadership philosophy that I hope you will soon embrace. You see, Peter, even though he's the head of the team, he doesn't control the players' every move. Instead, he coaches, guides, and inspires team members. Gives way to their abilities. Great leaders are great teachers. This is exactly what you should do as well. Imagine that you are a coach inspiring the team to put your vision of the future into action and rally around your powerful arguments. I bet you didn't know that the verb train comes from a root meaning to get a person from where they are to where they want to be. Did not know. In addition, a good coach always motivates the team on the way to this goal. A good coach encourages action, tests, develops and gives everything to his team. He takes everything they can out of them. He demands that they give their best and trains them to do so. In today's time when many organizations suffer from low morals and unmotivated employees, leaders simply have to become qualified coaches. Unless, of course, they want their team to be guaranteed success. And how can I become a great coach and motivate the team? I thought you'd never ask, Julian said, just as one of the home team's point guards whistled a three-pointer. Suddenly Julian jumped up and began to shout at the top of his lungs. Come on, come on. A couple more of these beauties, and we are in chocolate. I haven't seen Julian this excited since he returned from the Himalayas. During our past meetings, he was so peaceful. Now, succumbing to the general excitement, he kept jumping up from his seat, joyfully shouting out words of approval and clapping his hands like a child who first got into the circus. It was great to see him so happy. He has endured more pain and suffering in his life than any of my acquaintances. I'm sorry, Peter. I just learned from the wise men of Savannah to appreciate each new day as a gift. Every day is special, it is permeated with grace. When I was a time-pressure lawyer, I was so busy chasing wealth that I forgot all about the simple pleasures of life. I lost sight of family life, all my friends, and, as a result, ruined my health. Yes, I made a lot of money, I had any toys that you can only dream of. But I wasn't happy. Wasn't satisfied. So now, even though I have some belongings, I draw joy from the special moments that each day brings. I look for the extraordinary in the ordinary. That's why I'm so happy today. Who knows if I'm destined to get to such a game again? I listened to Julian with wonder. He was always so lively and positive. And now he talks about his mortality and says he might never have to go to a baseball game again. It didn't look like the new Julian mantle at all. And I told him about it. Oh, don't worry about me, Peter. I'm going to live for a very long time. I still have so many things to do on Earth. I vowed to Raman and other sages that I would spend the rest of my life preaching the wisdom of true leadership. And I plan to do just that. There are still so many people I can help and so many things to get done. My best years are yet to come, my friend. Believe me. All I want to say is that we all must remember that time flows like sand between our fingers, and you can't return it. Have the courage to accept it and enjoy life. Julian, I understand you. Before your managerial wisdom began to transform our company, I was constantly under such stress that I could not sleep for more than a few hours at night. Samantha was worried about me, and the children complained that they could not approach me. I was always angry and annoyed. It seemed to me that everything for which I had worked all my life eluded me. As a result, I began to work even harder. But now I know what it takes to get the global view back to its former efficiency and viability. Now I can work intelligently and enjoy the process itself. Fine. Now back to your question about how to become a great coach and motivate your subordinates. The secret to getting motivated and dedicated employees who will go the extra mile to make your vision come true is in just 4 words. Do you want to hear them? Thanks, no, I replied ironically. Maybe you could buy me another hot dog? And he thought, damn it, of course, I want to know the secret of motivation. Isn't that what every boss or manager wants? Well, these are the words: reward regularly, appreciate constantly. Is this the third ritual? I asked, pulling out the third piece of the puzzle. Yes, my friend. The third ritual of the ancient Ramana yoga system is the team-building ritual. All wise leaders have trained themselves day by day to encourage and give credit to their employees. They are wise enough to understand that when the boss recognizes and appreciates the efforts of subordinates, they are ready to do anything for him. I bet that's another reason you chose this meeting place, isn't it? Now everything falls into place. You catch on, Peter. I've always liked that about you. Even in the old days when we were partners in golf, you always calculated the game 1 move ahead. Yes, the head coach is definitely applying the principle I'm talking about. Obviously, he realized that he would achieve respect from his charges only if he himself began to respect them. Undoubtedly, he practices 2 leadership twin techniques: reward and recognition. That's why his team is so successful. But where do you start? I confess, I had no idea that encouragement and recognition is so important. I've been so busy with other things that I never seriously thought about respect for my people, as you suggest. But I know from experience that when I did something right and my boss noticed it, I wanted to do even better next time. It's sad to admit, but in our company, leaders pay attention only to the mistakes of employees. Most companies are like that, Peter. The boss thinks that his subordinates are adults who do not need a pat on the back. Managers, on the other hand, are confident that their job is to identify shortcomings and correct them. They never show people thank you letters from satisfied users. But as soon as a complaint is received, managers begin to call subordinates on the carpet to arrange an interrogation with an addiction. In this way, they unwittingly push employees to spend day after day trying to avoid bad behavior, instead of focusing on conscientious work. And be sure, such companies will never grow to the world level. By the way, did you know that most people in this part of the world go to bed hungry every night? It can't be, Julian. We live in a land of abundance. Nevertheless, it is. Most go to bed hungry every night. All of my life. But they are not physically hungry. They were hungry for approval and sincere appreciation of their efforts. And how can I fix it? I'm already starting to see the potential in our people. They seem to be peeking out of their armor, which they were forced to put on to protect themselves from my former dictate. I intend to enable them to be the workers and people they can be. I really want them to reveal all their talents. But where do I start? The recipe is simple: hunt for a good job. What do you mean? You said it yourself. In global view, managers are constantly looking for flaws and then fixing them. The only sign for your employees that they are doing everything right is the fact that they have not yet been fired. You know, it's not very cool. Your people deserve better. You need to change your mindset and start noticing people who are doing things right. Be persistent in finding employees who act the way you want them to. Act like a hunter relentlessly pursuing prey. And when you find her, let the rewards and recognition not be long in coming. Remember, you will always return triple. Should proper behavior be noted immediately? Great question, Peter. Not necessarily, but one thing I know for sure is that the sooner you do it, the more likely it is to happen again. Keep encouraging the behavior you want to see over and over again. When you teach people this way, they get a clear idea of what you expect. They soon realize what constitutes success. But don't most of them already know what they should be doing? I always thought my subordinates were too lazy. They strive to sneak out of work early, and all they are interested in is an envelope with money at the end of each week. You are fundamentally wrong, Julian cut me off sharply. Raman always said, every person wants to be useful. Everyone strives for effective cooperation, everyone dreams that his life would be filled with meaning. We all have hopes and desires, and we pray that they will come true sooner or later. But the reality is that much of human ambition is stifled in its infancy. People are dictated what to wear, when to dine, or how to do work. Every step of most employees is controlled by their superiors. Eventually, they begin to believe that their careers will go down the drain if they start thinking freely and creatively. In order for the talents of your employees to begin to develop, you must encourage them for every success, for every creative initiative. Let each individual worker know what to strive for. We need to celebrate achievements and do it publicly. You may not believe me, but most simply do not have a clear understanding of what it means to work at maximum productivity. This ignorance subsequently results in stress. And all why? Because they were simply not shown a model of behavior that could become an example. And when the authorities, instead of showing how it should be, begins to criticize them, things only get worse. Wise leaders define exactly what they want from their subordinates, and then give them the freedom to implement it. As I said before, nothing motivates and helps to pull yourself together like a clear goal. Once people understand where they are going and what is required of them, they will begin to perform their duties joyfully and efficiently. But what about those who make mistakes? Why not punish them? We have come to another important point. In weak companies, employees are so afraid of failure that they never take risks. This means they don't learn anything new. They spend the rest of their lives in a small comfort zone, doing the same thing day in and day out, in the same way, with the same people. And the management only rubs salt on the wounds, harshly criticizing their employees for the lack of creativity and new ideas. Don't get me wrong, Peter, you know I'm a pragmatist. No one is saying that leaders and managers should not correct or even punish someone who does not work well. However, if you pay attention only to the shortcomings, you cannot see the forest for the trees. A wise leader understands that failure is a necessary step on the road to success. When one of your subordinates tries something and fails, it just means that he or she is learning to reach the goal. Failures are lessons in disguise. After all, they are what lead us to wisdom and prosperity. A smart leader makes the work environment risk-free. He gives his employees the right to make mistakes. And this leads them to success. Wow! I never thought about mistakes in this way. You might be surprised to hear one story. At Southwest Airlines, an incredibly successful company, which I already mentioned, one young manager proposed an original idea, but it, however, failed miserably. And just imagine, he got a promotion. He offered to deliver the goods on the day of order. In his opinion, if you organize delivery on the day of the order, then this should increase the company's profit by 50%. The president of the company personally approved the program, after which a lot of money was spent on its implementation and advertising. Unfortunately, the company never made a profit. However, the company's management understood that the risk that one has to take for the sake of big success sometimes leads to big failures. They made sure the lesson had been learned and moved on. The management of the company did not fire, but rewarded that manager, thereby making it clear that innovation and entrepreneurial spirit are highly valued. It's hard to believe, Julian. Further, it will be even more interesting. Guess how this company acknowledges an employee when a thank you letter arrives from a customer? How? The letter is immediately delivered to the employee, and a note is attached to it from the president, which says, "I take off my hat. Keep up the good work. I love these guys. Marvelous. I haven't heard anything about this. I love my employees." The president of Southwest uses every opportunity to remind his people that he has a liking for them. He uses the word love not in a sentimental sense, but as the highest assessment of their abilities and achievements. However, fear not, it is not at all necessary to confess your love to employees in order to inspire and motivate them. Just thank them for their good work and leave them room for error. As the Tibetan proverb often repeated by Raman says, restrain your anger and endure 1 minute, that way you will avoid 100 days of sadness. Something tells me that the best way to encourage good work and high performance is money. Right? Julian's answer was interrupted by a deafening horn that ended half the match. Our team, she led the score, left the field to the deafening applause of the fans. Julian and I were sitting near the judge's booth. We heard the words of the coach, which he said to the players leaving the field, "Great game, guys. Everything goes according to plan. Keep it up and the playoffs are guaranteed. Guys, I know you've been pretty damn tired the last 2 weeks. Do it for our fans." When the players reached the corridor that led to their dressing room, the coach added, "I'm proud of you guys." "Does that count as an answer to your question, Peter?" Julian asked. Has the coach motivated his team now?" "Definitely." "Did he take out a bag of money for this and gave each a pack of banknotes?" "No," I said with a smile. "So how did he do it?" "He praised them. And he did it sincerely. From the heart." "Exactly. You see, my friend, praise is the power to move mountains. With sincere praise, you can turn your whole organization upside down. And it won't cost you a dime." The vast majority of executives believe that incentives like bonus checks and cash are the only way to motivate employees. And, since there is little money, these leaders do nothing at all. But money is not the best motivation. Research shows that most people prefer simple praise over any other reward. The results of one opinion poll, which was attended by 1,500 people, showed that employees are most motivated where the leader personally celebrates any of their achievements. But of all those surveyed, only 42% know what personal praise is. 58% said they could count on the fingers of one hand when management thanked them for a job well done. However, even this rare endorsement inspired them more than any award. So all my people want is simple gratitude? Perhaps so, but perhaps they want more. If you want to become a real leader for them, you must take the time to find out. Here is the main lesson: do not encourage people the way you would like to be encouraged if you were in their place. You need to understand what best motivates each of them. Each of your people should feel like a hero. For this, learn to ask yourself, wow question. This is an incredibly powerful method. Wow question. What is this? The secret weapon of any leader. It's very simple. Ask yourself, how can I get my people to say, wow? Peter, you need to learn one eternal truth of a leader: how you treat employees determines how they treat customers. If they feel special, if you constantly make them say, wow, they will do the same for clients. As I said before, giving is the first step to receiving. Different people should be rewarded differently, Julian added. Be careful that the reward is really perceived as a reward and not as a punishment. A ticket to Bermuda for an agent who hates flights and because of her constant traveling does not see her children for weeks is unlikely to be a welcome gift. A person who earns well but works 18 hours a day is more likely to prefer a few days off than a big bonus check. There was a guy in my own legal department who just wanted to be praised for his excellent work in front of everyone. As Raman said, people are like clocks, just open the lid and find out what makes their mechanisms tick. First find out what kind of reward they would prefer themselves, and then act. For some, this can be a memorable gift, for someone, a weekend at a ski resort. Choose the style of the award so that it suits the person. I will never forget the evening of that day when Raman entered my hut and said, "You were an excellent student, Julian, probably the best we've ever had. You respect our customs and try with all your heart to comprehend our philosophy of true leadership. We fell in love with you, and from now on you also belong to our little brotherhood. And although we are content with little, we have almost no valuables, yet I want to give you a small gift as a reward for your diligence. I would like to give you something meaningful, but instead of choosing a gift myself, I decided to drop in and find out from you personally what gift will make you happy." You know, for the first time in my life it occurred to someone to ask what I myself would like to get for a good job. I became the happiest student in the world. And, of course, I began to work even harder so as not to disappoint the teacher who had such faith in me. So what did you ask for? I thought you would want to know. Julian smiled. Everything is very simple. In my free time, I liked to go to the temple, which stood in the middle of the village, to meditate on the words carved on a simple wooden plate. I knew that Raman carved them, and asked him to make me the same. I had my plate the next day. What was written there? I asked impatiently. The words of the great Indian philosopher Patanjali. I remember them for the rest of my life. When you are inspired by a great goal or an unusual idea, your thoughts are freed from the shackles. The mind goes beyond the boundaries of ordinary perception, consciousness expands indefinitely, and you find yourself in a new, great and wonderful world. Dormant forces, abilities and talents awaken in you. You realize your power, although yesterday you considered yourself an ordinary person. The second half began, but Julian did not pay any attention to the game. By giving me this plate, Raman gave me a gift, knowing that I would definitely like it. Not the gift he would have preferred if he were you, I put in. Exactly. When a wise leader notices that one of his subordinates is showing special diligence, he rewards the person exactly as he himself would like. This is the only way to make employees work with full dedication. And this is the only way to bring the company to the world level. Okay, so I should hunt those who are working at full capacity in global view instead of noticing and correcting errors. Further, I should note their merits, but in such a way that the reward is desirable. It seems to me that my people, hungry for kindness, will be happy with simple praise. Yes, you yourself said that most employees prefer praise to any other kind of encouragement. Apparently, praise is a rare guest not only in global view. Praise moves mountains will now be my leadership mantra. I bet the monks would love it. Can I ask a question? That's what I'm here for, my friend, Julian said cordially, smoothing the folds of his long velvet robe. No matter how hard I try, it will take time before my people start working at full capacity. And yet, they need to be praised and encouraged immediately. What should I do? Wait until things take off? Great question. You see at the very root. However, my friend, if you keep your approval until someone gives it their all, you will wait forever. But then what do? There is a little secret, and it is to praise progress and reward results. Hunt for good, if not yet perfect, doing the job. The main thing is that people feel the taste of success and become addicted to it. When this becomes an end in itself, real success will not be long in coming. After all, your people will work better and better. Just like our home team, I said, pointing to 2 players who had just gone into a fast break and earned 2 more points. I remember coming to see them when the franchise was brand new. You should have seen what a pitiful sight they were. And that was just recently. And now many of these players have become stars of the first magnitude. Julian nodded. Why is everyone? The coach encouraged progress. Progress, not outcome, should be the reason for the reward. And look at them now, they are magnificent. Julian suddenly jumped to his feet and threw up his hands, clenched into fists. He called out the names of the players he knew, cheering them on. I never thought Julian was such a fan. His enthusiasm was infectious. Julian, I have more questions for you. Go ahead, he said, returning to his place again under the gaze of those who were fortunate to sit next to us. I don't quite understand what I should say when I praise someone. I mean, I've never done this before. Naturally, I can throw in a couple of words like great job or keep up the good work, but maybe you can offer something else? Praise is a skill that requires learning and practice. Every leader must master it to perfection. To get started, learn a few basic principles. Praise must be specific, immediate, spoken in public, and it must be sincere. Also, when you praise a person, be sure to call him by his first name. The most pleasant sound on earth for a person is the sound of his own name. Just try not to fall into one very dangerous trap that awaits most administrators who decide to use praise as a reward. Don't exaggerate. Praise bears fruit only when you know its measure. Thoughtless intemperance devalues it, just as an overabundance of paper money leads to a depreciation. Understood. How else, besides praise, can I motivate my team? There are a few tricks that won't cost you anything. Well, almost nothing. For example, you can attach a personal thank you note to an employee's door, pay for his parking for a month, give him a subscription to his favorite magazine. All these are simple but trouble-free tricks. Inviting a regular worker to a management meeting, personally signing a birthday card, going out to eat at the same cafe where your employees have lunch, breaking bread with them, so to speak, is also a great way to show that you care about people. I recently read about a manager who came up with a cheap but very effective trick. He bought a huge box and stuffed it with motivational literature, audio and video recordings from recognized experts in the field. He called it Treasure Chest. When someone from his team deserved an award, he led them to the chest, in front of everyone, and asked them to choose something to their taste. This is a great approach. Such an award can not only encourage good work, but also get people to improve through useful books and records. Good employees get even better. Remember, Peter, that wise leaders are always liberators. They do not limit any initiative. They know that their direct duty is to help people reveal all their talents. A leader is not a dictator, but a good advisor. His task is not to indicate, but only to throw ideas that will help subordinates realize their natural talents and become more independent both in the professional field and in life in general. As the great sage Confucius remarked, give a man a fish and he will eat for a day. Teach a man how to fish and he will be fed all his life. I told you before, the key to leadership is knowing people's strengths. When you realize this, you will understand that the company you call Global View, nothing more than printing on a few pieces of paper plucked from the bowels of your corporate lawyer's computer. The real value is your team and their potential. Only this will help you to realize your great vision of the future. Powerful ideas. Do you know what I'm thinking about right now? Some of our competitors also do not shun motivational techniques. True? I just didn't realize the power of reward and recognition, so I didn't pay enough attention to it. When the student is ready, the teacher comes, Julian smiled. The game, meanwhile, was drawing to a close. One of Global View's competitors is constantly coming up with all sorts of funny things to stimulate and encourage the team. I said. The sales department begins each meeting with a special ritual, a kind of honoring the heroes. They solemnly walk around the table in honor of those salespeople who have shown special skill in communicating with customers and have achieved high results. In another company, one of the walls was dubbed the Wall of Victory and began to place motivational quotes, thank you letters and a list of strategic goals on it. Everyone who passes by this wall sees these leaves. I even heard that someone from Xerox's top management wore a hat to every meeting that had the name of a 5-star ski resort embroidered on it. This victory symbol served as a powerful reminder of where the team would vacation if they hit their sales targets. These are all great ideas, and I think you should consider using them too. And never forget the importance of corporate traditions. Can you elaborate on this? I asked. In the Himalayas, the sages developed a whole system of special traditions, observing which they feel unity. Every evening, no matter how busy they are with philosophical studies or study, they get together to share a simple but delicious dinner at a large wooden table. A truly incredible sight is when these eternally young monks sit at the table, laugh, sing and enjoy the company of each other. This develops and strengthens the feeling of togetherness. When this basketball team goes to a pizza party or a family picnic on Fridays, they do the same thing. They not only have a good time, but strengthen mutual ties and help each other feel part of a common destiny. So, traditions should become part of the corporate culture? Definitely. Let people get to know each other, the way sometimes let yourself relax. Have family picnics or sandwich lunches every other week. Shake off the web of formal office relationships. Let people start talking and laughing again. I know one company even has fool days. Trust me, not only are people having a great time on days like these, they're also becoming more productive. As a wise leader once said, brains, like hearts, go where they are valued. Tell me, what are these days of madness? Never heard of anything like it. That company sets up a quarterly day when people can let off steam and get rid of accumulated stress. It boosts morale. For example, once they had a day called, You're Not My Boss. The CEO made coffee, answered the phone, and worked in the warehouse, while some of the employees worked in his office and had a lot of fun. This simple idea helped break down many of the artificial barriers between management and employees and brought the team together incredibly. The next time they came up with Corporate Circus Day. Specially hired clowns, wizards, and pranksters performed throughout the office, much to the delight of the entire team. Even casual visitors, those who just walked along the corridor, were involved in the performance. This is how word of mouth started working, and everyone around learned that how employees are valued in this unusual company. One of the most successful was the day called Back to the Future. Sounds intriguing. All employees gathered to once again remember and celebrate past merits. The success stories of each of them were posted on the walls of a specially rented conference room so that everyone could see them. After that, they brainstormed and considered future goals. With all these examples, I want to prove that wise leaders realize that if you make employees feel like valuable members of the team, then they will go more than one extra mile with you. As soon as you start practicing the third ritual, rewarding and encouraging each of your team members regularly, your people will begin to put their whole soul into the work. They will feel like they are part of something bigger. They will see themselves as not just employees, but as important members of the Global View team. That's when your company will be unstoppable. I can't say better than Raman, so I'll just repeat his words: when many cobwebs are woven together, they can tie a lion. The crowd dispersed from the stadium, and a strange silence filled the air. Our team won, and people, of course, were happy. But something else caught everyone's attention. One of the stars in the darkened sky began to twinkle brightly, piercing the blackness of the night with an almost magical light. Although it was almost 11 p.m., it seemed as if a powerful ray of sunlight was about to break through the dark veil and flood everything around with daylight. I've never seen this before. People stopped and silently looked at the sky. I can't believe my eyes, Julian, I said, staring up at the bright star that caught everyone's attention. I do, Julian smiled knowingly. Does it have something to do with that star you were talking about some time ago and the fact that you brought the telescope today? I asked, and all turned into a hearing. Certainly. And very soon I will explain what exactly is happening now. Himalayan sages have long predicted that this will happen. But even I am surprised by their accuracy. A few minutes later the darkness returned, and the blazing star sank silently into the night. The spectacle was stunning. Although I knew nothing about astronomy, and with all my desire I could not explain the nature of this wonderful phenomenon, the grandeur of this spectacle did not leave me indifferent. That was incredible, Julian. The laws of nature are the most powerful in the universe, he replied. They lead you to the truth, Peter. You must learn from nature, only then will you become a true leader. Wise men understand these laws well and build their lives in accordance with them. In what sense? There is an eternal truth: what you sow, that you will reap. Business development is subject to the same cyclical processes as the change of seasons. As natural disasters always launch new processes, as night darkness gives way to light in the morning, the laws of business work in the same way. New opportunities open up behind every crisis. I never thought that the laws of nature applied to the business world. Undoubtedly so, and a leader who realizes this eternal truth gains a great advantage. That is why our next meeting will take place in nature. Where exactly? Let's meet next Sunday in the woods across Lake Bear. Where do hunters go? Exactly. Approach the entrance to the forest. I will leave you a few signs to guide you to a place where I will continue to share with you the secrets of the leadership of the sages of Sivan. I promise you won't be disappointed. But when exactly? At dawn. This is a special time of day. You're laughing, aren't you? I'm absolutely serious. Dawn is the best part of the day. I think it's time for you to experience the serenity that he brings with him. Now it's time for me to run. You're always on the move, Julian. What's the rush? I must find the star, came the curt reply. And Julian disappeared into the crowd. On the way home, I pondered the mysteries that this wonderful evening had bestowed on me. I thought about the importance of rewarding regularly, appreciating continually. I couldn't get Julian's words out of my head that praise moves mountains and that many people go to bed hungry every day, but it's not physical hunger. They were hungry for a kind word and sincere approval. I thought about all those people who dutifully come to work at Global View every morning and even occasionally do not receive words of gratitude for the energy that they put into the cause. To some administrators, programmers, and peddlers, I never even said a sincere good morning. And they were not the main source of problems in the company. I was. As Julian once said, great leaders make their own followers. And I was very far from the leader they deserve. I began to come up with ways in which I can inspire staff and help them focus on success. Surprisingly, even just thinking about it lifted my spirits. We can place treasure chests full of motivational books and notes throughout the office so that good work is rewarded immediately. We may periodically host sandwich parties or introduce new traditions so that people can let off steam and build good relationships. A day called "You Are Not My Boss" can be a great opportunity to get to know the work of your subordinates and let them know that I am no longer the petty tyrant I used to be. My mind was filled with new ideas. How about leaving one of the line staff in charge when the administrators and I go on the annual 2-day retreat, too, that I've decided to introduce this year? Why not name the boardrooms after the best employees? Why not reward an employee who comes up with an idea to increase income with a percentage of the amount that it brings? Or at least paid vacation. Maybe once a quarter you could have a gala dinner for the top 10 people in each department. And, of course, I will be sending out hundreds of thank you notes. A little praise can go a long way, I'm sure of it. Entering the lobby of our luxurious high-rise building, I reached into my coat pocket for the keys and felt a foreign object there. As I walked down the corridor, my face broke into a smile. I was sure it was the new puzzle piece that Julian had thrown at me while I was watching the game. I took out the object and in the light of the lamp I read what was written on it. This time, the inscription was laconic: Ritual 4, follow change. Ritual 4, follow the change. Watch the stars and imagine that you are moving along with them. Always remember the mutual transformation of the elements, because these fantasies help to overcome the Earth's gravity. Marcus Aurelius. I myself could not believe that I had agreed to meet Julian at such an early hour. No wonder there wasn't a soul around. I carried with me a thermos full of coffee and a basket of cakes that I hoped to give Julian. Entering the thicket of the forest, I found myself in a realm of serene tranquility. The aromas of pine and cedar reminded me of the happy days of childhood when my father and I also wandered through the forest. Those were the best years of my life. I don't even know how I got away from nature. I decided to correct this error. I understood that only a return to nature would allow me to find the mindset of a leader. Suddenly I saw a map nailed to the trunk of a huge pine tree with a wooden nail. I remembered what Julian had said about clues that would lead me to him. The card was definitely one of them. After consulting the route indicated on the map, I boldly moved deep into the forest. According to the map, I had to go half a mile to the north. There must be a small stream flowing through which I must cross for another mile. There, judging by the postscript below, the last halt is waiting for me. I had no idea what it was, but I didn't worry about it at all. After 20 minutes of fast walking, I was tired and began to breathe heavily. Drops of sweat fell directly on the path. The heart was pounding in a frantic rhythm. But, fortunately, what could not be taken away from me was the fighting spirit. No matter what obstacles got in my way, I never gave up. Father said that success is guaranteed to anyone who has discipline, attentiveness, patience, and perseverance. I firmly believed in these words. So, I moved on. Some noise was heard in the distance. At first it was barely perceptible, but then it began to grow. It seemed that it was running, crunching branches, some kind of animal. Maybe a raccoon, a fox, or a deer. What was my surprise when a man leaning on a wooden stick came out towards me at high speed. It was not clear whether it was a man or a woman, but I was not up to it. I instinctively jumped aside because there was no one to help me in this wilderness, and the sight of a sharpened stick did not add calmness. My heart beat even faster and sweat began to flow in a stream as I ran as hard as I could into the thicket, abandoning all my supplies. After about 30 minutes, I realized that the sudden guest was out of sight. I fell in the middle of a clearing dotted with variegated flowers and evergreen shrubs. Through the crowns of the trees, glimpses of the blue sky could be seen. It was cloudless summer weather. It was a beautiful day in every way. Too bad I didn't have the strength to move. I thought about what happened. It certainly wasn't Julian. Why would he want to scare me? And if it was him, then he should have at least identified himself. I started to get angry. I'm sitting somewhere in the forest in front of bears, cougars, and wolves, and there is no mention of Julian. He said that there would be signs that would show me the way, but since I found the map, I have not seen anything. To top it off, I'm being hunted by a lunatic with a wooden bayonet, and I don't know how to get back on the road. To say I'm lost is an understatement. So, we need to get together, I thought. I am the director of a company worth $2 billion. I have a wonderful wife and 2 wonderful children whom I love so much and who need me. I can handle it. I got to my feet and immediately heard the murmur of a stream, which, apparently, was flowing somewhere nearby. Perhaps this is the same stream marked on the map left by Julian? And if so, then to get to the last rest, I need to cross the stream and walk 1 mile along it. But in which direction? I decided to give myself up to chance and went with the flow. With every step, my presence of mind returned. Perhaps the point was that for the first time in many years I finally got out into nature. Or maybe because I just had a chance to be myself. Anyway, the creek circled around the hilly area and headed along a large field. When I reached the forest, I saw something amazing. In the center of the field stood a house. At first glance, it was made of roses. There was a garden near the house. A lot of exotic plants grew nearby. Butterflies fluttered in the air, saturated with a wonderful aroma. It was amazing. I realized that I had found Julian. "Hi," I called out. "Are you there, Julian?" The door immediately swung open, and my old friend came out to meet. "Where have you been?" he asked with a wide smile on his face. "I've been waiting for you. You will not believe. I came here with the first rays of the sun, as you asked. Found your map, read the instructions, and went into the woods. Everything was just fine, until suddenly some crazy person chased me. I was scared to death and ran until I was exhausted. Thank God I managed to get away from him. After that, I found a stream, and it led me to you. I think it wouldn't hurt to have a glass of something stronger to help me recover. Do you have a bottle of expensive scotch? I gave up a long time ago. And what about the madman? Never mind, I can say for sure that he was not chasing you," Julian said with surprising certainty. "How do you know that?" "Because it was me. I needed to quickly find a suitable pole and be back before you arrived. I was thinking of some repairs. I need the pole to support the new wing of the building," he said with a laugh. "So it was you?" I exclaimed in bewilderment. "Julian, I thought I was done for. Damn it, why didn't you just say so?" My heart almost broke. Julian put his arm around my shoulder in conciliation. "Yes, I was going to. But then I thought this. I have invited you here this day, to this amazing forest retreat where I live, to share with you the power of the 4 rights. One of these rituals, as you were able to read on yesterday's puzzle piece, tells you to follow the change. So I figured that a little adventure that will kick you out of your comfort zone will help you better understand the meaning of what I want to teach you. I'm truly sorry if I scared you. But I knew you'd be all right. In fact, I've been watching you from afar to make sure you're all right. And now welcome to my house. It's time to start studying. We have an important day ahead of us. What do you mean when you say that I should follow the changes? I asked, gradually coming to my senses. And how can an uncomfortable situation help me? Change is one of the most powerful forces in modern business. You know that as well as I do. Everything is changing: technology, society, the political environment, even how and what people work on. Did you know that in the century before last, 85% of the working population was engaged in agriculture? Today, only 3 people out of 100 do it. On the other hand, we have learned more in the last 30 years than in the previous 5,000 years. I'm not too surprised. At Global View, we are already crazy about this rapidly changing world. Our products become obsolete already on the way to the counter, and yet we are constantly looking for something new. We need a fundamentally different approach to work because the demands of our clients have skyrocketed. The competition is huge. The whole world competes with us. I think with horror that now, along with the main direction, we will have to develop 10 more side projects. Exactly. That's why I invited you to come here, to the last rest, as I jokingly call my little hut. Here you will learn about the 4th ritual, the ritual of management and adaptation to change. You see, a visionary leader doesn't fight change. He has the wisdom to understand that in order for the changes to be only happy, you must accept them. And how can the terrible fright that I experienced in the forest help me in this? I asked, still puzzled by Julian's line of reasoning. The point is that the only way to manage change is to be prepared for the unexpected. To succeed in today's economy, where intellectual capital is valued more than material capital, a leader must learn to be flexible and able to respond to unforeseen circumstances with the necessary calmness, agility, and speed. I'm sorry, my friend, but you failed in all these positions. I don't understand you. My little experiment was designed to shake you up, to knock you out of the comfort zone in which, as I see it, you spend your life without getting out. Apparently, you are absorbed by the routine. You never try anything new, you just repeat the same thing every day. You have turned your office into a prison, and as something comes into your life that can force you to leave this prison, you try your best to avoid it. Life constantly opens up new paths for you, the opportunity to learn something or test yourself for strength. But you invariably blame it all on others. And if you do it yourself, then you do it the old-fashioned way. But is it possible to cope with new problems with the help of old solutions? That is why your company is going downhill instead of rising on the wave of amazing opportunities that modern business offers. Doing the same thing, you will not achieve impressive results. To reach new heights, you need to do something new. You need to fundamentally change your leadership style. Remember what Einstein said: no problem can be solved at the same level of consciousness that we were at when it appeared. Dare, experiment, take it higher, be bolder. Only in this way will you cope with the flow of change that carries your company through the turbulent current of our time. Be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. What does it mean to follow change? Yes. For most leaders, there are only 2 ways to deal with change: fight it or run from it. There, in the forest, you chose the latter. But there is a third option that wise leaders choose: follow change and use it to their advantage. Isn't there a contradiction in the fact that you, on the one hand, urge me to dare and not be afraid of anything, and on the other hand, passively follow the changes? And will not this passivity lead to a loss? That's what we Westerners think. However, in the East, sages and Zen masters use a completely different, centuries-old way of thinking. What do you mean? They believe that humility precedes victory. It makes no sense to go against change when you are on the way with them. As Lao Tzu said, soft and weak wins over hard and strong. The movable is more perfect than the immovable. Management is achieved not through opposition, but through acceptance. Rigid adherence to tradition and old-fashioned management will drive your company into a coffin. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said that consistency is the mark of average minds. And damn it, he was right. Be flexible, open up to new things. Try to accept everything that fate sends you. Give in to the flow. Be water. Said Julian, let's go for a walk. Be water? You didn't make a reservation? I asked. We wandered along the stream, downstream. Suddenly Julian leaned over the water and stroked the wave. The essence of water lies in the flow, Julian said, watching his hand plunge into the turbulent stream. She just flows. No resistance, no thought. However, water is one of the most powerful earth elements. Learn from the water. As the waters follow the flow, so you follow the flow of modern business. Realize that change is your allies, not your enemies. Accept them. This is the secret of adaptability. Is adaptability really that important? Adaptability is the main quality in our world. Now information rules the ball. The leader who can adapt to change and use it to his advantage will outperform all his competitors. But adapting isn't just about accepting change. This means accepting both anxiety and stress, constant companions of any change. And then get together and move on with renewed vigor. And take any failure as part of market research. There is no such thing as a fall. There are only steep turns on the road of self-improvement. Change is a great way to infuse global view forces. This means that you must persevere on your way until you reach your appointed goal. Remember, you can't become a bad kayaker without flipping the boat over a few times. You can't become a brilliant pianist without missing the right note. Success is a lottery, and failure is a big part of it. As the Buddhist proverb says, an arrow that hits its target is the result of many misses. I always wondered why I dislike change. Maybe it's in my genes? I joked. You found an excellent explanation, Julian replied seriously. Any person is genetically programmed to resist change and strive for balance. Our body has developed the ability to homeostasis over time. This is necessary in order to survive in a state of danger, to adapt the body to quickly adapt and transition to a stable state. But the problem is that this mechanism works even in those conditions when nothing threatens the body. This programming for balance does not take into account the fact that some changes can benefit the body. That's amazing, Julian. Are you saying that we are all genetically engineered to resist change? Yes, that's why it's so hard to get people out of their own comfort zone. Nobody likes to learn or develop new qualities in themselves. But the state of homeostasis can be overcome. True, this will bring with it a certain amount of stress, pain, and fear. You, as the head of a large corporation, are faced with the task of reducing the level of anxiety among your subordinates. You must constantly remind them that change is needed, tell them about the amazing opportunities that every change is fraught with. Tell them that change only brings you all closer to the cherished goal. Show your people how new trends can significantly change their lives. They should be aware that the changes will help you do your common cause even better. And how can I achieve this? You will understand this as soon as you learn about another law of nature that reigns supreme here, in the deep forest where I was lucky enough to settle. This is the law of the environment. Look at the seed, it's not enough for it to just fall to the ground. It will sprout only in good soil, with the right moisture and the right temperature. In other words, in order for it to germinate, appropriate conditions are needed. It is the same with business. In order for change to bring success, you, as a wise leader, need to create an appropriate atmosphere in the team. And what is this atmosphere? I asked with keen interest. Atmosphere of craving for knowledge. You need to support the desire for self-development in every employee, make every workplace sharpened for continuous self-improvement. You have to literally drive people into the head that to overcome the fear and stress provoked by change, knowledge is the best help. Knowledge is the best medicine against fear. Don't let laziness distract you from your studies. The more prepared and aware people are, the easier it will be for them to accept and capitalize on the new. If you really want your plans to become a reality, make your employees eternal students. They must understand that only by learning something new every day, you can stay afloat. Create a corporate culture that encourages them to come up with fresh ideas. And always share everything you know. Remember, Peter, the one who wins today is the one who wins. We crossed the stream, which already resembled a small river, and went through the thickets to a clearing. Julian continued to instruct me in the doctrine of change. You see, there is joy in change. Without them it is impossible to imagine growth, development, progress. Look at this forest, this lawn. They are forever in a state of change. Leaves fall from trees, only to reappear later. In the nests, chicks hatch, then to fledge and become birds. Spring replaces winter. Even the butterfly fluttering above us is just a caterpillar that has learned to change. Change is the basis of the world order. We need it to maintain life on Earth, each of us needs it to survive. Change is humanity's best friend. Ordinary leaders fight them, wise ones find happiness in them. The ancient philosopher Marcus Aurelius expressed this idea as precisely as possible. Contemplate incessantly how everything that becomes in transformations, and get used to realizing that the nature of the whole loves nothing so much. 3. You have changed my understanding of the nature of change, Julian. I never thought they were central to not only the success of our company, but the progress of humanity as a whole. Can you say anything more about this? Yeah, I just had an idea, he said, pointing to a frog with brown spots on dark green skin. A friend of mine over there on the ground is a great example of what can happen to you if you decide wait for changes, without preparing for them in advance. Explain? What do you think will happen if you take a frog and throw it into boiling water? She will most likely try to jump out. Right. Let's try to change the course of events. First, we will put the frog in water at room temperature and let it relax. Then we will gradually raise the temperature until the water is hot. What do you think will happen to her? Don't tell me she'll just sit there and do nothing. That is exactly what will happen. Most companies react in the same way, they just do not notice the changes, because the changes, as a rule, do not happen immediately. Like most companies, the frog's body only reacts to sudden changes in the environment. Being able to respond in time to gradual changes is a great art. The frog will even enjoy being warm for a while until it boils and dies, just another victim of the inward-oriented mentality. Great metaphor, Julian. How do you know so much about biology? I once dated a high school teacher who specialized in all of this. Then it seemed boring to me, but now I understand that the laws of nature are actually the laws of life. The sooner we begin to understand them, the sooner we will learn to use change. After all, they are the essence of our life. Remember, either you agree with the laws of nature, or you rebel against them. And you end up like our frog. I finished. You got it right. How else can you cope with change? I like your lessons, Julian. They are very clear and helpful. I'm only telling you the obvious. If people weren't so engrossed in the bustle, they would have figured it out a long time ago. You are right. My next piece of advice is, encourage competence. This echoes what I said about eternal learning. However, there is something more here. Being competent means not needing your boss to guide you through the whirlwind of change by the hand. Instead, you take responsibility for what happens. If something is wrong in your department, think about how to fix it, and do not look for someone to blame. What do I need to do to instill responsibility and independence in my people? They must learn to properly evaluate their work. In the labor market, people are rewarded according to their value. A person who cooks hamburgers may be much more gifted than a top manager earning billions, but in the labor market he is worth much less. And, of course, he gets less. By helping people develop, you allow them to increase their value. They will understand that instead of sitting back and watching, they need to rush into battle in order to cost more and, as a result, receive more. This will help them not only increase their self-confidence and become more proactive, but also significantly reduce their stress levels. How is that? People avoid change because they fear they won't be able to cope with the new pace of life. And that lowers their value. All managers dream of efficient and competent employees, but most companies still do not consider it necessary to invest in training their employees. Corporations spend 50 to 70% of their income on employee salaries, while no more than 1% is allocated for their development. And it's stupid. By constantly investing in the development of your employees, sending them to seminars, buying them literature, you will be able to hone their skills to perfection, reveal their talents. And most importantly, show that they have the opportunity for career growth. You can help them turn their weaknesses into strengths. If you pour the contents of your wallet into your head, no one will take it away from you, said Ben Franklin. Abe Lincoln said, "You can only succeed when you do something better than others." Spend money so that your employees become the best in their business. The main thing is to understand that these are not expenses, but investments. The growth of your company is directly proportional to the growth of knowledge of your employees. Besides, you're right, Julian. We have one young man. At first we hired him as a courier. A great guy, one of the few in the company with whom I have established a real connection. We chatted a couple of times, but not for long. He once said that he would like to try his hand at programming, but he did not have enough knowledge for this. I sent him to study at the firm's expense. Some time later, I saw how he was already helping other programmers. He was really capable, so one of my managers suggested that he write software for us. And how is he now? The best in the business. One of our competitors tried to lure him away with a higher salary, but he refused. Said he likes working for us. I would really like my whole team to be set up the same way. So be it, if you invest in each of them as much as you invested in this guy. You gave him a chance to develop, and he thanked you with devotion. You see, another reason people resist new things is because they don't trust leadership. They do not believe that their managers and managers care about them. People tend to distance themselves from those who lead self-centeredly. Help your employees become more competent and everything will change. Become an engineer of human destinies, and you will see for yourself how deep the connection between you and your employees is. One very successful firm I represented had only 4 days a week for work. What about the fifth one? The fifth day was devoted to trainings. Unbelievable. To see the forest for the trees, you need to pay attention to each tree. What do you mean? Too often, well-meaning leaders really invest in seminars, educational literature, and so on, forgetting, however, about the main thing. About what? Knowledge is useless without practice. Success is not determined by what you know. Many employees understand what needs to be done for the prosperity of their organization. Real success can only be achieved if you gain knowledge that can be applied in practice. To become a global company, you and your people need to move from study to practice, from motivation to work. Once, when Raman and I were sitting in his hut, he said, "Spring has passed, summer has rushed by, and now winter is outside. And the song that I wanted to sing is still not sung. I spent my days stringing and tuning my instrument." I think by this he meant to say that time is moving forward and you can't wait for the right moment, you need to act now. Julian looked into the sky, to some point known only to him, and said in a barely audible voice, "I will soon follow you, my friend." By that time, I was already used to his strange antics and thought that he was most likely referring to the mysterious sages of the Himalayas. "Now listen to the last thing I have to say this morning," he continued, returning to our conversation. "I think you have already received enough food for thought, but I have more things to do today. There is another law of nature that will help you learn to follow change. It sounds like this: what you sow, you will reap. This is the ancient law of the harvest." Julian and I approached his small house. He pointed to the verdant beds with his hand. "I spend a lot of time looking after my garden and treat it with respect as it gives me food. I loosen the earth with love, water it, weed it. After all, the more care you put in, the better the result. These vegetables help me look younger." Julian bent down and pulled out some carrots. I was surprised that they were so big, and I told him about it. "Would you like to take some home? Of course Samantha will like them. You see, Peter, our consciousness is very much like a vegetable garden. If we take care of it, then it will surely bear fruit for us. The problem with most people is that they let everything into their minds. They start their day with horror stories from the newspapers, then digest them on their way to work. At work, these thoughts create a negative environment that prevents them from focusing on finding something good. And at the end of the working day, with their heads full of all sorts of rubbish, they are surprised at how bad they feel and how tired they are. Your mind can be your best friend, but it can also be your worst enemy. Don't let the weeds grow. Get over your habit of letting information into your mind that you don't need. Take full responsibility for your thoughts. What goes around comes around. That's what my father often said," I said softly. "Wise, apparently, was a man," said Julian. "You know, if you think about it carefully, it turns out that wise leaders do not manage companies or even people. They control moods. They inspire people to achieve the goal, cause them enthusiasm. And in your organization, bet on positive thinking. Believe me, this is not veiled tenderness at all, as some ignorant managers think. An inspiring and cheerful attitude is the essence of success. The time in which you are lucky to live is the engine of progress. The distance you are destined to travel is determined only by the state of your mind. As Disraeli said, let your mind feed on great ideas, for the mind is above everything in the world." Well said, Julian. The limits of our possibilities are determined only by the limits of our consciousness. Exactly. Just think, every great discovery, achievement or invention started as just a thought in the head of one inspired person. Edison's idea of the incandescent light bulb, or Salk's desire to invent a polio vaccine, Gandhi's attempt to lead his people to freedom, it all started with a single thought. No more, no less. Now do you feel what strength lies in 4 kilograms of weight resting on your shoulders and the shoulders of any of your colleagues? Yes. The most effective way to deal with change is to always remember that there is always something to learn, strive for and achieve. Teach them to see the good even where others see only misfortune. Gifted leaders will find a ray of hope in pitch darkness. Said Julian with passion in his voice, as Helen Keller said, no pessimist has yet unraveled the secrets of the stars, found new lands, and opened new horizons for the human spirit. And by the way, he added, I advise you to make your people paranoid inside out. This will help a lot in business. What is paranoid inside out? This is when a person believes that everyone around has conspired to do only good towards him. The brilliant Harvard psychologist William James once remarked, "Belief breeds reality." I like. That's right, Peter. Our hopes have material properties. Success in business and life is the result of self-prophecy. Thoughts have power, never forget this law of nature. Thinking is like following a trail, Julian said, pointing to several trails leading from his house into the woods. Every day you choose which road to take. Choose a path and it will lead you to a certain place. If you go the other way, you will end up somewhere else. If I have learned anything from the sages of the Himalayas, it is that the quality of your leadership is directly related to the quality of your choices. Seriously? Yes. The eternal law of cause and effect. Your success is the sum of what you did in a day, what you focused on, what people you surrounded yourself with, what goals you set for yourself and global view, what books you read. And what thoughts I let into the garden of my mind, I said, continuing Julian's thought. Great, Peter. I'm proud to have you as my student, Julian replied. Thinking is like the art of a tracker. If you have enough willpower to choose the right path, then it will eventually lead you to your dreams. Otherwise, you won't get what you want. This is the main danger of negative thinking. As soon as a black thought enters your head, it knocks you off the right path onto a crooked path. And the more often you walk on it, the more familiar it becomes. Over time, it may seem to you that this is your path. But both of us are well aware of where this delusion can lead in our time of change. Raman told me an interesting thing. In Sanskrit, the word for funeral pyre is surprisingly close in sound to the word anxiety. And actually it's not so obvious, but there is a lot in common between them. A funeral pyre burns a dead person, while restlessness burns a living person. So as soon as a disturbing thought creeps into your head, be careful not to feed it with your energy. Don't let yourself go down that road. You will see how it can change your inner world. Mark Twain said, "Many troubles befell my lot. Some have actually happened." Now I understand what he meant. You should remember that, Peter. As you can see, I love to quote the wise sayings of great thinkers. Julian walked me to my car. I thought about what changes await global view, and how to apply the wisdom of my teacher in a way that will turn these changes for good. I stayed in this amazing place for only one day, but during this day I managed to understand that change is one of the ways of nature to support life and develop it. I realized that change does not need to be fought, it needs to be accepted, adapted to it. Unless, of course, I really count on success. I just need to accept this new worldview and focus on the amazing opportunities that this new era of business is opening up for us. Instead of resisting the new, you need to become part of it. As Thomas Fuller once said, blaming time is justifying yourself. It's time for me and my managers to stop making excuses and learn to embrace change. We need to become wise leaders. This morning was full of revelations. The best is yet to come, my friend. You won't believe it if I tell you where we meet next. I've got a special job for you, he said, chuckling. I can't wait, I said. I just have to check to see if my health insurance has been renewed, because the lessons of wise management often turn into an adventure. Where will we meet next? At the military base at Yalford, he replied. Are you serious? Absolutely. There it will be easiest for me to explain the fifth ritual of the primordial control system, which Raman told me about far in the mountains of the Himalayas. At 8 p.m. next Friday. Fine. Let me ask you, what are we talking about? Here, take a look, said Julian, and took out another piece of the wooden puzzle I was now putting together. It matched the previous pieces, and they all began to take shape together. I was sure that this detail would add clarity to the overall picture. There are no letters on this one, Julian. What does it mean? You're holding it upside down, buddy, he said with a chuckle. Turning it over, I really saw the signs. Signs that will tell me how to transform my leadership model and give a new impetus to the development of our company. On the detail was written, Ritual 5, focus on the essentials. Ritual 5, focus on the essentials. Your goal is to find meaning and calm confidence in yourself, so that in the midst of the hustle and bustle, hold on to them like a stronghold, keep them like the apple of your eye. Paul Hindemith. It has been many years since I last visited the old military base, located off Country Road number 27. My father often took me there as a child. We sat for hours on a hill overlooking the field camp and watched the soldiers carry out commands with enviable accuracy. I still don't know why this sight interested him so much. Perhaps the father was attracted by some splendor and the utmost accuracy of execution. And, perhaps, in these walks he saw almost the only chance to be alone with me. One thing I know for sure, I missed him very much. I parked my BMW in the lot and looked around for Julian. The clock showed 8, just the appointed time of the meeting, but my friend was nowhere to be seen. I saw only cadets marching across the field and their youthful sergeant shouting orders at the top of his lungs. For some time the soldiers remained in the center of the camp, surrounded by sparse grass bushes, and then moved in my direction. I wondered why they went specifically to the parking lot. After all, they have a whole area for any maneuvers. I soon realized that they were heading straight for me. The cadets almost ran towards me, but I remained motionless. When they came close, I saw that many of them were smiling, and some were even laughing. Beads of sweat glistened in the light of the evening sun, dripping from their weary faces. I was dissatisfied and began to look through the eyes of the sergeant in order to express my displeasure to him. After all, these people were responsible for the defense of their great country and should have understood the seriousness of such exercises. Surely they have better things to do than laugh and run around an innocent civilian. Suddenly the cadet stopped and, still smiling, began to look somewhere behind me. I decided to take the initiative and began to squeeze through their ranks in search of a commander. Finally I found it. Despite the fact that his face was hidden by the shadow that fell from the brim of his hat, I instantly noticed that he was in excellent shape, tall, trim, with a brilliant military bearing. "What's happening?" I asked in the same tone that caused convulsions in my subordinates. "I am waiting here for my friend." "Why did you send your people to me? Did I disturb you?" "We came to interrogate you," followed by a decisive answer. "We need to find out something from you. If you give the correct answer, you can do whatever you want. If you make a mistake, we will have to arrest you." I was sure it was a joke. All I did wrong was park my car in their parking lot. I was the CEO of one of the largest corporations in the country. I paid all taxes and respected every law. I may not have been a great leader, but I certainly did not deserve imprisonment. "Look, I don't understand what's the matter here, but I think you have confused me with someone else. I am a businessman. I own a software development company. I came here to meet my old friend who was supposed to be here by 8 o'clock. He is usually never late. Perhaps you or your soldiers saw him somewhere nearby. It is impossible not to notice him. He looks like a Buddhist monk in a red robe." The men laughed, quietly at first, then laughter turned into laughter. Only the sergeant remained calm. "I still have one question to ask you," he repeated. "As I said, if the answer is correct, then you can go to all 4 sides." "Go ahead with your question," I replied, embarrassed. "Have you brought the 5th piece of the puzzle?" the commander asked. "I'm sorry?" I stammered. "You heard very well, Peter. Have you brought the 5th piece of the puzzle? How are you going to continue with the leadership formula if you don't have the next piece of the puzzle?" I immediately tore the long-brimmed hat off the man's head. It was Julian. He gave me a quick pat on the back and laughed, while the recruits, who were apparently in cahoots with him, began to actively cheer him on. "Welcome to Yalford Military Base, Peter. Julian, you are unique. How did you manage to persuade all these people to participate in such an undertaking? And what happened to your mantle? I thought you never took it off." "I do, but only on special occasions," he chuckled. "The base commander is an old friend of mine. We went to Harvard together. He was in debt, and I decided that now is the time to ask for his return." The soldiers reformed and marched back to the barracks, while Julian and I headed for the center of the field. The sun was sinking towards the horizon. Another wonderful summer day was ending. I had already calmed down and even laughed at Julian's witty joke. Still, I brought the fifth piece of the puzzle. I said, "Fabulous. This means that our evening lesson will not be in vain, and you will take another step towards true leadership. Tell me, what does focus on the worthy mean? Imagine that I can fulfill your every desire. What will you ask?" I think it's easy to guess. Like all leaders in the world, I am sewn up in business. So I'd like to ask for some free time. Give me just 1 extra hour a day and there will be one more happy person on earth. I feel like with all the meetings I have to show up to, the reports I have to read, and the issues I have to solve, I don't have enough time to do the really important things that keep Global View going. To be honest, I can no longer remember when I was able to just sit and think about the strategy of our development. It seems like there are always hundreds of little fires flaring up all around me, and because of them, really serious issues that need to be carefully considered are constantly postponed until tomorrow. Yes, I definitely want more time. Consider that you have already received it. Julian replied. Is it that simple? I already told you how to do it. Focus on the worthy. The secret is that if you want to get more time to focus on important aspects, you need to find the strength to get the small problems out of your head. Is it really that simple? Yes. It's a habit that every great leader before you has developed. One day the great inventor Thomas Edison was asked to reveal the secret of his extraordinary success. He thought for a moment and then replied, "The whole secret is to direct all your mental and physical abilities towards one goal. If you get up at 7 a.m. and go to bed at 11 p.m., then you have 16 wonderful hours. Most people are busy at this time. The trouble is that they devote themselves to too many things, while I, in turn, do one thing. If they hadn't been sprayed on many things, but properly set to one thing, they would definitely have succeeded." Visionary leaders have a clear vision of their goal and the actions they need to take to achieve it. Julian continued. They know perfectly well which actions are conducive to progress and which are not. All other things they consider a waste of their precious time. You see, Peter, the real secret to personal effectiveness is focus on the goal. As Emerson said, concentration is the chief weapon in war and commerce. But the same is true in managing people. If you are a leader, then either you do what is really worthy of attention or you fail. First you need to decide what tasks to focus on, then you need to strengthen self-discipline. And then your effectiveness as a leader will be limitless. In business school, I read a book by Peter Drucker about moving from being busy to getting things done, I recalled. And if you remember, he wrote, there is nothing more useless than doing effectively what should not be done at all. The Eastern philosopher Confucius expressed this idea even more simply, if you chase 2 hares, you won't catch one. Raman spoke of the same thing, a person who grabs at several things at the same time will not succeed in anything. Thus, the main secret of successful completion of tasks is to know that some of them are not even worth paying attention to. This is the 5th ritual, the ritual of personal efficiency. In order to achieve the goal, you need to cultivate self-discipline and be able to focus on the worthy. You just need to learn to see reality as it is, only then will you be able to correctly prioritize. Once you do this once, you will never be the same again. Could you give an example of the right action? Only you can determine what is right and what is wrong. Let me just say that you are wasting your time on any pursuit that you think can lead you to your goal. Pay attention only to those actions that bring you as close as possible to the result. I think they told you in business school that 20% of the activity accounts for 80% of the production. Focus on what gives you strength, what brings you closer to the goal. The whole magic of this thought lies in the fact that by saying yes to the worthy, you reject the unnecessary. Your work will automatically become easier. Yes, your whole life. Sounds tempting. One Zen Buddhist monk said, "Most of my acquaintances try to become smarter every day, but I try to live as simply as possible." The narrower the focus of your leadership, the more effective your whole life will be. I feel like I need to think carefully about which actions are in line with my mission, and which only get in the way. Do you think that if I share my vision of the future with my subordinates, it will help the cause? Exactly. Julian noted, clapping his hands like a guest on a TV show. And if I hold special meetings with managers, where we will think about how to motivate employees by regularly rewarding and relentlessly recognizing. Another great idea, Peter. I felt like I had captured the essence of the leadership philosophy that Julian generously shared with me. Immediately, on the spot, I ran through a rough list of actions that allowed me to change the effectiveness of my leadership. I decided that I would regularly think about strategy, engage in professional and personal development, and pay special attention to relationships at work. And the funny thing, Julian added, the more time you spend on these productive activities, the less time you have to spend on minor emergencies that, as you complained, suck up your precious time. Is that possible? Just think. If you spend your days exchanging ideas and building fruitful relationships, rather than doing petty managerial chores like most leaders, you end up with fewer misunderstandings and conflicts. Spending a few minutes praising and rewarding your employees can dramatically increase their productivity and efficiency. Again, this saves you time. The more attention you give to strategic planning and self-education, the more effectively you think and, as a result, make wiser decisions. This is a really brilliant concept because it was invented by the sages. I still can't believe how powerful this weapon is. Why do you think most of us don't use it in practice? First, most people are too busy. They simply have no time to stop and think about how they can improve their efficiency. But, as Thoreau said, being busy is not enough, so are ants. The question is, what are you doing? Most people follow the example of ants, not elephants, if you understand my metaphor. They spend their days like ants, focusing on the little things that don't move them along the right path. They do not imitate elephants and do not run after big prey, those actions that can really lead them to achieve professional and personal goals. They just don't focus on what matters. The second reason is that people just don't know where to start. They have been wasting their time for so long that they no longer have the slightest idea how to change the course of things. I'm all ears. The trick is to build a system. An efficient system guarantees sustainable results. All I want to tell you is that if you want to focus on what is worthy, then you need to develop an appropriate habit, a kind of ritual. You need a system that allows you to make your everyday efficient. Only in this way can you protect your time from unproductive activities that will eventually destroy your leadership. Did Yogi Raman teach you how to build such a system? Certainly. This system even has a name. Temporal Model of Farsighted Leadership. It's simple, but no method of temporary leadership comes close in effectiveness. What is interim leadership? Do you mean time management? No, I mean temporary leadership. Every sane businessman has some way of planning time. But only seers have learned how to lead in time itself. Farsighted leaders are wise enough to understand that if you do not lead time, time will lead you. Interesting idea. I noticed. So how does the temporal model for visionary leadership work? For some reason I think it's complicated. It's actually incredibly simple, you just need to understand the basics. As my friends from the Himalayas would say, simplicity is the highest form of elegance. The first thing you need to do is set aside a set period of time for what Raman called the weekly planning practice. It can be half an hour on the night from Saturday to Sunday or a couple of hours on Monday morning. I recommend that you do it exactly on Sunday night. On weekends, it's easier to find some time for solitude. Certainly easier than Monday morning. You are right. Once you've decided on a time for weekly planning, there are 5 key steps to take. So you will develop a special ritual that will allow you to make sure that every action that you take next week will bring you closer to the final goal. The first step is to rethink your vision of the future. You need to develop tactics not only for the development of the company, but also for your life. Imagine what ultimate success will look like professionally and personally. This will remind you of where you are going and give you the necessary drive. Tie firmly to the future image of a successful global view. Build such an image for your family life. Imagine yourself as the loving husband and father you hope to be. Rethinking your imagined future will inspire you and make you focus on the things that really matter. I've already gone so far. What will be next? The second step will require you to review your yearly goals. Are they really worth striving for? What are annual goals? These are goals for the year ahead. You must determine them after you figure out how to most effectively manage your time. You must keep these goals in mind at all times. Then you will have a clearer understanding of which actions lead to success and which do not. You see, today offers leaders too much wiggle room. When you have hundreds of options in front of you, it is very difficult to choose the right one. Any day, Julian continued, gives us hundreds and hundreds of opportunities. We can make 100 changes to our plans, or read 100 trade magazines, redo 100 things in the office, watch 100 different TV channels, and read 100 different books. We're overwhelmed with choices. One fine day, I went to the grocery store and noticed that they sold as many as 15 types of bread. The only way to survive in the flurry of choices before us is to follow the given strategy. If you own one, then you will create a structure that allows you to choose only those options that contribute to your goal. You will become the master of choice, not its servant. Novelist Saul Bellow once wrote, "Following a plan frees you from the pain of choice." Strong thought. And Victor Hugo spoke about how important it is to have a solid plan. He who every morning plans the affairs of the whole day and follows this plan to the end, holds in his hands the thread from the labyrinth. The orderly distribution of our time is a ray of light that permeates all our actions. But where no plans are built, and time is given into the hands of chance, everything lies in a chaotic heap, in which it is not possible to put things in order. Smart leaders have predetermined the best way to use their time. They are able to manage the army of options that life offers them. It's easier to say no to something ineffective when you have the option to do something useful. As I said before, the real secret to successfully completing tasks is to know that some of them are not even worth paying attention to. Sounds intriguing, Julian. It seems almost scientific to me. After all, now is a really difficult time, there is so much to do. Right. And this approach will help you develop the habit of giving time only to worthy activities. What is the third step? I asked. Once you've plugged into your vision of the future, whether you've imagined it or drawn it on paper, and gone through your yearly goals quickly, ask yourself, what tasks do I need to accomplish in the next 7 days? So that at the end of the week I can really see that I am one step closer to the goal? The answer would include what Raman called a streak of weekly victories. All week you should focus on these tasks. They will help you develop the habit of self-discipline, teach you to sacrifice the good for the better. These goals will focus your attention and energy on the worthy. What do you mean when you say that thinking through the weekly tasks will help me sacrifice the good for the good? Leaders very often let good intentions dominate effective ones. Instead of asking themselves if they are making the best use of their time, they focus on activities that are enjoyable or just produce good results. But trust me, there is a big difference. Visionary leaders focus on the best and leave the rest to others. Never forget about it. And if you focus on the most effective weekly tasks, then every day, like the week itself, will serve some purpose, right? Yes. Most people let time slip like sand through their fingers, not realizing that days turn into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. They prioritize unimportant tasks, while the main ones, on the contrary, are left for later. So your whole life can slip unnoticed, because you did not want to manage it yourself. The sages have always told me, if you do not control time, then time will control you. That's true, I answered thoughtfully. Moreover, they believed that every day was a miniature version of your life. At the beginning of life you are born, and at its end you die. In the days there is something similar, in the morning you wake up, and in the evening you fall asleep. But what you do while you are awake determines exactly whether your life will be worthy or wasted. Never forget the importance of your every day, Peter. How you spend your days is how you live your life. Don't waste any of them. The past is history, and the future is just a figment of your imagination. You have only the present, only today. So setting weekly goals will get me closer to my yearly goals, which in turn will get me closer to my lifelong goal? Exactly. Wow. So if I follow these simple guidelines, my every week will be fruitful? Yes. You will fall asleep with a feeling of complete satisfaction and wake up full of energy, because you will realize that you are moving towards your dream, said Julian. Once I have set my weekly goals, what do I need to do next? You need to take the fourth step of the time pattern for farsighted guidance. He will require you to distribute weekly goals, paint them by day and hour. You see, when you put your goals on a schedule, it will affect you in the same way that meeting with your best client will give you confidence in achieving them. If you make a special time for your weekly goals before the unworthy things get into the calendar, then you will never have problems with prioritization. Remember another leadership principle: if you don't write your own priorities in your diary, someone else will put theirs in. This is how simple planning can tie you firmly to a brighter future. This is the fastest way to succeed. I think the most difficult thing is to stick to this plan strictly, because every day gives us 100 urgent cases. It's right. The golden key to time management is to do what you planned, and on the dates you planned. As with any other leadership philosophy, you need to start with self-discipline. True? Clean. Self-discipline is the DNA of visionary leadership. This is a family trait of the best of the best. Self-discipline is what allows a leader to quickly move from thinking to action. Like I told you, it's not what you know that matters. Success comes when you apply knowledge, and it is self-discipline that motivates you to act. As a child, my father often taught me about the importance of discipline and self-control. I still remember his words: the stricter you treat yourself, the easier life treats you. In Julian's terms, the father's video signal was synchronized with his audio signal. He woke up every day at 5 a.m. and went for a run. He did not drink alcohol, did not smoke, and led a simple but dignified life. He never spoke ill of others and always kept his promises. He firmly believed that the disappointment that many often experience in their lives can be caused by a lack of discipline. And all problems are born from a lack of self-control. Maybe that's why he liked to bring me to this military base so much. These soldiers are the epitome of self-discipline. They are trained to get the job done and will never back down from what they believe is right. They follow their plans to the bitter end. I shared these thoughts with Julian. That is why I brought you here today, he replied. The ritual of concentration on the essentials requires great self-discipline and inner conviction. The greatest battle is the battle with yourself. Let these soldiers with their ability to keep themselves on a short leash always remind you of this. You see, Peter, there's no point in strategic planning if you don't follow through with it. I know it's not always easy to get what you want when there are so many distractions around. But you must do what you think is right. The publicist and thinker M. Gray noted, a successful person is distinguished by the habit of doing what losers hate to do. Effective leaders don't like things too much either. But their hostility is subject to the strength of their aspirations. The 19th century English writer Thomas Henry Huxley came to a similar conclusion, noting, perhaps the most valuable result of all education is the ability to force yourself to do what you must, when you must, whether you like it or not. Brilliant observation, Julian. Self-discipline and courage is about doing the tasks that we have to do, even if we don't enjoy doing it at all. Put aside the simple and pleasant and take on the difficult but worthy. I'm not saying you shouldn't be flexible. If something unexpected falls on you, try to solve this problem, but only if it will really be a use of your time at the moment. As I said before, flexibility is one of the most important qualities of a wise leader. But most of the time you need to be sure to focus on worthy and right things. So, back to the temporal model of far-sighted leadership. Do I just write down my weekly goals in a weekly journal and then just stick to the plan? Yes and no. Come on, Julian. I'm serious. I just need to understand everything completely. I have a hunch that in this simple rule the sages expressed something very powerful. I say yes because you have to enter your weekly goals in your organizer, and I say no, because this method is still a little more complicated. There is a method that I call strategic time blocking. Sounds crazy, I replied. This is a completely new way to make sure that goals are achieved when you plan them. This method will help you when you are not sure that you have enough self-discipline to strictly follow the plan. The blocking of strategic planning will fundamentally change the very approach to efficiency. The productivity of your actions will increase several times. Most leaders suffer from a terrible disease. Do you know what it's called? I have no idea, Julian. I'm talking about a disease called a loss of focus. This is one of the worst diseases known to mankind. These leaders fail. Their focus is blurred because they try to be everything to everyone. They become victims of their own good intentions, and all because they are engaged in too many cases of the most diverse directions. Focusing on the worthy, and only the worthy, will free up your time and help you achieve true leadership excellence. This will allow you to do everything that you plan, to realize any dream. Okay, but what is this method? The first thing you need to do is to distribute the days of the week in terms of different areas of your activity. Build a kind of template for each day, and then fill it with different things to do. If you do this, then you will no longer have to suffer, constantly sorting out an endless pile of cases. On the contrary, each of your days will be devoted to a specific problem. For example, Monday will be a day devoted only to ideas and initiatives concerning your subordinates. You can call it Human Relations Day. You must include in the schedule of this day all matters related to subordinates. Don't think about sales volume issues or the new product development process. Stay focused. Designate Tuesday as Business Development Day. Again, things should be planned for this day, relating only to the creation of a new business. The environment can help you in matters of marketing and finance. Let's say that Thursday is a free day, which means that you can deal with any sudden crisis situation or just help those who need you. What about Friday? How to designate it? You can leave it to any worthwhile activity you wish to concentrate on. As I said, you are the only one who crafts and creates your week. Choose what suits you the most. Let time be your servant, not your master. I would suggest that you make it a day of renewal. On this day, you should do things that will help you breathe new life into your leadership and improve your leadership skills. Plan for that day all the tasks that affect this area. You can spend it improving your strategic thinking or developing your future vision for the company. Or dedicate it to preparing and setting new priorities. On this day, you can go to a thematic seminar or work with a personal development coach. Look through all the magazines you subscribe to but haven't had time to get to them yet, or read a good book on leadership. Gather your management team and brainstorm. I believe that by dedicating one day a week to this issue, you will finally turn all your good intentions into concrete results. Now, do you understand what strategic time blocking is? I think yes. I have to focus my time on important activities. This is the main secret of the successful completion of important tasks. I am no longer going to be torn apart every day because of 1,000 different cases and solve hundreds of incomprehensible tasks. I will no longer leave unfinished what I started or put everything off until another day. Instead, I will follow a weekly plan, devoting each day to a single issue. I will devote myself only to those deeds that bring me closer to the appointed goal. I also realized that this method would allow me to set aside time for complex, high-priority activities, such as leadership development or strategic planning. I'm really impressed and can't wait to get started. So let me sum it up, Julian said. In total, there are 5 steps in the Provisional Guidance Temporal Model. First step. This is the practice of weekly planning. You must set aside a certain time, as we have already decided, on Sunday night, to consider your time. It will become your personal beacon that will show you that you are moving in the right direction. Second step. It includes reviewing the goals that you need to achieve this year. Third step. Make a list of mini-goals and complete them over the next 7 days. Fourth step. He will require you to divide your action plan into days using the strategic time blocking technique. Each day of the week will be given a specific area to focus on. Schedule a certain activity only for the day it is meant to be, and make sure nothing is left unfinished. Everything will become much easier after you train for 3 or 4 weeks. What about the fifth step? The fifth step is what Yogi Raman called mirror reflection. Analysis is the mother of wisdom, Peter, never forget that. And if you have wisdom, then you will make the right choice, which, in turn, leads you to excellence, both professionally and personally. Every Sunday night as you write down the next week, take some time to reflect on the past week in depth. Did you do what you planned and meet the deadlines? If not, why not? What would you do differently if you had the chance to relive this week? Did you really concentrate on the worthy, or did you allow yourself to be distracted by extraneous matters? Awareness precedes change, and if you don't know what you're wasting your time on, you'll never discover that there are things more worthy of your energy. Don't most people know themselves? Not at all. Most of them have no idea about their strengths and weaknesses. As a result, they keep making the same mistakes over and over again throughout their lives. By taking the time to review your leadership and life, you can make important course corrections each week that will allow you to continually grow as a leader and as a person. Remember, my friend, there is nothing wrong with making mistakes. Mistakes allow you to grow and become wiser. But, if you make mistakes all the time, this is a dangerous sign. It means that you lack wisdom. You must use the experience of past mistakes for future achievements. Let your past serve you. This is one of the hallmarks of visionary leaders, and one of the fundamental foundations of a fruitful life. Constant analysis will convince you that you practice this habit. As Seneca said, keep learning about life while you're alive. Darkness covered the sky, and only crickets and frogs prevented the silence from swallowing us completely. I really enjoyed this evening. Two old friends sitting quietly under the starry sky and contemplating questions of leadership and life. I thought, why didn't these things come to my mind before? Was I really busy enough to think about the really important things? Just a few weeks after Julian appeared in the rose garden near my office, Global View has changed dramatically. His appearance served as a wake-up call for me, which I needed so much. He showed me the path that I must follow if I want our organization to achieve world-class status. I have already begun to practice many points of philosophy. I started coaching my management team on the Julian method. The changes were incredible. My people have become like awakened bees. They were inspired by my vision of the future and now saw themselves as part and parcel of something meaningful. I heard some employees say that for the first time in many years they are being listened to and their interests taken into account. Our new reward and recognition program was a hit, as was our first crazy day. We have mobilized all our forces to achieve changes that meet our needs. I had to change something in myself. I will not hide, it cost me a lot of mental anguish. Thanks to Julian's wisdom, I realized that my role as a leader was to unleash the potential of each individual worker. I gave my employees complete freedom of action. Now, for the first time in my life, I appreciate the importance of keeping promises, being an active listener, being consistently compassionate, and fanatically honest, to use Julian's words. All my actions and decisions have acquired a different meaning and depth. These changes have not escaped my wife Samantha. Julian was absolutely right when he told me to stop blaming others for organizational problems, and take responsibility for all the failures. I will remember his words for the rest of my life. Behind great leadership is the desire to obey. Employees have become much more motivated and collected. Now I had a team of dedicated people. All members of Global View have become much more efficient, more than in all past years. They started acting like they were co-owners of it, putting their own money into it. I was delighted with this change. The new program, which allowed every employee to contribute ideas to change the way Global View works, has led to a series of innovations. With their help, we were able to reduce costs, increase efficiency, improve service, and bring Global View to a completely different level. Make no mistake, the workers who came up with all these ideas were rewarded and publicly recognized for their accomplishments. The wisdom of leadership that Julian learned in the Himalayas really worked wonders. "Why are you always looking at that star, Julian?" I asked again as he turned his gaze back to the brightest spot in the sky. "You promised you would tell me. You will know about it in due time. Very soon, I promise you. After all, I taught you almost everything, there are only a few lessons left. For now, let me just say that this star was my friend. You know that I went through a lot in my life, especially in recent years, a heart attack and everything else. Leaving the business world was a fateful act for me, because I lost a lot. Like that beautiful Ferrari," I whistled. "Yes, Ferrari," Julian said with a sigh. "And that star helped me on my way." I still did not understand what Julian was talking about. I just felt his reluctance to talk about his relationship with that star, so I decided not to insist. That night I couldn't sleep for a long time. I thought about Julian. He was a superstar in business circles, and suddenly he was on the verge of life and death. He pulled through, but dropped everything and went in search of the wisdom he felt he never had. This man went through India and climbed to the very top of the Himalayas, where he finally found what he was looking for. The sages of Savannah shared with him not only the secrets of youth and happiness, but also told him about the rituals of far-sighted leadership. The transformation that happened to him cannot be explained by anything other than a miracle. And the realization came to me that the changes taking place in me as a leader were no less amazing. I reached for the bedside table, turned on the nightlight, and began to carefully examine the wooden object lying next to the glasses. Julian gave it to me before I left it alone at the military base. It was the next piece of a complex puzzle that only got bigger as we met. Again, I was unable to make out the barely visible drawing. The inscription on the item read, Ritual 6, Self-Development and Self-Control. Ritual 6, Self-Development and Self-Control. There is nothing noble in being above others, real nobility is to grow above yourself. Old Indian proverb. Mount Percival is the highest in this part of the country. Climbers and adventurers gather from all over just to conquer its northern slope, one of the most treacherous climbs in our region. A couple of years ago, the son of one of my colleagues died while trying to climb. He and 7 members of his team were found frozen to death about 200 feet from the summit. Kill me, I don't know why Julian would want to meet me here. As I drove my 4x4 along the winding track leading to the base of the mountain, a traditional gathering place for tourists, it suddenly occurred to me that lately I had become accustomed to relying entirely on Julian's mentorship. Each of our meetings gave a powerful impetus to the development of my leadership skills. Julian turned each lesson into a mini-adventure that took me out of my comfort zone, as Julian would say. I began to think and behave in a new way. I felt that our lessons were coming to an end. After all, he tried never to stay in one place for a long time. He sought to bring the knowledge and philosophy of the sages to the world. And I also knew that when he left, I would miss him. As I approached the crowded landing, I immediately spotted Julian. Unlike our last encounters, he was in his traditional ruby-red monk's robes and worn sandals. His face still radiated vitality and excellent health. He smiled. Still, I found it hard to believe that this youthful, energetic man, in fact, Julian Mantle, was a former corporate player who had been almost killed by hellish work and excess. "Hello, Peter," Julian said with his characteristic enthusiasm. "It's a great day, isn't it? As if I had returned to the Himalayas again and now I would see Raman and other sages." He took a deep breath of fresh air. "Do you miss them?" "Very. They are the kindest, noblest, most selfless people I have ever known. They considered me part of their little family, and I felt that I had become their own. The days I spent in a natural oasis of beauty, peace and knowledge were truly the best of my life. And I vowed to preserve and increase what I acquired there. I have a duty to fulfill, and I will devote the rest of my days to spreading their message of leadership in business and life. I will do this until their message is heard by all who need it. Can I ask you one more question?" "Of course," Julian replied. "We went to the ticket office to buy tickets for the cable car." "Why are we going there?" I asked, looking up at the top of the mountain. "This place is perfect for today's leadership lesson." We drove up the mountain in silence. The beauty of the landscape was breathtaking. This picture had to be contemplated in absolute silence. I was overwhelmed with a sense of overwhelming joy, and I wondered why I so rarely left the oak-paneled office walls to enjoy the simple pleasures of life, even if only to go out into the fresh air. I could very well bring Samantha and the kids here for the weekend. I really should spend more time with them. I knew that such walks would bring meaning and energy to my life. After about half an hour of measured ascent, the funicular car stopped abruptly, and the voice of the loudspeaker asked us to get out. Julian, who had definitely been here more than once, led me along a snowy path fenced with a thick rope. Completely trusting, I silently followed my friend, hoping that he knew what he was doing. Finally we got to our destination. I have never seen anything like it. The ridge on which part we stood rose not only above the plain, but also above all the other lower mountains, which barely touched the cirrus clouds rushing into the clear blue sky. I suddenly wished that Samantha and the kids were here, next to me. They would love it. In this paradise, I felt complete peace and decided to share my feelings with my energetic companion. I know, my friend, what you want to say. Of course I know. Julian took a deep breath, admiring the view, and after a couple of moments, the lesson began. The sixth ritual is extremely important, Peter. That is why visionary leaders perform it daily. It is worth stopping the practice for just a few days, as the vision becomes clouded, and most of the effectiveness is lost. What is the exact meaning of the phrase, "the leader guides himself"? I asked, taking the sixth puzzle piece out of the pocket of my light blue jacket. The sixth ritual is the ritual of self-control. Sadly, in this part of the world, many leaders neglect it too often. Whereas this is the basis of success in business and life. Are self-control and self-improvement the same thing? This concept is much broader. Sir Edmund Hillary, who, as you know, was the first to conquer Everest, said a wonderful phrase, "We conquer not the mountains, but ourselves." That's the true essence of self-management, it's about overcoming. Interesting. Most leaders believe that efficiency and excellence comes from external factors such as team productivity or modern equipment. But a leader who thinks about strategy understands from the experience of generations that success comes from within. Perfection is born within. Only those who know how to manage themselves can manage the market. Taking a deep breath of the frosty mountain air, Julian continued. You see, Peter, how can you manage companies if you have never been able to control your emotions? How can you build a team if you haven't reached perfection in self-control? How are you going to control others if you can't control yourself? My father used to say that it is impossible to do something good if you feel bad. That's it. Goethe also draws attention to this, saying, before you can do something, you need to become someone. You will not be able to inspire people if in the morning you feel insignificant and broken. Standing behind, you will not be able to lead subordinates to victory. You won't be able to win their hearts and awaken their spirits if you keep cursing and yelling at them. Remember, before you love someone, you must love yourself. Success starts from within. When I was in law school, my favorite teacher told me a story. One evening, after a long day at work, my father was relaxing in an armchair with a newspaper. His little son really wanted to play and pestered him. In the end, my father got tired of this, and he cut out the picture with the depicted globe and tore it into many small pieces. Here, son, go ahead, try to make a picture, he said, hoping that it will keep the kid busy long enough to finish reading the newspaper. To his amazement, just a minute later, his son returned with a perfectly assembled picture in his hands. When the dumbfounded father asked him how he did it, the son smiled innocently and replied, Dad, there was a picture of a man on the other side. As soon as I put it together, the world was ready. So the lesson is that you need to figure out yourself first, and once I get over that, everything will work out by itself, right? That's right, Peter, that's right. So, my main goal is self-development? This should be more than just your goal. You must swear to yourself. What's the difference? A goal is what you want to achieve in the future. Learning from the sages, I realized that the meaning of the oath is much deeper. When you take an oath, you are, as it were, pronouncing an irrevocable vow to keep your promise. Failure is simply out of the question. When you take an oath, you deliberately refuse to lose. Is self-management really that important? Certainly. All great thinkers have known this. Seneca once said, great skill is self-control, and Confucius remarked, good people are constantly working on their concentration and strength. Man makes and breaks himself, said James Allen. Sun Tzu, a Chinese strategist and thinker who lived in the 6th century, said, "Invincibility lies in oneself." Even the modern philosopher Peter Drucker remarked that, for any corporation, be it a business, a government agency, a scientist's laboratory, or a military department, the most important thing is the self-development of each individual employee. This is the only way to success. You see, my friend, one of the invincible laws of humanity is that we see the world not as it is, but as we ourselves are. Correcting, realizing who we are, we begin to see the world wider and clearer, in a new light. By gaining control over ourselves, we look at the world and all the limitless possibilities it provides from the top of the mountain and not standing at the bottom. Raise the bar. Strive to do everything perfectly. Remember, when you allow yourself to be exchanged for trifles, your life will be different. I looked over the horizon and thought about what I heard. It had never occurred to me before that self-development could be so important. I have often seen others read special books such as The Thinking Man, The Universe of Success, Think and Grow Rich, Psycho-Cybernetics and Megalife. I arrogantly believed that these poor people simply do not know how to live or work. Now I realize that only one who has learned to overcome himself can be called a true leader. The most important thing any leader must do is to have a dialogue with himself. My father was right. You can't do good if you don't feel good about yourself. It is impossible to do great deeds if there are no claims to greatness in your thoughts. I have to take the oath, as Julian suggested, in order to achieve all that I would like. I must concentrate on worthy goals. Why do you think I brought you to the top of this mountain? To have the right to control, to lead others, you first need to gain power over yourself. You must conquer your mountains and climb to their top. But it's impossible if you don't get over yourself. You have to stop making excuses for why things didn't go the way they should and take responsibility for the consequences. Progressive, strategically minded leaders don't need excuses. What do you mean when you say they don't need excuses? As a trial lawyer, over the years of my practice, I have had to cross-examine witnesses more than once. No matter how obvious the fault was, they all acted the same way. They came up with an excuse that would put the blame on someone else. Although at any moment they could say, "This is all my fault. I was wrong. And I'm really sorry." And everyone had an ironclad alibi? Right. But the leader must be the master of his mind and actions, otherwise he will not become the master of his own destiny. The leader knows that if there is a problem with morality in the company, the problem is in the leadership. He understands that if the relationship in the team lacks warmth and depth, then something is missing in him. He understands that if the level of their personal achievements is not as good as they would like, then their thoughts and actions are far from perfect. That's why I said that successful leaders don't need an alibi. They have enough strength of character to realize that they themselves are the masters of their future, and that their life is shaped from within. It can be compared to climbing a mountain. Julian continued enthusiastically. The higher you go, the more breathtaking the picture below opens up. The further you go in knowing yourself, the more you can see. The more accurately you understand who you are as a person, a member of society, a leader, the more benefit you can bring to the world around you. The saddest thing in life is when a person does not feel himself, does not understand what he could achieve if he only had the courage to realize his full potential through self-improvement. Too many live with only a tiny fraction of their potential. As Wordsworth wrote, "The world is too much for us, income expenditure. Wasting our strength. We are alien to nature and not nice. We have devastated the stronghold of hearts, for." The message I'm trying to convey can be expressed very simply: ownership of the world begins with overcoming oneself. Julian walked over to a long wooden bench by the rope and sat down. Closing his eyes, breathing in the fresh air of this delightful mountain retreat, he continued his lecture on the value of self-control. "You know, Peter, I really like this place. Since I returned from the Himalayas, I have been here at least 50 times. This place clears the mind. Life with the sages was so serene and peaceful. All their undertakings and achievements were full of nobility. Now, having returned, I must admit that I must constantly fence myself off from the frantic rhythm of the Western world. And don't say," I said, "the rhythm that I have to maintain in the office can only be called crazy. Most days I wear like crazy. Has my assistant Ariel already set up a meeting schedule for the next 13 months? It becomes scary when I imagine how many people I have to meet, how many things to do. Although your temporary wise and far-sighted control model is intended to allow me to free myself and focus on wholeness, I still do not know how to deal with all this. Which brings us right to the first of the 5 ancient disciplines of self-control. These disciplines are timeless formulas of wisdom that Raman gave me for personal improvement. Raman saw that I was in a lousy state when I came to the Himalayas, then I was still trying to recover from a heart attack. He offered me several techniques that could help me restore inner harmony. The results of these practices have been astonishing. The peace and poise that I lost during my star advocacy period has returned. I was able to get rid of the anxiety that had tormented me for many years. Now my energy is over the top. I felt like an idealistic Harvard student again. And he began to look much younger. Jokes aside, I smiled. Then, in the garden, I thought that there was a young man in front of me. "Your transformation is amazing. I'd love to hear how you did it. What is the first discipline?" "This is the discipline of personal renewal. All successful leaders go through this. Every day they find time to restore the body and spirit. You see, now that everyone is information-obsessed, leaders and executives are being forced to do more with less, to work smarter, faster, and harder. This rhythm sets its own rules. You have to maintain it in order to keep up with development and remain competitive. But the main thing that you need to understand is that it is not numerous meetings and deeds that weaken you. It's not at all because of them that you feel completely empty by the end of the day. What then? No. What really hurts leaders and executives is the inability to recover from the stress and pressure they have to face. As I told you earlier, worries accompany any change, and change in our time is the main driver of business development. To survive in today's economy, you need to work harder and set global goals. But just as virtue can become a vice, so overwork can be harmful. You must find a reasonable balance. The best way to do self-renewal practices. As the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu said, every action begins with rest. This is the absolute truth. This will allow you to resist pressure, become more resilient and productive. I propose to set aside a day a week for a mandatory, creative day off. What do you mean? Previously, all people had to spend one day of rest at the end of the week. This day was called Sabbath Day and was used to relax, spend time with family, do something pleasant or do spiritual practices. As a result, every new week people started full of energy, enthusiasm and confidence. They were ready to face any challenge at work. It is sad that this tradition has sunk into the past. Most people and demanding bosses believe that continuous work is the only way to success. Then they get ulcers, migraines, in the end, it comes to a heart attack, and only then they come to their senses and change their mode of work and life. Unfortunately, sometimes it comes too late. Trust me, my friend, I know what I'm talking about. What I propose, Julian continued, is one day a week devoted entirely to serious mental renewal. The time you take to recharge your batteries will never be wasted. It is a necessary condition for successful growth. Time spent on recovery makes you stronger, smarter, better. Let me reinforce my words with Abraham Lincoln's saying, "If I had 8 hours to chop down a tree, I would sharpen an axe for 6 of them." I think I understand what you're trying to say. Working for years without holidays and weekends is like driving a car at full speed without even stopping for refueling. Exactly. That is exactly what you are doing. Agree, the driver who believes that he does not have time to stop at a gas station is not very reasonable. The practice of self-renewal is the same, refueling. Yes. But where can I find the time? I have already revealed this secret to you. Is it? Use the time model of successful leadership and the technique of strategic time blocking. When you plan your week on Sunday night, write in there a few hours for recovery, rest, and renewal. Do not spare time, you need rest for productive activity. Also set aside at least 1 hour for creative relaxation. And the result will not keep you waiting. For the head of a large corporation who faces so many problems every day, rest is vital. Did you know that many major achievements are associated precisely with rest time? Really? Certainly. Descartes made most of his great discoveries while lying in bed. Newton formulated the law of gravity while resting under an apple tree. It dawned on Archimedes about the law of hydrostatics in the bathroom, and Mozart came up with an ingenious melody while he was playing billiards. Even the sewing machine owes its appearance to the renewal period. True? When Elias Howe, a mechanic from Massachusetts, was sleeping deeply, he dreamed that a man was chasing him with an unusual spear, which had a small hole at the end. This ingenious idea later became the basis for his invention, known as the sewing machine. Can you imagine how much the world would lose if people did not give time to self-renewal? Yes, Julian, I understand perfectly. I answered, reflecting on the lesson. Could you give me some advice on the best things to do on my day off? The best thing is to take a walk somewhere in nature to know the power of solitude. One of the philosophers likened a man to a house with 3 rooms. These rooms are mind, body, and spirit. To lead a fulfilling life, you need to ventilate your rooms daily so that they are full of light and air. In our crazy days, when we don't have enough time for anything, we forgot about the value of minutes that a person spends one-on-one with himself, in contemplation and reflection. This is a direct path to wisdom, both in work and in personal life. Reflection and introspection help you figure out why you do certain things, how to correct past mistakes and prevent new ones in the future. The practice of silent contemplation clarifies your thinking and allows you to be aware of what is happening around you. It will help you make more informed decisions. You will learn to take into account all circumstances, nothing will escape your penetrating gaze. You will achieve amazing results. In fact, by taking the time to think, you are learning from life itself. All the great achievements of mankind, whether it be technology or art, owe their appearance not to violent activity, but to deep reflection and introspection. And they can only be provided by time spent in peace and quiet. Unity with nature will calm your exhausted nerves and bring an inexpressible sense of harmony into your life. Deep reflection and introspection. And they can only be provided by time spent in peace and quiet. Unity with nature will calm your exhausted nerves and bring an inexpressible sense of harmony into your life. Deep reflection and introspection. And they can only be provided by time spent in peace and quiet. Unity with nature will calm your exhausted nerves and bring an inexpressible sense of harmony into your life. Do you have any other tips? How about spending an hour in a second-hand bookstore just browsing through the fine prints? Why not get a massage or watch the sunrise on a Sunday morning? Do not go camping with children because they are wonderful. Or just not spend a Sunday afternoon by the sea, admiring how the waves break on the rocks? In pursuit of the great, do not miss the simple joys of life. Do not strive to ensure existence, otherwise you will forget how to live. I was so struck by this phrase. But most of all I was struck by the undeniable correctness of Julian. The chaotic rhythm of life led me to collapse. Hard work is considered the path to success, here Julian himself could not argue. However, the superhuman efforts that I made to maintain control of the market ruined me. I have long felt that this undermines my health. I realized that I was already working on the machine, concentrating more on the number of things done in the office than on their quality. I constantly felt tired. It was an endless circle. I didn't have time to just sit and read a good book in the afternoon or watch the sunset. I was missing out on the best that life has to offer us. And in that moment, I swore to myself that I would change. My subordinates deserve a calmer boss. A wife deserves a better husband, and children are the best father. And yes, I need more peace. What is the second discipline of self-control? I asked. The discipline of expanding knowledge. Raman believed that knowledge is the richest source of strength, and every leader is required to devote at least half an hour a day to reading. Books will keep you connected to the fundamental principles of leadership so often forgotten in our hectic times. Just half an hour of daily focused reading, and your life will change dramatically. All the answers to the questions, all the solutions to the problems you have ever encountered are in the books. Whether you want to be a better leader, thinker, father, or golfer, there is always a book that will show you the way to your goal. Any mistakes you make in life have already been made by others before you. All the obstacles that life puts you in front of have already been overcome by other people. It's a sin not to take advantage of this invaluable experience. No. So learn from the experience of past generations, from the wisdom of those who lived before you. Just think, books allow you to look deep into the minds of the greatest men and women who ever lived. Read Gandhi's autobiography or Churchill's biography and you'll find out the truths they've pondered for decades. You will understand the principles that guided them, solving the problems and tasks that you most often face. You will discover a new way of life that will help you spend less time and get more done. Reflecting on philosophical treatises, you realize the eternal laws of nature and humanity. As Raman once told me, don't even dream of all the problems disappearing from your life at once. Seek wisdom. Well said. Daily reading will help you introduce the principle of associations into your life. And what is this principle? What kind of person you will be in 5 years depends on what books you read and what people you compare yourself to. Reading the books of great people is like talking to them live. Would you like to get Napoleon Hill or Dale Carnegie as an advisor? They're just waiting for you to let them speak. What about Ben Franklin, Thomas Edison, or Alexander Graham Bell? They will guide you on the path of out-of-the-box thinking and innovation. Imagine Abraham Lincoln sitting on your bedside table to listen to you and offer leadership advice. Or Mother Teresa, who, sitting comfortably in your office, tells you about the value of patience, compassion, and mercy in any actions. That is the power of books. All the wisdom of these outstanding people is hidden in their pages. It is very similar to playing tennis, when an average tennis player shows the best results in a duel with a professional. Wonderful. But know that it's not just that you draw wisdom from books. Most importantly, they make you think. I advise you to also pay attention to the latest technical innovations. They will help you in obtaining new knowledge. What are you talking about? About audiobooks and lectures. Do you know that if every day you spend half an hour commuting to and from work, then in a year the time spent will be 336 hours, that is, 2 full weeks? I had no idea that I spend so much time in the car. It's the whole vacation. So use these holidays to listen to educational or motivational tapes while driving to work and on the way home. You will arrive at work in a completely different mood. Your subordinates will certainly notice how you have changed. Yes, and your family will feel a huge change in you if you listen to audio lectures on the way home. Why not make sure that what you listen to on the road brings you real benefit? Set a goal to listen to at least one audiobook or leadership training course every week. In addition, you can personally attend developmental seminars. This can also be considered a practice of expanding knowledge. This, by the way, will encourage your employees to do the same. You must become a real example for your people. This will only strengthen your authority and increase team spirit. How about the internet? This is a great way to find any information your heart desires. With the help of the internet, you can expand your horizons to infinity. In general, it doesn't matter what means you use for self-education. As I said before, get ready to become an eternal student. Education does not stop with the last exam, but only with the last breath of air. What is the next discipline for developing self-control? I'm very interested to know. But even more, I would like to start these practices right now. I used to read a lot more than I do now. I am sure that the time spent in the company of a great book will bring more meaning to my life, and it can even be called a kind of holiness. I must admit that I would not want to leave this world without reading the great works full of the wisdom of generations. Yes, Julian continued, but let's move on to the third discipline. It is a discipline of sports training and physical development. This discipline implies an immutable truth, a healthy mind in a healthy body. A successful leader is a leader with high performance and characteristics not only of the mind, but also of the body. A leader needs strength, energy, attitude, drive. All this comes by itself when a person is in good physical shape. It takes wisdom to train regularly and eat right, then you will win. There are 168 hours in a week. Is it really that hard to find a couple to swim, run, or stretch? You know, I've wanted to get in shape for a long time. After all, once at the university I was a star in the athletics team. I didn't even suspect. Julian exclaimed. In those good old days, I loved going to practice. How much strength and energy it gave me. I'm just sure that if at lunchtime I go to the pool instead of overeating hamburgers, I'll feel much better. By the way, just the other day I finished reading the autobiography of Nelson Mandela. Yes, if anyone can be called a successful leader, it is him. Julian nodded. Agree. Do you know how he trained? He got up at dawn and walked. This habit has appeared in him in recent years. But in his youth, in order to be in perfect physical shape, he was engaged in boxing. He loved sports and said that it was such a tough sport that made a man out of him. Boxing is the only occupation that allows you to forget, he wrote. After an evening workout, I fall asleep like a baby, and in the morning I wake up renewed and fresh, ready for new challenges. Every successful leader knows that when you keep your body in good shape, the spirit becomes stronger. Julian said. And besides, it is believed that every hour of training adds 3 hours of life. Isn't it a good investment? So what are you waiting for? Now is the time for you to be at your peak. Just imagine how much better things will go for you if you feel a surge of energy every day. You will have the strength to do everything planned. Your mind will become clear and your soul calm. In Sivan, I heard one wisdom that I advise you to remember forever. A person who does not find time for exercise will surely find it for doctors. Can you recommend me some particularly effective exercises? It all depends on your preferences. Try to find a sport that brings you maximum positive emotions. For example, I like to just walk, convenient, useful, and pleasant. Although walking cannot be called a sport, this type of physical education has long been loved by many prominent people. When Charles Dickens had a creative crisis, he went for a walk through the streets of London in the hope of finding inspiration. He could wander day after day, looking at the houses and streets, noticing the guys who worked this way and that, for pay or just like that, were on parcels. What he saw on the streets of London struck him to the very heart. He caught fire with the idea to draw the attention of prosperous and well-fed people to the poor and destitute. This is how his famous Christmas Carol was born. Impressive. Swiss designer Georges de Mestral came up with the idea of Velcro after long mountain walks. He noticed that every time his dog came back from a walk covered in thistles. When he examined the wool and spines under a microscope, he noticed that the thistle has hundreds of small hooks, because of which it clings to the wool. He decided that such a fastener was much more convenient than the usual zipper, and immediately released a batch of Velcro. I just want to say that walking is a great way to combine business with pleasure, to renew and restore the mind and body. All great thinkers have known this. Confucius, Aristotle, Socrates, for example, walked every day and were distinguished by excellent health. I remember Raman saying, smiling, "I always have 2 doctors with me. My legs, right and left." You also mentioned proper nutrition. What did you mean? Sages believe that the quality of food consumed directly affects the quality of thoughts. And in this age of information, everyone knows that rich ideas are the foundation of success. We have entered the era of an innovative economy when intellectual capital plays a leading role in the market. Food is the source of nourishment for the brain. If the food is right, then the brain will work as it should. You may be surprised, but the fate of your company depends on what you eat. Are you saying that the fast food that I eat every day at lunch can affect our performance? Certainly. I bet after eating a steak and fries at dinner, you are irresistibly craving for sleep? Yes. So your dinner, instead of bolstering your strength, nullified everything you were capable of. Such a dinner, having lowered your personal indicators, will also have a detrimental effect on subordinates. After all, you will no longer be able to effectively manage them. That's why I repeat so often, eat to win. Get used to the new diet. More vegetables and fruits. Drink more water. Reduce portions, it won't hurt you. People are accustomed to eating much more than necessary. Take your health seriously. By the way, this will help you deal with the insomnia you've been complaining about to me. And the habit of healthy eating brings us straight to the 4th discipline, namely, the habit of getting up early. I don't like it anymore. I frowned. I don't get enough sleep. Most of the great people in history got up very early. Julian retorted cheerfully. Successful artists, political leaders, military leaders, scientists and businessmen, they all understood that if you do not control your time, it controls you. You have to overpower yourself and start getting up before the rest. Have fun, enjoy the intoxicating solitude of the early hours of the morning and the light of the morning before the hustle and bustle of the day fills it. Wise men believe that how you start your day determines how you live it. The first half an hour after waking up sets the tone for the whole day, so you need to spend them wisely. If you get up early, you can gain control over time instead of letting it get the better of you over and over again. Julian continued. Thomas Edison, who was distinguished by his fantastic work capacity, which allowed him to make more than 1093 inventions, likened sleep to a drug. An overdose will cause you to become lethargic and good for nothing, lose time, vitality, and miss a lot of opportunities. Ben Franklin believed that each of us eventually got enough sleep anyway. In Grave. It's a bit too dark. Do we need sleep to recuperate? Of course, but the catch is that many sleep more than is physically necessary. Develop the habit of oversleeping, and then declare that their body needs it. Do you know what the real reason people don't want to get up early is? Naturally. Most people don't get up early because they just don't know what to do with so much time. They lack the enthusiasm and goals that would drive them towards a new day. Therefore they sleep. That's why I said before that a goal is one of the biggest motivators in life. And you, as a successful and strategically minded leader, must give your subordinates a clear and very tempting goal. A goal that can satisfy their interest and ambition, as well as bring something good and useful to others. People suffering from a lack of strength usually have a vague idea of their future. And where can forces come from if nothing leads them, does not excite the spirit? Gandhi slept only 4 hours. He was not allowed to sleep by a lofty goal to free his people from slave shackles. Mandela was also a lark, like many other great leaders. The level of the goal is directly related to the level of vital energy. Remember this. Very interesting. So, as soon as I catch fire with the idea and strive with all my heart towards the goal, I will have more energy and I will stop feeling tired? That's right. As soon as a worthy goal looms on your horizon that will inspire you to accomplish, you will wake up early without any effort. And this brings us to the fifth discipline. This is the discipline of near-death perception. Sounds terrible. I shivered. On the contrary, it's funny, because this practice is full of vitality. According to an old legend, once in India there lived a Maharaja who began his day with a special ritual. Every morning, right after he got up, he celebrated his funeral with flowers and music, repeating, "I lived life to the fullest." Strange ritual. That's what I thought when I heard the story for the first time. But then I realized that this Maharaja, like no other, was close to the truth. You see, he found his way of doing what each of us should do when we wake up. And what is it? I asked, still not understanding why Maharaja performed his ritual. Awareness of the frailty and finiteness of life. Most people live as if they have eternity at their disposal. I will take this opportunity next week, improve my health or spend more time with the children next year, they think, and now there is so much attention that I simply won't be able to do anything else. It seems to me that I still do not quite understand about the Maharaja, I confessed. Celebrating the funeral, he reminded himself that life is painfully short. He knew that every day could be his last. And thus I realized the obviousness that everything needs to be done without delay, with passion and drive. There is no excuse for postponing things. And that's exactly what short-sighted leaders do. Maharaja tried to live every day to the fullest and not to postpone important matters for later. Every day was a work of art. He believed that life is a gift, and this gift should be used for its intended purpose. And we? We worry over trifles and pay too much attention to trifles. We reflect on past failures and worry about the future. We burn life like it's just a dress rehearsal. And only on our deathbed we bitterly repent that so much could not be done. How many opportunities we are missing. You never make up for all the adventures that passed you by, all those sunrises that you overslept. It amuses me when people say that they would give everything for the opportunity to live a little longer, and in the process they waste the time that they have now. Precious time. Yes. I understand perfectly what you are talking about, Julian. I look at my children and can't believe how fast time flies. Christopher is about to turn 11 and Elliot is already 14. And it seems like only yesterday I read them fairy tales before going to bed. And I'm so sorry that I missed some moments of their lives. And there are so many other things I wish I could do but never found the time. Time flies by so fast. I can't keep up with it. Like I said, Peter, there is an undeniable truth: either you control life, or it controls you. Life waits for no one. Stop thinking about the success of other people, concentrate on your personal plans for the future. Have enough courage to understand that every minute spent thinking about other people's victories is a minute taken from yourself. Stop postponing your hopes and dreams. Become who you have long wanted to be. It's time to take risks, realize dreams, look for new ways, strategies. Time to show your subordinates how you care for them, your family how much you love them. Time to open up to people. Finally start doing what you have wanted for so long, whatever it is. Would you like to learn how to play the saxophone? Buy a saxophone and find a teacher. Do you want to achieve excellence on the golf course? Join a golf club. Climb the Everest of your life and admire how it looks in all its glory. You will discover things that you have never seen before. Something that thousands of people don't see. Become like that Maharaja of legend. Live like every day is your last. Otherwise, your life will end, and your dreams and hopes will remain unfulfilled. Julian reached into the pocket of his wide robe, pulled out an object, and handed it to me. I looked with surprise at this unexpected gift. It was a parchment scroll, old, battered, and seen a lot in its lifetime. It was rolled into a tube and neatly tied with a bow. Here, my friend. I've been meaning to give it to you for a long time. Our friendship means a lot to me, even though I don't talk about it. I would really like your life to be happy and full of meaning. Every person deserves it. This little thing will show you the way to perfection and reveal great truths. This scroll contains one of the best interpretations and explanations of the meaning of life that I have ever read. I hope it will be as useful for your spiritual growth as it was for me. I immediately untied the bow and read the words that had been carefully engraved on the scroll. They were beautiful in their simplicity and wisdom. The words of the true philosopher Emerson loudly proclaimed the truth of success. Laugh often and love a lot. Win the respect of wise people and the sympathy of children. Get the approval of honest critics. Feel beautiful. To help the world for free, leaving something behind. To leave the world a little better. Be a healthy child. Garden plot or own apartment. Play and laugh with delight. And sing like that. As if no one sees. To realize later. I lived. This is the true secret of success. We sat in the funicular cabin to go down to the foot of the mountain. On my way, I thought about Julian's words about self-control and self-improvement. I knew that the 5 disciplines, personal renewal, knowledge expansion, physical development, early awakening, and dying mindset, would change my life. There is no doubt. Instead of just existing, I will begin to live life to the fullest. The evening was magical. We slowly descended to the foot of the great mountain, enjoying the beauties of nature. Sitting next to my enlightened friend, I finally realized that success depends only on self-improvement, and that a successful leader must first begin with self-improvement. How wonderful it is to live with a goal and the confidence that you will certainly achieve it. Ritual 7, keep your eyes open, think like no one else. Read every day what no one else has read. Every day think about what no one thinks about. Use every chance to become an individual, not part of the crowd. Christopher Morley. Our next meeting will be very short, Julian said as we parted at the foot of the mountain. Why? I asked with disappointment. I'm almost ready to leave, and our work is close to completion. You absorbed the philosophy of leadership like a sponge. You were an excellent student. I am sure that Global View will quickly gain momentum and, under your wise leadership, will regain its status as a global corporation. You have already understood the main thing. You need to make your company a place where the talents of your subordinates will be revealed in full force, and hopes will begin to materialize. Lead wisely, be attentive to people, create all conditions so that the creative potential of each member of the team is properly developed. Give your people a worthy goal, and don't forget to adequately reward them. Do all this, and your competitors simply will not have a chance. Where are you going? There is another person who is hungry for wisdom and enlightenment. I have to go. He answered seriously. Will you leave the house you built in the forest? After all, everything you need is there. Let's put it this way, I just need to get away for a while. But who knows, maybe you will see me in your garden in a couple of months, Julian said and winked. I was on my way to Julian's for our penultimate meeting, and the thought that I would never see him again was haunting me. He has always been my friend, but only now I saw him from the other side, in a special light. No one has ever had such weight in my eyes, even my father. Julian had to meet many people who needed his help, but he came to me one of the first. If any quality manifested itself in abundance in him, then this was fidelity. I am his friend and he decided to help me. He is a great mentor. I have never met such a person. I am sure that I will not meet again. In addition, Julian helped me think about life. Thanks to him, I was able to look at her from a completely different perspective, to understand why I behave this way and not otherwise. He made me look into my soul and realize who I am, not only as a leader, but also as a person. He shared with me precious pearls of wisdom that I didn't even know existed. And thanks to this wisdom, I felt much better, gained integrity, and understood why I live. I hope our paths cross again. I need a friend and advisor just like any other person. I longed that one day I would have the opportunity to do something for Julian, to repay a little for his kindness. I turned off the main road and entered an area where middle-class families settled. It was a typical suburb with its family minibuses and minivans parked outside the garages. Soon I was able to make out the place where I actually went, the Central Elementary School, known as the best educational institution in the country. The most prestigious colleges gladly accepted its graduates. Teachers from all over the country came here to study innovative teaching methods developed by brilliant teachers. Working here was considered the greatest success of a teacher. And the dream of any parent was to see their child in the list of enrolled. Studying there is a privilege that not everyone deserves. I noticed that Julian had already arrived. He was standing in the center of the playground, talking to Mrs. Maples, the famous principal of the school, the star of the local television. She often appeared in programs where she talked about her views on the modern education system. Mrs. Maples tried to draw public attention to the fact that schools should pay more attention to the development of character and education of students. Although my friend was dressed in his invariable hoodie and sandals, I would not say that she attached importance to this. In general, it seemed to me that they were old acquaintances. Their conversation was so sincere and at ease. A couple of minutes ago, recess began, and the children ran out into the street. "Hello, Peter," Julian exclaimed as soon as I appeared on the landing. "Let me introduce you to my very good friend, Mildred Maples." "Very nice to meet you, Mildred," I said, holding out my hand to say hello. "I've seen you on TV many times." "I'm glad too, Peter. I heard a lot. I read about your company in the newspapers. You have achieved a lot. I don't want to admit it, but that's in the past. We've run into some pretty serious setbacks, so things aren't going so well anymore. On the other hand, Julian helped me sort out some issues. You could say I started a brand new company. Don't take it as a boast, but I think you'll hear more about us." "I hope so," said Mrs. Maples politely. "You can ask such a question," I said embarrassedly, "but how did you meet?" They laughed. "Mildred's husband is the owner of the local branch of Ferrari, where I actually bought my car," Julian replied. "I first met him, and only then met Mildred. We were just talking about my car when you pulled up. To see you speeding down Main Street in a friar's garb, Julian, I'd give anything. It was very nice to see you again. I'm still having a hard time adjusting to your new look, but if there's anything I've learned from my long years at school, it's that anyone can perform miracles in their lives. Gentlemen, now I'm sorry, I'll leave you. We'll continue our conversation later, Julian." I'm sure Jack will want to see you very much, she said, and went to the stairs, the white steps of which led to the teachers' rooms. Very well, Julian said with a smile. Now, Peter, where did we stop? Oh yes. Ritual of the seventh and its place in the timeless system of leadership of the Yogi Raman. The seventh practice that successful leaders do every day to make sure they're doing it right. You forgot to give me the next piece of the puzzle when we said goodbye at Mount Percival. You have intrigued me. All week I've been scratching my head about what and why. To be honest, I haven't forgotten, Peter. I did it on purpose. The seventh ritual is directly related to the power of ideas and their power. As I told you earlier, in this age of information, the guarantee of success is ideas rather than any material wealth. For the first time in the history of our civilization, the only thing of value to a company is walking in and out of its doors every single day. I'm talking about the heads of employees. It is the main asset of any organization. A catchy metaphor, I said, smiling. Great. I hope you will not forget it, because your main task, as a successful leader, is to unleash the creative potential that is still hidden in your subordinates. You should help find non-standard ways, awaken creativity and innovation. That's all it takes to make Global View a global corporation. But is it true that every person is a creator by nature? I mean, do you really mean that every single one of my employees is capable of creative thinking? I wonder what you have to say about the employees of the financial department or lawyers. They are not the most creative guys, believe me. Sure. Julian grimaced skeptically. I think the whole point is that they never had to use their latent abilities, so they turned out to be unrealized. After all, no one encouraged them to the opposite. Before, I myself thought that only poets, writers, actors, and artists are the only representatives of a select creative class. But Raman and other sages changed my mind. They were the most creative and resourceful people I have ever seen. What didn't they come up with? Although they lived far from civilization, apart from the influence of the modern world, they managed to make amazing tools and devices for their daily needs. While living a fairly simple life, they nevertheless created highly efficient equipment to write down their ideas, maintain hygiene, study the movement of the stars, and so on. Again about the stars? When will you finally tell me why you are so interested in them, and especially the bright one that now and then appears in the sky? Curiosity gnaws at me, Julian, show sympathy. I pleaded. Next time, definitely. And now just believe that every person has a creative beginning. Start looking at your company as a generator of ideas, a place where innovation and ingenuity reign. Let your people realize that they can take risks, because defeat is nothing but a learning phase. It has always been and always will be that some actions lead to victory, while others, on the contrary, lead to defeat. But every action reveals something new. The exact result can never be predicted. Try to convey this idea to them. Encourage them, show them that you are open to new proposals. You will definitely consider each new idea and implement the most promising ones. Very interesting. So risk is an integral part of innovation? Certainly. You can't get to third base if you still have one foot on second. To stay competitive in the age of ideas, you and your managers need to push employees out of their comfort zone to move to the next level. Learn from butterflies, not crabs. What a strange comparison. Butterflies flutter all day long, looking for new places, taking off to new heights. Crayfish, on the contrary, settle in place, where they remain until the end of their lives. By forcing people to take risks, do not criticize them for failures, and you will be able to awaken new qualities in them. Do you remember the case with Southwest? What happened to the manager who came up with the failed idea? They thanked him, if my memory serves me right. That's it. I am sure that this story will inspire your subordinates to search for new ideas, regardless of the risks. How to inspire? So the essence of creativity is being willing to take risks? This is just the tip of the iceberg. The essence of ingenuity lies, rather, in the originality of thoughts. Here, said Julian, pulling the seventh piece of the puzzle out of his tunic. Raman formulated this principle so precisely and beautifully that I will not even try to retell it in my own words. It was quite difficult to understand the inscription on the puzzle. I squinted and brought the piece closer, only then could I read. Ritual 7. Look at the same as others, but try to notice what no one sees. Just look at these happy kids. Julian said, pointing at a bunch of frolicking kids. Each of them is an ideal to follow, a true creative beginning. No one has yet dispelled their fantasies, told that the moon is not actually made of cheese, and Santa Claus does not exist. No one stifled their dreams by saying you can't be a doctor, a lawyer, an astronaut, or a movie star. Hearts are pure and minds are open. Watch. Look how they play, how careful they are in everything they do. In this sense, children are much more developed than adults. They teach us what is really worth learning. Yes, I totally agree, Julian. I remember the time when my guys were little. I have learned a lot from them. For example? For example, how important it is to be spontaneous, curious, inquisitive. The fact that there are 100 ways to implement any business. This is true. Raman told me a story one evening which I in turn want to share with you. High in the Himalayas, an enlightened yogi practiced with his students. As a test, he drew a line on the ground and asked each student to make the line shorter without erasing it. The students were puzzled and couldn't think of any way to shorten the line without touching it. All but one. He was the most diligent and worked the longest. He walked over to the line the teacher had drawn and quickly drew another one next to it. This new line was longer. He didn't even touch the first one. The teacher smiled. Very good, he said, now the first one is shorter. This is precisely the essence of the seventh ritual. See it all, but think big. This is a ritual of creativity and ingenuity that will help break the shackles of the traditional way of thinking. You will learn to find new solutions to old problems. You will begin to solve problems in more reasonable and economical ways. The ability to see not just problems, but the prospects that they carry in themselves will come to you. You just need to have enough wisdom and courage to allow childish curiosity and attentiveness to fill the hearts and minds of your subordinates. To nurture the spirit of innovation in the Global View team, you should know that your main task is to create an atmosphere that will encourage your employees to generate new ideas. Remember that even one innovative idea can fundamentally change the course of a business. Think about it, a single good idea will lead the company to global change. It will change not only the fate of the company, but also the fate of employees. This is the true power and purpose of innovation. Make the world a better place. As Maya Angelou once said, if you're lucky, one little fantasy can completely change a million realities. Where should you start? First, you have to see the creative streak in each of your subordinates. Is it true? Even in the employees of the sales department and movers? Yes. As I said before, awareness precedes change. And if you don't believe that every member of your team has the ability to generate innovative ideas, Global View will never grow into a progressive company. Recognize that all people are artists by nature. Everyone is capable of expressing themselves creatively, it is only worth encouraging them to do so. All have the necessary makings. Again, I'm telling you, look at these kids, Julian said, pointing to the children scurrying around the playground. That kid over there plays an imaginary guitar, pretending to be a rock star that he saw in some music show on TV last night. And the girl by the tree, she imagines herself as a superhero saving the world from disaster. You simply cannot but admit that each of them is a creative person, an artist. Every second they have a million new ideas. True, but this is just a company of kids, I persisted, and my team is full of adults, the vast majority of whom are simply incapable of thinking or working with something that does not fit into their field of activity. Invite them to try something new, they will immediately fuss, start to worry, and in the end they will be good for nothing at all. They are simply fixated on the standard, ordinary course of things, as if their life depends on its preservation. How do you convince them that a new way of thinking will make their lives 100 times better? And whose fault is it? Julian asked sternly. Remember, subordinates are your mirror. If they react so unenthusiastically to all your innovations, it can only mean one thing. You failed to create an atmosphere in which they could speak out without the risk of being criticized or fined. Perhaps they are afraid that they will have to answer seriously if their idea does not bring the desired results, or, God forbid, fails. Perhaps their conservatism stems from a fear of being ridiculed or worse. If your subordinates are reluctant to take the initiative and come up with any ideas, it's only because you haven't spent enough time creating a secure and sustainable environment. A person will never show initiative if he knows that it is punishable. What should I do? Let employees make mistakes. Trust more. Encourage spontaneity and originality of thought. Let them be themselves. Let their talents unfold. An article I read the other day said that Reebok CEO Paul Fireman gave his employees full creative freedom. The most ordinary people can jump over their heads only if they are allowed to. In my opinion, the wisest words. That's it. But remember, a successful leader will never force things and somehow try to influence creativity. He will simply gently open the door, and a flood of ideas will overwhelm the company, barely breaking free. The main thing is to lower the lever, and then your people will rush into battle themselves. They will be inspired by the hope that it is their company that will stand on a par with the largest international corporations. As soon as Julian said that, a huge chunk of greasy pudding whistled past and landed on the sleeve of his immaculate red robe. The culprit of the incident, the tomboy with a devilish grin, issued a victory cry. Then he abruptly turned around and rushed to run, only his heels sparkled, shouting, "I hit. Got it. Hit the monk." Julian just stood there, as if paralyzed. Then he touched the slimy mass running down his sleeve. "I hope it's chocolate," he said. "Chocolate is my favorite." "This little incident is very welcome, Peter," Julian continued, brushing the last of the pudding off his sleeve with a snow-white handkerchief that I took from my jacket pocket. "I just wanted to say, so that your employees are not afraid to offer the craziest ideas, you need to create an easy, fun and relaxed climate in the team. Adults think that playfulness and cheerfulness are for children. But such thoughts only slow down the process. After all, there is nothing wrong with sometimes relaxing and laughing heartily. Work should bring joy. Do not forbid your subordinates to occasionally fool around, this brings a positive stream to the relationship. Hugo Ronner said, by playing, we get closer to the magic. And Plato, in turn, noted, life must be lived effortlessly. Remember that employees spend most of their lives in the office. At least what you can do is turn your company into a great place where you want to come back again and again. People like to work with someone who loves what they do. Great words, Julian. What else would you advise me so that the creative potential of my subordinates can be fully realized? There are a couple of ideas that should help you restore and energize your employees. Invite them to set themselves an ideal norm for the week. Develop a whole system of criteria for originality so that it is clear that you approach the matter with all seriousness. Organize monthly field trips for employees of different departments. This not only diversifies their lives, but also unites the team. Arrange a club corporate party or a beach party in the office. And then make a whole department of leisure, but this is when things go uphill. Leisure department? Exactly. A department that will organize the leisure of employees. By the way, this is a great way to reduce staff turnover. And don't think the leisure department is a waste of money. It will help you get more clients. Is it true? And what is the connection? Never forget, when your employees smile at work, they provide smiles to customers. When a positive spirit reigns in a company, it is felt by everyone who comes there. Have no doubt, the smiles of your employees will attract new customers. Yes. Just think how enthusiastic your team will react to Stupid Tie Day, or Funniest Joke Week, or Free Pancake Morning, when all employees can eat pancakes. Imagine every Friday the production department had the Great Paper Plane Air Show, assuming they could meet a certain quota. And I bet that they will even exceed it. But if you really want employees to believe that you are serious, you will have to use the 4-4-5-4-9-8 system. What is it? This is the melody, Happy Idleness, if you play it on the phone keypad. Imagine playing it for one of the employees this holiday. I'm sure it will make a splash. He's crazy, that's what the workers will think. I grinned. Remember, if employees manage to remember and awaken that childish mood, that openness to the world when they are at work, they will become much happier. And happy employees are much more productive, more creative, and more loyal to management. That's what the company is based on, isn't it? This is true. A team that plays together stays together forever. And from time to time, Julian added as he walked me to the car, think big questions. What do you mean? Great questions are one of the best ways to keep things fresh. They force you to step out of your comfort zone into the unknown, where prospects live and dreams come true. What are these questions? Can you give an example of at least one? Well, for example, what would I do if I never suffered defeat? Or so, what 3 things will help hone my leadership skills? And then ask yourself why you haven't done it yet. When you're faced with a problem, why not ask yourself, how would Kennedy, Churchill, or Confucius sort things out? And perhaps the most important question that will spur you on and force you to change, what would the child that I once was think about the person that I became? Oh, Julian, this is a question. I said when we had already approached the car. I even somehow feel embarrassed to answer him. Feed your imagination and train your mind. Unleash your creativity. Dare to dream big, imagine a great future. Although you see the same thing as any other leader, but think more globally, think like no one else. Never forget that inside every true leader lives the spirit of a small child, full of delight and enthusiasm, eager to meet the world. Energy, optimism, and hope are contagious. You won't blink an eye, but they will be transmitted to everyone around you. You really believe that a leader with hope can change the world around him, don't you? Absolutely sure of it. Hope is the fuel that fuels successful leaders and their companies. It reminded me of the words of one of the most successful people on the planet, uttered in his declining years. I am a completely ordinary person with rather below-average abilities. And I have not a shadow of a doubt that anyone, be it a man or a woman, could achieve the same as me, if only they made the right efforts and had hope and faith in the fulfillment of their plans. Was it one of those wealthy businessmen you represented during your legal practice? No, Peter, Julian replied, and after a pause, he said, these are the words of Gandhi. Incredible, it was very difficult for me to believe in this. By the way, speaking of hope. As I leafed through the newspaper the other day, I was drawn to the headline, Paralyzed Journalist Blinking Writes Book. True? Yes, exactly. That was the story of Jean-Dominique Bauby, former editor-in-chief of ELLE magazine in Paris. One morning he was driving his son to town, and on the way he had a stroke. Jean-Dominique lay in the seat of the car for a long time while his son, in a panic, tried to call someone for help. He spent 3 weeks in a coma and, when he woke up, he could no longer talk, almost completely lost his hearing and was paralyzed. He was unable to move even a finger, and only one organ still obeyed him. What was it? Julian asked, hanging on my every word. His left eyelid. Possessing inexhaustible optimism and full of hope, the desire to somehow improve his situation, Jean-Dominique decided that be that as it may, despite the fact that he cannot move, he will write a book in which he will share the truths that were revealed to him after tragedy. Using the power of his imagination to find a way to fulfill his dream, he suddenly came up with a solution: to create a special alphabet in which each letter would be indicated by a certain number of blinks. You must be joking. No, that's absolutely true, I replied. For 3 hours every day with the editor by the bed in a dark hospital room, this man slowly created his dream. The newspaper, summing up the calculations, suggested that in all the time to write the 137-page text, he blinked more than 200,000 times. Without a doubt, this book is a masterpiece. In it, he wrote about everything he wanted to do in life, but could not: ride a mountain in the Alps with the cyclists of the Tour de France, drive along the Formula One track, enjoy a grilled lion sausage on a beautiful summer day. He was in so much pain that he would never again be able to pick up his children, play with them, become what he so dreamed of. At the end of the book, I continued, he founded an association to help the paralyzed and their families, presenting himself as an example of victory over circumstances, thus trying to inspire others. Sadly, Jean-Dominique passed away. That article turned out to be his obituary. But, Julian, I'm more than sure you'll agree, his life principles, his blinding fortitude, his desire to achieve what we've been talking about, that's exactly what you taught me. This act cannot be called anything other than a manifestation of true heroism. He saw like everyone else, but he thought like no one else, right? Yes, Peter, it was. This is exactly what I was trying to tell you. To find opportunity where others see only a terrible tragedy. Find hope in the midst of despair. Find a ray of light in pitch darkness. This is a great example, thanks for sharing with me. You know what people can accomplish by working under duress, but such selfless deeds never cease to amaze me. It surprises me very much that from some point of view, people are waiting for the onset of a crisis, of some kind, personal or professional, before looking into themselves, revealing their potential. It's really sad. I got into the car, and Julian, standing beside me, leaned toward the open window. Well, my friend, there is only one meeting left before I have to go. I enjoyed this time with you. And I am very pleased that my advice has had such a beneficial effect on the development of Global View. My only regret is that I will never be able to repay you for everything you have given me, Julian, I replied. Just continue to follow my advice, practice, share the wisdom of the Sivan monks, which I, in turn, shared with you. Let the knowledge of leadership become known in your company, and then throughout the business community. Try to tell your managers and ordinary employees about this, because the more people who know about it, the better. I don't need more reward. Have you forgotten anything? I asked as Julian turned to leave. Oh yes. You want to know where we'll meet again, right? Certainly. After all, there is one more ritual. Our last meeting will take place at the observatory. Come by midnight. I will show you something that will completely and irrevocably change your opinion about leadership. True? Yes. And before you leave, please take this piece of wood. I know how much you love puzzles. He winked at me, holding out the last piece of the puzzle, which he had just pulled out of the depths of his hoodie. Gently placing it in my left hand, he said, "Goodbye, amigo." I took a look at this simple present. These pieces came to mean a lot to me, serving as a reminder of the rituals of successful leadership. The eighth piece of the picture was light and rather strange in appearance, in fact, like the previous ones. The inscription on it read, Ritual 8, Align Leadership with the Future. I quickly looked up to ask what those words meant, but he was already gone. On the landing in front of me, a little boy stood silently, looking at me. He smiled. Ritual 8, Align Leadership with the Future. I don't believe that the purpose of life is to achieve happiness. For me, the meaning of life is the ability to listen to others and take responsibility. A person must benefit people, otherwise who will cry over his grave. Leo S. Roston. It was almost midnight when the winding road led me to the observatory. It was located outside the city, so there were always few people there. Only 2 astronomers were constantly there, who carried out their research there. I quickly parked and ran up the stairs straight to the main hall, where Julian was probably already waiting for me. The night was beautiful, not a cloud in the sky. It didn't take a telescope to see the myriad stars and the moon that lit up the night sky. "Hi, Peter," Julian muttered, quickly bidding me in, not taking his eyes off the stars for a second. "I'm very glad you managed to get out." "My friend, I would never miss this meeting." "Are we looking for something special today?" "Exactly. Tonight will be a special night." "I guarantee it," he said without looking up from the huge telescope. "You should know, with that last piece of the puzzle, I had a complete picture." "What did you discover?" "Well, every time you gave a piece of the puzzle with the names of the rituals carved into it, I noticed that they had a different shape. And on each one you could make out a faint drawing, but I never managed to understand what was depicted there. But once all the pieces were assembled, I saw that they made up a kind of symbol, although something was still missing. And I don't understand what." "Now do you understand?" "Stars." "Right. But not some kind of any star, but quite a certain one." "I'm not quite sure I understood you correctly, Julian. Every star in the moonlit sky sparkles brightly, but one stands out in particular." "Which?" "Polar." "The brightest star," Julian suddenly yawned. "Everything began. Let's go." He fussed, grabbing my hand. We ran out of the building, down the stairs, down the winding road into the fields. When we stopped, I just froze in place silently. "Everything is happening as the wise men foretold," Julian whispered. "What's happening?" I asked, not noticing anything out of the ordinary. "Here," he replied, pointing to a star that suddenly began to twinkle in the coal-black night sky. It grew brighter and brighter, the shimmer illuminating the summer sky. Soon the star shone so brightly that I had to close my eyes. Like a spotlight on a basketball game, but 100 times stronger. Soon it became as bright as day, although the clock said it was already 1:15. Just unbelievable. Looking at Julian, I noticed that I was glowing with joy and excitement. A radiant smile from ear to ear and folded hands in the greeting gesture of the Hindus, Namaste, a sign of respect. "Feel the moment and enjoy it, Peter. The world will not see anything like it in the next 1,000 years. The sages, thanks to their rich knowledge, knew that this natural phenomenon would happen today, at this particular time. I'm sure they are now high in the mountains, almost on the other side of the world, watching the fall of a star in the same way. Thrilled and excited, just like me. How I miss them. What does it mean?" I asked, looking up at the sky, trying not to miss a second. "This, my friend, is a sign of nature, heralding the beginning of a new era, a new period of leadership and life. There was so much turmoil and confusion, unrest and disorder, that many good people lost hope. Lost faith in their ability to change something. They are more likely to give up under the pressure of demands, uncertainty and negativity than find the strength to overcome difficulties towards achievement and success. Some even refuse the great gift of life. This natural phenomenon is a reminder to leaders that they need to be progressive, courageous, and believe in their dreams. It will serve as a wake-up call for them to light up their companies just as the North Star has lit up the night sky on this magical night. Be that light, Peter. Become the one people turn to for truth and advice. Let your perfect self evolve and light the way for everyone to see it. This is the meaning of life and leadership. Once Julian had spoken the last word, the night was back to normal. We sat down on the grass, Julian's clothes folded on the ground. And he continued, only one meaning of life is life with meaning, can be called the eternal law of leadership. Powerful phrase. Do you know what the irony is? The more you give, the more you receive. And when everything is done, and there is nothing more to say, the most expensive gift, more expensive than which you will never give yourself, is your experience. The main legacy that you will leave to future generations is not money and real estate, and the strength that you put into your company. People whose lives will be better thanks to you. As the great humanist and philanthropist Albert Schweitzer once said, there is no higher religion than serving humanity. The greatest credo is to work for the common good. Perhaps even for greater clarity, it is worth citing the words of the father spoken to his son on his deathbed. Do not you dare die until you bring benefit to humanity. You mean that the eighth ritual helps the leader remember that his actions can only be meaningful if it improves people's lives? That's it. Constantly think about how to benefit people. Remember that true leaders try to leave their mark not in history, but in human hearts. In this way they fulfill their destiny, this is their highest goal. Be inspired by the example of the great people of the past. It didn't matter if they were businessmen, scientists, or artists. Shortly before his death, George Bernard Shaw was asked what he would do if he had the opportunity to live life again. Although he has already achieved much more than most people can only dream of, he modestly replied, I wish I could be what I could, but I didn't. Wise words? This is true. They remind me of Leo Tolstoy's short story The Death of Ivan Ilyich. Have you read it? No, Julian. I am ashamed to admit that I have never read Tolstoy. I think I never had enough time. There is tremendous wisdom in great works of literature, and I don't understand why most people are so busy that they don't have time to read. If they had a couple of free hours for books, they could avoid a lot of mistakes. But back to this story, Tolstoy writes about the life of Ivan Ilyich, a self-satisfied, materialistic careerist who tried to appear successful rather than being one. In his youth, he married not for love and not because he valued his wife, no, but only because secular society approved of this step. There were children, not because he wanted children, it just had to happen. Instead of spending time with his family and building relationships, he devoted most of his time to work, obsessing over himself, trying to become a famous judicial official. Soon, in an attempt to maintain his reputation, he began to live in a big way, which he simply could not afford. Serious financial problems began, which led to unhappiness and despair. But luck smiled at him. When things were already going from bad to worse, he was offered a prestigious position in the court, much better paid. He was offered to become a judge. Thanks to this, he bought the house of his dreams. He was very proud and began to spend all his time equipping his home, decorating it with expensive antiques, fashionable furniture. The house had to be perfect to impress everyone around. Once, when he climbed onto a stepladder to show the draper how to properly hang curtains, he fell and hurt himself badly. After the fall, he changed, became irritable, constantly attacked his wife, cursed with her for any reason. After going to the doctor, it turned out that Ivan Ilyich was seriously ill. The doctor prescribed him many medicines. But the patient's condition only worsened. A cheerful person was dying. There was not even a spark of life in his eyes. His body was weakening. Passing through torment and suffering, Ivan Ilyich began to think about the past years. About childhood, about that young man with ideals and aspirations, about what has become of him now, who he has become. And suddenly a thought struck his mind, a question that shook him to the core. Which? He asked himself, what if my whole life is in vain? You see, Peter, for the first time in his life, he realized that the way he went over the heads to get a place in high society, the energy spent on creating gloss, so that he would always be seen in the right light, with the right people, all this is absolutely not important. The dying man realized that life is a gift. And he could do so much. He could be useful, he could contribute, he could do something not for himself. I could take risks, I could dream, I could dare more, I could become who I was supposed to be. Instead, he wasted his time on some nonsense, things that did not have the slightest meaning, which could not improve the world around. When this thought hit him, the physical pain became stronger, and the mental anguish became unbearable. He screamed. The scream did not stop for 3 days. 2 hours before he breathed his last, continued Julian, Ivan Ilyich said to himself, yes, everything was wrong. Having uttered these words, he thought, but what is right? And at that moment, his little son, a schoolboy, very worried and upset by the illness of his father, quietly crept into the bedroom and stood at the head of the bed. His father touched his head with a trembling hand, the boy began to cry. And then the truth was revealed to Ivan Ilyich, which some people will never be able to realize. He realized that although he did not live his life the way he should, it was still not too late to correct the mistake. He had to help the people around him by all means. He realized that the meaning of life was to change someone's life for the better. If you helped at least someone, life was not in vain. In the end, he asked his son to leave the bedroom so that he would not see the suffering of his father. I was deeply impressed by the story. The meaning of this story did not pass me by. I looked up at the dark night sky, inhaling the fresh air, enjoying the amazing nature around. I thought about my life, missed moments, past years. About all the people who counted on me, about my duty to them. Reflected on the huge potential of our company, regretted the offers that we turned down. And my family, a lump formed in my throat as I thought about the missed moments, the time I could spend with my sons. School baseball games, Christmas concerts, sunny days and games in the park, their cheerful laughter. I did not have the courage to live right. The only thing my youngest son asked was to play with him and have fun. I remembered our evenings with my older brother. After all, we did not sit still for a minute. But, like Ivan Ilyich, I recognized that it is never too late to change, to start doing the right things, to live life to the fullest. At that moment, I vowed to do it, to become a leader, to become a loving husband and a caring father, to achieve the heights that I deserve. I turned to Julian, he shed tears, as did I. I think now you understand what I meant, my friend. To be who you are destined to be, to leave something behind for your loved ones, for everyone, that is the meaning of life. The feeling that everything was not in vain is the most priceless gift that we can give ourselves on the threshold of eternity. As Raman noted, true greatness is to start something that does not end with your departure. You know, Julian, I said, wiping away a tear, my father used to say, the first 50 years you work for yourself. The next 50 for your descendants. Until today, I could not understand what he meant. The sages have a similar idea. What is it? They say, you came into this world crying, and the world rejoiced. Live so that on your deathbed you laugh and the world weeps. Only then will it be clear that you did not live in vain. I understand now, Julian. But will the goals that I set for myself become a true legacy? Legacy is, first of all, a reflection of your human qualities. It's not just about being successful or getting people to talk about you. We need to leave a mark on our hearts. Not to look good, but to be a good person. It is rather about fulfilling your task in the field of humanity. Leadership based on this principle is the most powerful. It will allow you to do what only a few are able to do. For example, create a successful present and build a beautiful future. And if I may say so, Peter, any leader, no matter what he does, should not strive for less. Julian walked me to the exit of the observatory. Under the steps lay a small wooden box covered with a clean white cloth. Julian bent down and picked it up, carefully, with all due respect for its contents. "This is for you. So the time has come for me to leave, and for you to discover all the possibilities and secrets of the 8th ritual. I couldn't wish for a better student than you and a more helpful friend. From the first day at the golf club, when I began to tell you about the wisdom of the elders, about the principles of successful leadership, until tonight at the observatory, you listened to me with an open mind and heart. Now, in gratitude for allowing me to fulfill my promise to Raman, please accept my humble gift. This little thing is very dear to me. It has always been with me after I left the Himalayas. I want her to stay with you now. The only thing I ask in return is to put the acquired knowledge into practice. Tell me about the rituals of leadership in your company. Thus, you will not only change yourself, but also help people around you." After saying these words, Julian came closer and embraced me as a good friend, then disappeared into the darkness. Opening the box, I saw that the gift was neatly wrapped in a piece of cloth. I immediately unwrapped it, eager to see what Julian had left me. Looking closer, I saw a small sparkling object. He smiled when he realized it was the little telescope that Julian used during the basketball game. How did he part with such a dear object to his heart? Because I knew how much he loved to watch the stars. Taking it, I noticed an engraved inscription. "To my wise friend, Peter, a man who can change a lot. May your life spark turn fear into power and darkness into light. With love and respect, your friend, Julian."